if you're new to the inquiry, my name is Alistair Edwards. I'm a reporter with the Planning and Environmental Appeals Division, and I've been appointed to make a recommendation to Scottish ministers on the application for a wind farm at High Clachaig Forest. Could I just check initially that everybody can hear me and you can see me just by a nod of heads? Fantastic. Right, for those of you that are new to the inquiry or viewing this webcast, I suggest viewing yesterday's opening remarks to give a fuller picture of the process. That said, as an overview, let's move on to the second hearing session on noise today. Hearings, as you may know, are a less formal procedure where I will lead the discussion based on an agenda that has already been circulated. In effect, we'll proceed through the agenda items and I'll direct questions to witnesses. That in turn can initiate discussion on a matter until I consider I have sufficient information. Are there any questions about that particular process?
No.
No, okay, thank you. Can I ask each of the parties to introduce themselves? And I'll start with the applicant, Mr. Fraser.
Good morning, sir. My name is Vincent Fraser, King's Counsel. I'm instructed by Mr. Gary McGovern, of Pinsent Masons, who I can see is on the call. And our witness today is Mr. Shepherd, as you will appreciate. And I did see him pop up a minute ago. I know he's there, sir.
Good morning, sir. Rob Shepherd from Hayes Mackenzie. I'm an acoustic consultant and associate director at Hayes Mackenzie Partnership. Been instructed by the applicant, and we didn't ourselves carry out the AIA, but I've reviewed the AIA, and yeah, that's me, I think.
Okay, thank you. Mr. O'Carroll.
Good morning, sir. My name is Maurice O'Carroll. I'm an advocate. I'm instructed by Argyll and Bute Council Legal Department. I have a witness today, Richard Perkins of Mott MacDonald, who's on the call, I believe.
Good morning, sir. I'm Richard Perkins. I'm a technical director and acoustic consultant at Mott MacDonald. I'm instructed on behalf of the council to represent them in noise matters relating to this application.
Okay, many thanks. And I see Arlene Knox is here today. Are you giving evidence or are you just observing?
I'm just observing, sir. Thank you.
Okay, many thanks. Moving to yourself, Mr. Grosvenor. You're on mute, Mr. Grosvenor.
First slip of the day, so it's starting well. Yes, I'm Melvin Grosvenor, Grosvenor Consultancy. I have a team of 3 with me, Susan Crosswaite of Citizens Initiative, Mr. Les Hewson, who's fully qualified, or Mr. William Leslie Hewson, who's fully qualified acoustician, and Professor Mariana Alves Pereiras, so if they'd like to introduce themselves as well.
Good morning, I'm Susan Crosswaite, and I'm part of the Grosvenor Consultancy team.
Okay, many thanks.
This is Les Hewson. I'm part of the Grosvenor Consulting team, and I'm an acoustician.
Yes, hello, good morning. This is Mariana Alves Pereira, and I'm also part of the Grosvenor Consultancy team. Oh, I'm sorry, you can't see me. Sorry, now you can. Sorry about that.
Not at all, thank you. Right, thanks for introducing yourselves. Now some procedural points. We're not together, so if there's a fire, please be aware of the fire evacuation procedures in the building that you're in. To note, and I think you should know this, we have a fire drill at 10 a.m. here, so I will mute and I will be silent for a few moments. I'm still on the call, but you'll understand if I pause. We're being filmed today, as we will be throughout the week. So please note that we're being filmed and it's live and will be filmed for subsequent broadcast via the DPA website. And by participating, you're consenting to being filmed and to the use and storage of images and sound recordings and any information pertaining to you contained in them for webcasting and training purposes, and for the purposes of keeping a historical record and making those records available to the public. Now, just by a show of hands, Is everybody content to be filmed today? Excellent, thank you. Now, you've already got a gist of this, but if you're speaking, if you can unlock your microphone, and then when you're not speaking, if you remute it, that'd be much appreciated. If you have a question, if you can raise the electronic hand, which you should see along the top bar of the Teams software. Otherwise, if you put your hand up or even interject, I'll pick you up. If you have a mobile phone or another device, if you could keep it on silent during proceedings, that would be appreciated. Now, we've got the full day today between 9 and 5, 9:30 and 5 if required. We'll take a morning break and an afternoon break and an hour for lunch. Depending on how we're doing in this virtual environment, we might take more frequent breaks. As I found yesterday, it can be a bit tiring in this particular environment, so we might do that. I'll be taking notes, so if I'm silent for a moment or you see my head down or typing, that's why. I'm still listening and engaged in the process. Now, are there any questions from anyone or any procedural matters that anybody would like to raise before we move on with the agenda? Okay, does everybody have a copy of the agenda in front of them? Okay, now we're going to proceed through the agenda. If you're referring to any particular document, I would appreciate if you could refer to the core document reference. That would be good for myself to keep a record and also to open that document if required. Does everybody have a list of the core documents and the documents at hand? Yes, you're all nodding, so I'm assuming yes. Right, well, we've covered item 1 and item 2, unless anybody has any questions about the hearing rules. No, okay, well, we'll move on to item 3, the agreed statement. Now, firstly, just for myself, this is a statement of agreement between the council and the applicant only. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Yeah, that's correct.
Right, and I'll just, as I go through, I'll probably direct most of my questions to Mr. Shepherd in the first instance here. That wasn't directed within the procedure notice. That came from yourselves. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Yeah, and you did that as a kind of aid for this hearing.
Indeed, yes. And just as a format as well for us to agree proposed conditions with the council and set them out within the statement as well.
And did you consult with Grosvenor Consultancy or think to consult with them on that particular agreed statement?
We didn't consult with them on that. I think at the time, what we had from the Grosvenor Consultancy was the holding statement, but no kind of further detail as to their submissions. So it was slightly unknown, I suppose, as to what we may or may not be able to agree with them with in the statement.
Okay, and in my reading of the statement, I understand that the only area of dispute between the council and the applicant is the application of a condition on amplitude modulation. Is that correct, Mr. Shepherd?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And Mr. Perkins, is that your understanding?
Yes, it is, sir.
So turning to yourself, Mr. Grosvenor, in general terms, firstly, have you and your team had a look at the agreed statement?
Yes, we have. We looked at it in detail. And so in answer to your question, there are matters contained within the statement which Grosvenor Consultancy disagree. and obviously there's some aspects which we agree.
Would you mind in summary just going through those then?
Can I refer to our acoustician, Mr. Hewson, on those, please?
Yes, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yes, hello. The primary areas of technical disagreement are the basically, or we disagree with the application of the baseline background noise provisions that have been provided. Disagree with the prediction methodology that's been used. The supposition that a weighting is suitable for assessing low frequency noise. And yes, that background measurements have not been measured appropriately.
Okay, and are you content that the remainder of the agenda will cover those particular areas of disagreement?
I believe so, yes.
And can I take it that for the remainder, you're in agreement then with what's written in the statement?
The agreement with regards to the policy that's to be applied, yes, that's an agreement.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other points that parties would like to make about the agreed statement? Okay, we'll move on to item 4 then. In terms of policy and guidance. Now, is everybody here in agreement that the use of ETSU R97 is standard practice when looking at noise and wind proposals? Mr. Shepherd?
Yes, indeed, it's been upheld by Scottish ministers and Scottish government as well. Scottish government, through their onshore wind policy statement 2022, has upheld ETSU as being the appropriate methodology for assessing noise from wind turbines. And I think recent reporters' decisions have always upheld its use in determining the appropriate limits and assessment of noise from turbines.
Mr. Perkins, are you in agreement with that?
Yes, I am, sir. I'd say it's not only standard practice, but it's also currently endorsed by the Scottish Government. Core document 008-002 makes specific reference to it in section 3.7.
Mr. Perkins, could you just give me that core document reference number again? Thanks.
Certainly, it's CD 008.002.
Thank you. Mr. Grosvenor, when I'm coming to your team, would it be better if I go to Mr. Hewson in the first instance?
On this matter, I'd like to just comment, and then we'll refer back to Mr. Hewson. We'd refer to our statement of case CD 13.5, paragraph 2.5. Yes, sorry, 5.2.10, where we do acknowledge that ETSU currently is the standard agreed guidance, but there's a caveat on there that at the moment it's obviously open to review, and that's where our position slightly differs from the applicants and the councils. But Mr. Hewson would like to just speak to that. That would be helpful.
Yes, basically the ETSU R97 has been standard practice and is required to be applied at the moment, but it is under review by the government. So whether it becomes future standard practice, who knows?
come to you in just one second, Mr. Fraser. Just want to check there in terms of ETSU being under review. Do I have a review paper submitted, and is that something that's a factor for this particular application to take into account at all? Mr. Hewson?
The review was conducted by WSP, and I'm sure that their review has been referenced within the various documents, but that particular review could be provided if necessary.
Mr. Shepherd?
So yes, it's core document CD 008.007 is the WSP review that Mr. Hewson's referring to. So it is in as a core document. I suppose Scottish Government has been clear that it was aware through its onshore wind policy statement 2022 that a review was underway, and clear in their statement there that ETSU should remain to be used until any change to the guidance. So as such, it's not, the Scottish Government haven't released any statement, as far as I'm aware, to say that their use of ETSU is under review. But there was a review of noise guidance for onshore wind turbines that was carried out for the UK government, and that's the WSP document with that core document reference number that I referred to.
Okay, and do you have any understanding about when that review, when it may be implemented, or is it a case of it's just sitting there at the moment?
So again, it's just sitting there now, I suppose, in terms of it's with the government, but it wasn't a review of policy for the government. It was a general review of noise guidance for wind turbines, and has some recommendations in it about the way forward. But in terms of any change to policy, there's no, as far as I'm aware, nothing in the pipeline from the UK government or the Scottish government to make any changes to the use of ETSU at the moment.
Okay, Mr. Perkins, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I was just going to add to that, sir, that's also my understanding, that whilst a review research report was commissioned by UK government to look into the matters, I'm not aware of any current review going on inside government with a view to actually implementing any of the recommendations at this time. So I would agree that the current statement is should be interpreted as the current government position on this matter.
Thank you. Now I'm going to come to Mr. Fraser, and then I'll come back to yourself, Mr. Grosvenor.
Thank you, sir. So it's partly been covered, I think, by Mr. Shepherd, since I put my hand up anyway. But you'll probably be aware that this is expressly addressed in the onshore wind policy statement, which you have been referred to. And so paragraph 3.7.3 draws attention to the fact that the government is aware of the review and indeed supports it. But the important point, sir, which I think answers the question you asked, is paragraph 3.7.4, which expressly states until such time as new guidance is produced, ETSU R97 should continue to be followed by applicants and used to assess and rate noise from wind energy developments. So I don't think it could be clearer, really, that the review is very interesting, but I don't think you're asked, and indeed should be, speculating as to what, if any, outcome it might arrive at, which I think is really what the Grosvenor team are going to be inviting you to do. And so that's, if it helps your note again, that's a PDF and the electronic document. It's page 20 of 78. So those two paragraphs you'll find. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Grosvenor.
Our concern is that obviously there's going to be a period of time for the decision to come out. and the review process may well come forward. I'd like to suggest to the inquiry at the moment, we have internal communications from Scottish ministers that aren't before the inquiry, but they can be made before the inquiry, which suggests that the review is currently ongoing. And there was a statement that a policy statement was going to come out in the autumn of this year. Now, obviously, we don't know where that is at the moment, and we fully accept the current position. Mr. Fraser quite clearly sets that out. But what we would argue is that there's a caveat, and that caveat should be borne in mind, that it is under review. It's under review by the UK government, including the Scottish government, because there's an XU working group established between the devolved powers and certainly within the Scottish government. And we've got communications to that effect. So it's on the table, so to speak. Obviously, it's a matter of judgment for yourselves as to where you are at this particular point in time. And yes, we would agree with that. But there is that caveat that is there that we're just raising at this point.
So I guess logically moving forward from that, I suppose the question for myself is what does the review say that's different from the current ETSU practice? Mr. Shepherd, do you have any comments on that?
So the review itself wasn't within the remit of the review to advise on different limit values for the kind of the rating and acceptance levels for turbines. So there's no specific change to the numbers that are kind of within the review, I suppose, because setting the limits is a matter for government, because it's a matter for weighing up the risks and benefits of development and the appetite for that type of development and setting a limit at an appropriate value. So the ETSU limits themselves are set at a level to promote and allow for wind farm development, but within a agreed framework and allowable limit levels that are there to protect most people in society. But it's understood in noise and in general terms that meeting limits isn't necessarily going to mean that everyone's going to be happy with the noise, and just hearing a noise can be enough for cause of complaint. But the value limits there are a balance and a matter for government. I think the main other research aims of the review were to try and further development in understanding the relationship between the way the sound of wind turbines is perceived by people and the different characteristics of that sound, and to try and push forward greater research into understanding those effects and how the character of the sound affects people and how that can be taken into account within the guidance and within policy.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. Mr. Perkins, is that your understanding of the review? Anything to add?
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable summary, sir, of what it says. I also take from that review that it's adding more weight to the body of evidence in support of a condition for amplitude modulation, which we'll pick up later under those questions, sir. But otherwise, no, I agree with what Mr. Shepherd said.
And for yourself, Mr. Grosvenor, and your team, what do you pick up from the review that's different from ETSU?
Can I just refer back to Mr. Hewson on that first and foremost?
Yes, basically the review, as I understand it, was an invitation for stakeholders within the wind industry to make a comment on the suitability of the current guidance of ETSU R97. And I think that the recommendations at the end of the report is basically that the stakeholders' responses to that question were that the ETSU R97 is deficient in certain regards and it needs to be updated.
Okay, well, that document's submitted, so I can have a look at those particular deficiencies unless you want to highlight them for me just now, Mr. Hewson.
The deficiencies are multitude, so perhaps it would be better if you went through it personally.
Just going back to the point you made, Mr. Perkins, about amplitude modulation. We'll come back to this later, but I'm a bit wary of, well, I'd like to understand parties' views on, for a better word, picking and choosing from the review. So if we're going to say that the review should be disregarded or shouldn't be, there needs to be a line. I'm trying to understand that. So if you're pulling on the review to support your amplitude modulation argument, should I not also look at the review for other arguments that are being made?
There's a number of, as Mr. Hewson said, there's a number of elements that were looked at as part of that review. Some of those elements will be technical elements, which were captured, or arguably most of which are captured within the Good Practice Guide. It's probably just worth just explaining that ETSU R97, there are a number of flaws in that document. That's been known for a very long time, probably since the Hayes McKenzie report of 2011. And the reasoning, and I can speak authoritatively about this, because I was the chair of the group that produced the Good Practice Guide for the Institute of Acoustics. And the Good Practice Guide came along and corrected many of the known issues with ETSU R97 at the time of writing, and reflected on good practice, because the methodologies had already evolved by the time the Good Practice Guide came along. So we can only reflect what was good practice as opposed to best practice. And it was also not appropriate to bring forward, what hasn't been tried and tested in the public arena and within the scope of what's reasonable in a planning forum. But on the issue of amplitude modulation, there's a number of documents which have been developed over the years. So I'm not saying that the WSP report only is the only document I'm relying on for my case on amplitude modulation need. It's just the culmination of a number of documents over a number of years, and that just adds further weight to the recommendation to government that there is an issue with amplitude modulation that should be subject to a condition. Because we've had a condition for 6 years. There's been a condition, again, that condition is part of the core documents, which again I can pick up later on. So it's just adding weight to it. There are some, what I would describe as minor tweaks to the technical methodology, and the IOA will at some point be looking at that and working with government to work out, essentially, there is a relationship there. The government sets out, the way the IOA thinks of it is the IOA sets the technical methodology and the government sets the limits. If the government decides they want to take a different direction, the IOA would then reflect on that and amend the guidance as appropriate. So I can't prejudge what may or may not come out of, they may decide to do nothing and just let the dust settle on the various recommendations and see whether that evolves within current practice, or they may decide to do something more formal. We just don't know at this point. But certainly, I think the case for AM is very strong now as a result of all of the evidence that's in place. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you. Now, the fire alarm is going to go off here in a second. So I'll just, if you bear with me for a moment. Thank you. Mr. Shepherd, it hasn't gone off yet, so I'll come to yourself, Mr. Shepherd. Do you have any comments on what Mr. Perkins said, and then I'll come to Grosvenor's team?
Yes, I think without trying not to get too derailed into amplitude modulation, I suppose, at the moment, because we're obviously going to come on to it later. I think it's worth pointing out that the amplitude modulation condition element is still something that hasn't been endorsed by Scottish government. So there's no government position on the setting of an amplitude modulation limit, and I think there still needs to be a kind of reasonable discussion on wind farms on a case-by-case basis as to how necessary it might be to have an amplitude modulation condition. But I think in terms of the WSP review of noise guidance that we're talking about, it obviously acknowledges within that document that there is an amplitude modulation condition, and there was one that was proposed in 2019, I think 2019 acoustics bulletin, and that has been applied in a penalty fashion by setting a subjective penalty that's related to the level of modulation. But it is clear within the WSP report that condition should be used as a starting point for the discussion of what would be an appropriate amplitude modulation condition, rather than saying that condition should be applied to wind farms carte blanche at the moment.
Okay, thank you. I think we're going slightly beyond my initial question, which was, can we pick and choose from the review? And Mr. Perkins has explained that it's not just this document. There's other documentation that support his view that an AM condition should be applied. Is that correct, Mr. Perkins?
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Okay. Mr. Grosvenor, your team, do you have any response to what I can or can't take from the review?
I think Mr. Hewson's suggestion is quite valid. There's quite a lot of information in there. The question we have before us is quite right. We don't know what's going to come forward from that, but you know, we would refer to our core documents, the INWG study, where we've actually INWG separately, independently, has carried out a review of that document, and maybe we would like to invite you to read that alongside the actual WSP report. I think it's CD15. It's CD1314.
Thank you. Yes, that's the report from April 2023.
Yes, and that's the INWG's review of that report. Obviously, you know, we've clearly stated in our disclosures that I'm a member of INWG, as is my team member Susan Crosswaite. So, you know, we understand fully the implications of the WSP report, and we see obviously that our position is it's a concern. So, I mean, we could spend a long time discussing it, but we might not get very far this morning if we do.
Okay, I mean, the agenda today is quite fluid, so I don't mind if we're crossing over. That's the nature of a hearing. Something that Mr. Perkins raised, which I'd like to understand more about, is you said that ETSU was produced, and we're going to come on to the good practice guide, but you implied that ETSU was produced, there were known flaws, and as a result of that, there was best practice or good practice provided. Now, does that mean that ETSU isn't set in stone, that actually best practice or good practice can be followed, which is different to what's in ETSU? Mr. Perkins.
My understanding in the Scottish context is that, and it's the same in all other areas of the UK, that the IOA's good practice guidance was not just produced as a good practice guide, it was also endorsed by each of those devolved authorities for use within the planning system. And that support is in the onshore wind statement that we've previously referred to, that it's not just good practice, it's endorsed good practice to supplement or apply the ETSU R97 principles.
Mr. Shepherd, is that your understanding?
Yes, that's correct. The onshore wind policy statement 2022 paragraph 3.7.2 sets out the Scottish position, or the Scottish Government position on that, and states that the IOA good practice guide should be used alongside ETSU.
So if there was any other acknowledged flaws or noted flaws, and perhaps emerging best practice, those that current aren't endorsed by the Scottish Government, is that correct, Mr. Shepherd?
I think I think the only area of emerging practice that's not covered by the IOA GPG is probably the issue of amplitude modulation. I think in terms of the setting of the limits in the policy side, there's no additional emerging good practice that I'm aware of that would kind of build on that or change the direction of the way an assessment would be carried out. The good practice guide is clear in itself on amplitude modulation, stating that current practice at the time is not to assign a condition on amplitude modulation, and that was 2013. So it's obviously there's been time since then, but again on that specific point of amplitude modulation, we're not at a position where there is an agreed industry condition that could be applied to wind farms, because it's still an area of emerging knowledge, and where there has been advancement between 2013 and now is the Institute of Acoustics amplitude modulation metric, and specifying a robust method in the way that you can measure and determine the levels of amplitude modulation. So we're moving towards a step where we might be able to work on subjective studies to understand how people respond to levels of amplitude modulation relative to a defined metric of measuring it. But we haven't got to that next step of saying, take these amplitude modulation rating levels and turning that into an appropriate level of penalty or subjective response. That's an area of ongoing research.
Thank you. Mr. Grosvenor.
Yeah, I'd just like Mr. Hewson to have an opportunity to comment. I see he came forward, so I think he may well wish to add something to the discussion at the moment.
Yes, quite simply, ETSU R97 has been acknowledged, as Mr. Perkins says, to have faults. And those faults were largely addressed in the Good Practice Guide. The Good Practice Guide, at the end of the day, is still a guide, and it was generated 10 years ago now. So science moves on, and more things are discovered. And because it's a guide, I don't think it's let's say governments are recommending the use of ETSU R97 and the guide for guidance, literally, from the wording of the title. That guidance can evolve, and it's my view that If there's alternative research that shows one direction should be taken, opposing what might be in the good practice guide, then that should be considered.
Thank you. Any other comments on that before I move on? No. Now, I think we've already covered B. I assume that everybody's in agreement that the Institute of Acoustics Good Practice Guide is seen as best practice, and indeed you've told me it's endorsed by Scottish Government. Yeah. Now, the next question is directed to Grosvenor Consultancy. So you've suggested in your submissions that these documents, that's ETSU and the Good Practice Guide, are not fit for purpose. So I'm wondering what alternative advice or guidance should be followed instead? Would it be reasonable for myself to recommend to ministers that these alternatives should be used? And indeed, have they been used elsewhere?
I'd like to refer back to Mr. Hewson on this. I mean, that's a broad statement in the light of what we see with coming through with noise complaints. And we will be touching this on in more detail further down during the inquiry session. So it might be leading us into other areas that might just take us a bit off track from the agenda, which we consider is quite well set out. So I'd like Mr. Hewson just to respond to that, specifically about BS 4142. Thank you.
Yes, BS 4142 is a well-established, long-running standard from the 70s, and it's been progressively updated from time to time. The latest version, I think, is 2019, and at the time of preparing ETSU R97, it was considered that BS 4142, which is the way of assessing noise emissions from industry in general, was not necessarily appropriate at the time when considering its application to wind turbine noise. That was when ETSU was originally developed. Since that time, it's evolved, and now it includes a requirement to assess the character of a noise. And that clearly, because wind turbine noise has a peculiar character, unlike other types of noise, brings it within the possible remit of using BS 4142. So within the United Kingdom, BS 4142 could be applied to wind farm noise, in my opinion. And other standards that have been used, in Ireland, for example, I've seen a condition which requires the use of ISO 1996, which is a similar type of standard to BS 4142. So basically, it's my opinion that yes, it's a valid alternative if someone wanted to apply it, but currently it's not generally used for wind turbines in the UK.
Thank you, Mr. Hewson. Just before I come to the other parties, you've already answered, I think, that BS 4142 is not currently used throughout the UK. The ISO 1996, you said that was used in Ireland. Is that endorsed at all by the government there?
Well, in the planning investigation, it was applied to a wind farm that I'm aware of. So basically what was set was target noise level, and the noise level was deemed to be assessed by applying ISO 1996 to determine that compliance with that noise level. And that was a condition that was approved for a particular wind farm.
Okay, so just to be clear from my note, rather than it being used to initially assess the wind farm and predict the noise, it was used to look at a condition in terms of enforcing maybe a noise issue. Is that correct?
Well, I haven't been privy to the EIS that was prepared for that particular wind farm, but I have seen the condition, which simply says this is the noise level to be met, and that in assessing that noise level, you use ISO 1996. So presumably the investigation in the EIS was done in accordance with 1996.
Mr. Fraser.
Thank you, sir. I have to say, we're perhaps moving beyond what should apply here in any event. But the instructions I have is that in Ireland, there are 2006 wind energy guidelines which set limits based on ETSU and the IOA GPG. So they seem to follow the same approach, my instructions are, to that which applies in Scotland and the rest of the United Kingdom.
Thank you. Mr. Shepherd.
Yes, thank you, sir. Just to add to that, I think it's ISO 1996 isn't a standard that sets out acceptable limits. It's a measurement methodology, and so an assessment couldn't be carried out according to ISO 1996 because it's just a method for telling you how to measure the noise and determine the level of noise at a measurement location. So it would always sit alongside some limit guidance that would set the actual limits for a wind farm. It's a totally different standard to BS 4142 that sets out a significance criteria. It doesn't have that within it. It's purely a measurement methodology.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. And do you mind saying something about the British Standard 4142? You've heard what Mr. Houston's had to say about its evolution from the 1970s, the fact it wasn't seen as being fit for purpose when ETSU came out, but it's evolved since. And it's used for other, my understanding is it's used for other commercial developments. Do you have any experience of applying it, and is it applicable to a wind farm proposal?
So I think I guess to fully disclose my position on this, I'm a committee member on the British Standard EH13 committee that wrote the standard. Although I joined the committee in 2016, so it was after the current 2014 version. Mr. Houston said there was an update or 2019 is the latest version. The 2019 was just a core agenda of the 2014, so there was no substantive updates from the 2014 version. It was just some minor corrections that were applied. And in terms of the standard itself, it's very clear in the scope that where there's other guidance and policies that are required to be followed by government or when assessing other noise sources, then that should be used and not BS 4142. And so I think it's very clear that it shouldn't be applied to wind turbine noise because there is other guidance that is out there specifically designed for assessing wind turbine noise. So I think to use BS 4142 to assess noise from a wind turbine would clearly be contrary to the government position, which sets out that ETSU R97 and the IOA GPG should be used. So I think in that respect, it's fairly clear. Mr. Houston referred to the character of the noise being something that's picked up in the latest version of BS 4142, and that wasn't something that was covered in when ETSU came about. But actually the previous 1997 version of the standard still had character adjustments within it, where penalties were applied to noise that had certain characters. So that's not strictly true. And in terms of when ETSU came about, there's a section within ETSU that states why it was developed, because of the deficiencies in trying to apply BS4142 to wind turbine noise, because the noise varies with wind speed in a way that's outside the scope of the British standard, which even the latest version of the standard essentially limits you to defining a reference noise background sound level, a single figure background sound level at very low wind speeds, and comparing that with the rating level of noise from your industrial noise source, which in this case would be a turbine. But that would be that's something that varies with wind speed, and so fundamentally you can't necessarily compare a source noise level with a single fixed background sound level.
Thank you, sir. My touch typing's pretty good, but I had to take some time there to get that down. Sorry, before I come to yourself, Ms. Crothwaite, just to confirm, Mr. Shepherd, you said there that the ETSU does contain character adjustments. Could you just explain what those are for me?
I didn't say that ETSU contained character adjustments, but the BS4142 contained character adjustments. So when ETSU came in 1996, it was cognizant of BS4142 in the 1997 version that had penalties for tonal noise, for example. The limits within ETSU R97 themselves take into account the character of the sound from wind turbines, and that's discussed within the document. So amplitude modulation or blade swish, even at the time of ETSU, was a known character of wind turbine sound. And so in setting the limits, that was one of the factors that was taken into account in setting appropriate limit levels. I think, yes, probably to answer your question a bit more fully, there are tonal penalties within ETSU R97. And so there's a method that's set out within ETSU that states the level of penalty adjusted to the relative tonal audibility of any tones at receptor locations. So in that sense, that character of or potential character of turbine sound is picked up within ETSU and covered by a penalty that's added on to the measured noise level to account for the fact that if the sound is tonal, then it's perceived more readily than a broadband sound, and that's something that falls within standard wind farm planning conditions. You'll often see a tonal penalty that's either set out within guidance notes attached to a planning condition on noise, or simply the limit will refer back to ETSU R97 and the pages where that tonal penalty is discussed and the way in which it's applied.
Thank you. Ms. Crothwaite.
Thank you. I'd just like to go back to the fact that ETSU R97 is the only legal guidance that was set up by DEC. All other industrial noise is controlled through DEFRA and is updated more often. ETSU R97 was set up when the turbines were very small and the blades were very small. Science has evolved, and yet the guidance hasn't evolved in any way, and it doesn't look at the full acoustic environment. It only looks at audible noise, and it only looks at that which is divided and averaged out. So it doesn't take account of any other noise at all, and this has been discussed and can be seen in the INWG report. So as Mr. Grosvenor has suggested, it's very important that you look at that alongside the WSP report. And also ETSU R97 at the beginning contains disclosures that everything that is in that guidance should be taken at the owner's own risk. Thank you.
I'm going to come to Mr. Shepherd and then going to ask Mr. Perkins if he has any comments on this particular matter. So Mr. Shepherd first.
Thank you. So it was only a quick matter of clarification in that BS 4142 is concerned with audible sound from industrial noise sources. It doesn't cover any additional noise that's outside the human audible range. So I think Ms. Crosswaite's kind of alluding to ETSU doesn't cover noise that's outside of the normal audible range, but that's not something that's covered within BS 4142 either, because it's understood that it's the audible sound that is perceived by people, and that's what is assessed.
Okay, we're going to return to human health matters and what is audible and not, and the impact on humans further down the agenda. Mr. Perkins, do you have any observations on what you've heard? Well, Mr. Fraser first, because he's popped his hand up, and then I'll come to yourself, Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, sir. It's just, I don't know whether this may help you. Mr. Shepherd referred to the fact that ETSU refers to BS 4142. And so if you just want to note as to where to look in ETSU, Mr. Shepherd will correct me if I've got this wrong, but ETSU itself is core document 8005. And you'll see that there's a discussion of various different standards, etc., at the beginning of the document. And BS 4142 is specifically referred to at page 22, which is PDF page 43. But then chapter 6 is a long chapter setting out just how to go about what noise limit is alighted upon, so to speak. And from page 50 onwards, which again is PDF page 71, you'll see that first of all, the problems with using 4142 are referred to. But then throughout the discussion thereafter, it keeps going back to 4142 and saying why it's not being used, etc. So I'm afraid it's a very long passage to look at, but if you're wanting to find out just where it is that Mr. Shepherd was referring to, I think it was there, unless Mr. Shepherd tells me I've got it wrong.
No, that's correct. They're the correct references. I think alongside that, it goes back to if we were in a position where policy required us to use BS 4142 to assess noise from wind turbines, you would have to have a guidance document that goes alongside it to enable you to interpret the standard and apply it.
Perkins, and I'll come back to Grosvenor Consultancy.
Thank you, sir. I would also have to declare that I also sit on the same committee as Mr. Shepherd that oversees this particular standard. So again, I joined after the 2014 version was issued. It's not a core document in front of you, but I have found that it is on the scotland.gov.uk library, and it's document 163. So if you need to go and refer to it. Mr. Shepherd has also pointed out that there is a long list under paragraph 1.3 of exclusions where the standard cannot be used. And in subsection 8, it refers to other sources falling within the scopes of other guidance standards or guidance. So I would agree that that it's essentially saying there are other guidance documents referenced and endorsed by the Scottish Government, so that would take precedence over the use of BS 4142. I'd also agree that it was the starting point for ETSU, but a lot of the 4142 principles are retained within ETSU R97. The tonal penalty Mr. Shepherd mentioned goes largely to this character correction. I would be of the view that the later versions of 4142 have just refined and optimized how those characters are now addressed, rather than just a single identification with a single penalty as it was back in 97 version. We now have multiple different elements of acoustic character and guidance of how to individually identify those. So I would be of the view that amplitude modulation is still within the spirit of what is intended within ETSO R97, it was already mentioned, was recognised, but as has already been mentioned, we've moved on. A lot's happened since 1996. We now understand a lot more about the character of the noise from a wind turbine, and we also understand that AM is a factor which can lead to significant increased annoyance from noise from a wind farm over and above that which would have been envisaged back in 96.
I'm just going to make a note of that. So you've used the word annoyance, Mr. Perkins, and I think we could usefully return to that under item 10 when we're talking about amplitude modulation. I'd like to know what you mean by that, because it doesn't sound like it sounds like a subjective term, but we can look at that. Right. Mr. Grosvenor, coming back to your team, we've discussed British Standard 4142 and ISO 1996. If your team wants to say anything in return about those documents, but also if there's any other guidance and advice that you think should be applied.
I'd like to refer back to Mr. Hewson on that. I think he's better qualified to speak to this.
Yes, I think the issue here, well, rather the question was, if ETSO R97 is deemed not to be appropriate anymore by the government, what could be used? And my opinion is that BS 4142 in its current form could be used. So that's a valid alternative. Mr. Shepherd did say that it might require some additional guidance with respect to how you interpret 4142 for wind farms. That is entirely appropriate, and it's also something that the Institute of Acoustics might assist with.
Okay, thank you. But in terms of, and I think I asked within the question as well, are these reasonable alternatives? I mean, at the minute, it appears to be that everybody's in agreement that ETSO is the game in town. That's the one that's applied, and there's the IOA guidance to inform that. But beyond that, nothing else is endorsed by Scottish Government at present.
Yes, I agree that with regards to planning determinations, the Scottish Government has required that ETSO R97 and the IOA's Good Practice Guide should be used.
I don't want you to get me wrong. I understand your position that you don't agree that should be used, and you feel that there are alternatives. So I have noted that. Are there any comments about item 4 in terms of policy and guidance? No.
The only comment I've got is that the methodology behind ETSO R97, where you relate noise levels with wind speed, and you have trending of data in scatter charts and all the rest of it, it's not a methodology that's predominantly used throughout the world. Other jurisdictions actually have more simple approaches, where, for example, in Denmark, They have a particular target noise level at 8 meters per second, and that's all they do. So they don't extend one way or another. They have a fairly simple approach. And the use of L90 or LA90, the 8-weighted centile L90, is also something that is rarely used throughout the rest of the world. The preference is to use LAEQ rather than LA90 because, and I think I've put in my report CD 13.6, I've had an extract from, I can follow it down, bear with me. There's an extract in my paragraph 131, which refers to a DEFRA report MANR 277. And in my paragraph 131, I've taken an extract from that, which explains that LA90 10-minute index is not necessarily the preferred method for assessing annoyance or impact upon a population. It also refers to ISO 1996, the World Health Organization and British standards such as 4142 and so on. So that is a few of the standards that set noise limits using LE2 rather than L90s.
Yeah. Well, thank you. So what we've done through this particular item is really look at the generic approach to wind farms and predicting the noise levels. We're going to move on and look more specifically at the wind farm itself that's proposed at High Clachaig Forest. I'll come to you, Mr. Grosvenor, and then I suggest we've gone on just over an hour. I think it would be useful to have a short break. So, Mr. Grosvenor, I'll come to you first.
Yeah, the only point I was going to make in terms of policy, and I just refer to Mr. Hewson's statement 13.6 from paragraphs 24 through to 27. Mr. Hewson, would you like to just come back on that? Because if we're still in the area of policy, I think it's important. Perhaps that should be just highlighted.
Well, these are general comments on the National Planning Framework, NPF4. And the purpose of the planning is to manage the development and use of land in the long-term public interest. So basically, it's just a general comment on the overarching intent for Scotland. And the objective behind it is really to improve the health and well-being of the population of Scotland.
Thank you. Yes, we went through the policies of NPF4 in yesterday's hearing session, which you can review in your own time on our webcast if you so wish. And these points to do with health and well-being and indeed noise in terms of the policy 11 on energy were raised and discussed briefly in general terms. But I've noted that today. So is there any other comments in terms of item 4, or are you content that we can take a break just now?
I have no other comment.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, in that case, thank you, Mr. Grosvenor. In that case, it's 20 to 11. If we could come back at 5 to 11, I'll see you then. Thank you. Right, welcome back, everyone. I assume everybody is still on the call. I can't see everybody's camera. Just check. Mr. Houston, you're still there? Yes. Professor Alves Pereira? Yeah, brilliant. Ms. Crosswaite?
Yes.
Yes, brilliant. It looks like everybody is here. I just can't see you all. Fantastic. Right, well, I hope you had a good break. We'll move on now. We're on to item 5. So, Grosvenor Consultancy, you accept that there is an existing consent at the application site, and that sets noise limits which were agreed by the council and ultimately by Scottish ministers in allowing the development.
Yeah, I'll refer back to Mr. Hewson, who will talk to that, but in principle, yes.
Yes, I understand that there's a permit condition on that development. Whether the question 5B, were matters of direct and cumulative noise emissions investigated and assessed? I don't know, because I haven't seen the EIS for that particular development. However, there are some recently developed or approved and developed, some developed, wind farms in the area, and I don't know if all of those current were assessed as a cumulative noise assessment for that consent.
Okay, Mr. Shepherd, I think you're the best person to come back and answer those. So in terms of the consented scheme and what's been allowed, any commentary?
So, yes, I agree that the existing limits on the consent were agreed and ultimately applied by Scottish ministers. I think it's worth noting, and we'll probably touch on it again later, in that there is an existing consent for Clachaig Glen wind farm, and the proposed noise limits are set out within the statement of agreed matters are the same or lower, and quite significantly lower, at a number of properties in the vicinity of the wind farm. And so the proposed application sets noise limits that are much more restrictive in terms of allowable levels at receptor locations. In terms of question B and the cumulative assessment, yes, there was a cumulative assessment that was carried out in the 2016 EIA, and that's set out within the noise chapter. Clearly sets out the wind farms that were included within the cumulative noise assessment, and so that was provided at the time of the original application, and therefore the consented noise limits were fully cognizant of the cumulative situation at that time, and therefore the limits would have taken into account the cumulative noise environment from other wind turbines at the time. And again, if you look at the planning conditions in the decision letter for the consented scheme, there are 2 different tables of noise limits that apply whether or not the Killian wind farm is given approval, because at the time that was a wind farm in the vicinity that was a submitted application but wasn't determined, and therefore 2 sets of tables of limits were applied. So if Killian wind farm was consented, then a different set of noise limits would apply that take into account that wind farm would also have limits that it could operate up to.
That particular wind farm, that didn't gain consent, but my understanding is it's at scoping stage. Is that correct?
I believe that's the case, and therefore, in terms of the proposed scheme, you wouldn't normally include a wind farm at the scoping stage within the assessment, and within the assessment at this stage, because there isn't the information available to carry out that assessment, given that the scheme's likely to evolve and change. And in any case, particularly in this regard, there's a consented scheme for Clachaig Glen at the forest there, and any other development in the vicinity that came in or has come in after the 2019 consent would have to assume that the Clachaig Glen wind farm with a valid planning permission would operate and could operate up to its planning limits as set out within the condition. And so I think in short, there's no need to include a wind farm at scoping in the cumulative assessment at this stage. But in any case, it would be for any other wind farm that's come in after 2019 to assume that the Clachaig Glen consented development will be operating up to its limits, and their cumulative assessment would take that into account. So it wouldn't necessarily change the situation for the consented development. And again, as I say, the proposed development has noise limits that are the same or lower than the consented development. So again, by considering the consented development within any assessment of any neighbouring wind farm, the necessary protection would be in there that would still apply if this wind farm is consented with our proposed conditions and noise limits.
Okay, and we may come to this later, but you said that the noise limits that are proposed for the application are more stringent than those on the consented site. Why is that?
So the main reason for that is that with the proposed development, it was a different scheme with I think lower predicted noise levels, but certainly had a number of receptor locations that were outside of the ETSO R97 simplified noise limit of 35 dB. So normally when you look at a wind farm afresh, where you've got properties that predicted noise levels are below 35 dB LA90, then that satisfies the ETSO R97 simplified noise limit, and baseline noise measurements aren't required. And that was the case for the proposed development. There were properties that were outside of that 35 dB contour, and where previously baseline derived limits were applied to those properties. So in the 2016 EIA, there's baseline derived limits for properties along the west side of the development. Those limits are necessarily higher than the ETSO simplified noise limit, because that's the lowest limit that would apply to turbines. And once you include the background noise and the allowable 5 dB above background, it results in higher noise limits. And those higher baseline derived noise limits that were ultimately applied in the planning conditions for the consented development weren't necessarily reused for the current proposed development, because they were outside of 35. And so when it came to developing the planning conditions that we've proposed and agreed with the council, because that baseline data wasn't presented within the 2022 EIA, we've just set simplified noise limits of 35 dB at those properties along the west to offer them, a limit that we know is achievable through the predictions, but doesn't give higher noise limits as they are presented within the consented development.
Thank you. Mr. Perkins, do you have any comment in terms of the existing consent?
No, I've not got anything further to add to what Mr. Shepherd has said, sir.
Mr. Shepherd, in terms of the baseline, my question C there, has anything changed of note in terms of the noise situation?
So it depends how. So to answer the question, I suppose reasonably fully, is that the starting position once Clachaig Glen was consented is that now there is a consented development in the area with noise limits that the wind farm could operate up to. And so that's in effect a baseline change, because that then allows the wind farm to operate up to the limits as set out within the condition. That doesn't necessarily make a change in the local area until that wind farm's built, but as I say, that's that's what's permitted, but there are limits which haven't been taken forward for the proposed development. It would have been valid for the existing for the proposed development to take those existing noise limits and carry out an assessment and say, yes, we can meet the existing permitted noise limits. But what was actually done in the 2022 EIA was to rederive baseline noise levels and only use the data that was required and come up with a new set of noise limits. In terms of the wide environment, as we've touched on, Killian was refused. So that's a change that was since the original consent. The proposed development is for a hub height that's higher than the original consent, and so that's a change in the wind farm itself. And obviously the nature of this application is for the new wind farm, which has a higher hub height than for the consented development. In terms of the turbines, they're larger turbines, and I know it's something that Mr. Grosvenor and Grosvenor Consultancy have raised in terms of larger turbines with a greater power output, electrical power output are proposed, and therefore there should be some significance given to that because they're bigger turbines. But in terms of the noise effects, we need to look at the sound power level of those turbines and see, do they meet the noise limits at the receptor locations, and are there any real acoustic differences in different scales of turbines? And I think there's, if we go look at the WSP report that we were talking about earlier, the review of noise guidance, that contained a review of different scales of turbines, and I think the conclusion was some reviews say that larger turbines have a slightly different spectrum of noise, or perhaps slightly more lower frequency, and other reviews say they have less lower frequency. But in broad terms, the broadband spectrum of noise from larger turbines it's fairly similar to what you'd have got for the proposed development, for the consented development. So there's a difference in scale of turbines, but not necessarily a difference in the acoustic output of the proposed development. I think in terms of other wind farms in the area and the cumulative environment in the vicinity of the Clachaig Glen wind farm, there were 3 wind farms that were included within the 2016 EIA that were excluded in 2022 because they weren't consented. And so that was Creggan Wind Farm, Killian Wind Farm, and Willow Wind Farm. And so those are wind farms in the area that weren't included in 2022. But there were, again, 4 additional wind farms that were added in the 2022 EIA that weren't in the 2016, and that was Leam Farm, Giga or Gia, High Constellation, and Narrachan. So those changes were covered within the 2022 EIA. So the change in wind farms in the vicinity that needed to be included within the cumulative assessment. And then there were a number of changes to receptors since the original consent and since the original 2016 environmental impact assessment. And so that the first property is the Braids, which is a potential property to the north of the wind farm that wasn't included within the 2016 EIA, but was included within the conditions as applied in 2019, because at that time in 2019 it had consent for conversion to a residential dwelling. But since then the planning permission has lapsed, and therefore that ruin, the Braids, is no longer considered as a noise sensitive receptor. So has again it was included in the 2022 EIA, but now, as it's not considered a noise sensitive property, isn't included within the proposed planning conditions. On a similar vein, there's Garvolt Cottage, which was not previously assessed in 2016 and not included within the 2019 planning conditions, but was included within the 2022 EIA because it had planning conversion to residential use. And you'll see, I think, within my hearing statement, at table 5, I list the potential noise sensitive receptors and what we consider to be their residential status. And so at the time of my hearing statement, we knew that Garbark Cottage had planning permission to be converted to residential, and that's why it was included within the 2022 EIA. But as far as I'm aware, there's no building work has begun, although I believe that the permission is still extant. In addition to that, there's just a couple of other changes in terms of residential properties at a number of properties to the west of the development that are outside of the 35 dB contour. And so there's I believe 2 new properties at North Beechmore. So there's New Beechmore House and there's a new build development near to Ron Mara. And again at North Muirsdale Farm, I believe there's some holiday units and shepherd's huts that were more recent than the 2019 permission, but again they're covered within the 2022 EIA because they're at a similar distance from the wind farm to properties that were included within the assessment.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. That was a very comprehensive response. Yeah, and I can see that in your table that we have the daytime limits and nighttime limits for some of the properties that you've described here in your hearing statement. Let's work back from what you've said there. So, and I will come to the other parties in a second, but so in terms of North Muirsdale Farm, you've just alluded to the fact that there are holiday properties there. I think two from my understanding, there are 2 within stone-built properties, and one appears to be a kind of shepherd's hut. Is there any allowance for those particular properties in terms of noise limits, or is it just the same, bearing in mind that they would be occupied temporarily rather than permanently?
Holiday lets are normally treated in the same way as a normal residential property. So the normal WIN-130-7 noise limits would apply. I think there's been some discussion in the past as to whether those limits could potentially be relaxed because it's not a permanent residential property. But if it could be occupied permanently residentially without requiring planning permission, then certainly it would need to be assessed against the normal WIN-130-7 noise limits. But typically, residential holiday lets are usually assessed in the same way as any other noise sensitive residential receptor.
Okay, and you're confident from the analysis that the noise limit set would protect any holiday makers using those properties?
Absolutely. In terms of the limits that we've proposed to fix 35 dB limit at those properties to the west of the development. And as you'll see from the figure 1 noise contour plot that I submitted alongside my hearing statement, apologies, I don't know whether that comes under the same core document number as my hearing statement or whether they're separate. I think it all comes under the same number. But we can see that the predicted noise levels at those properties to the west are below 35 and therefore meet the WIN-130-7 simplified noise limits and therefore are suitably protected.
So if it's figure 1, I think that is I think the figures come under different numbers. I think the statement is core document 10.9, sorry 10.10, and then the figures are 10, 11, 12, and 13. If that helps you, sir.
I actually have paper copies in front of me, and I can see the green 35 dB lines radiating beyond the application site. Is that correct, Mr. Shepherd?
That's exactly it, yes.
Thank you. Right, there was quite a bit there. So firstly, I'm gonna go back to Grosvenor Consultancy, and then I'll come to yourself, Mr. Perkins, to see if you have any commentary. Mr. Grosvenor, do yourself or your team have anything to say about what you've just heard in terms of the extent consent,
Yeah.
potential changes?
Yes, we do. I mean, the first part, well, let's just sort of give a bit of context. I mean, the big change, going back to 5C, in terms of A and B, I'd like Mr. Hewson to deal with those. That's 5A and B. But certainly in C, what factors have changed since the consent was issued, what bearing do they have on noise? I'd just like to refer you to our hearing statement 13.5, and that's paragraphs 5.12 and 5.13. And now, you know, part of the evidence that we're presenting is the fact that, you know, the Blary Hill turbines are consented. Obviously, they're now fully operational. And there are ongoing noise complaints that are unresolved at Arnicle Farm. So that's the first point. I noticed that Mr. Shepherd didn't mention Blary Hill at all in the assessment, although we can see that the noise contours do cover Blary Hill and Arnicle Farm. But again, I'd like Mr. Hewson to talk to that. And as we've said throughout, the main starting point of our case, although the applicant disputes this, they say that the noise levels coming down from the proposed scheme will be negligible in terms of the impacts on Arnicle Farm. We say that negligible impacts at any level, whether audible or inaudible, will add to the noise nuisance at Arnicle Farm. So let's just hold that for the moment, and then can I refer to Mr. Hewson to carry on from that? Thank you.
Just before you come in, Mr. Hewson, I'm really keen that we talk about Arnicle Farm to do with the cumulative impact at item 9. But if there's an issue to with baseline, and again, the agenda is fluid here, and we are moving on to item 6 and baseline in a second, but if there's an issue to with the baseline noise assessment to do with what's happening at Blary Farm, then that we can discuss that just now. But otherwise, we're talking about cumulative effects, which I have a written response about, but I'm happy to discuss it. It's under item 9. Then we'll do that there.
Okay. Well, let's at the moment refer back to Mr. Hewson if you're happy to do so.
Well, if I can address items 5A and B quite simply, from what I understand from what Mr. Shepherd has just said, is that there is an existing consent, and that consent did consider a cumulative noise assessment in setting those limits. However, the cumulative noise assessment has really to be revised because of the presence of other wind farms that were not considered in that original cumulative assessment. So from my understanding, it's that the cumulative noise assessment that's in the existing consented noise limits were not considered properly in the light of the current situation. So the existing consent limits should not be applied because of that. The other thing that I'd like to cover is item 5C, the factors that have changed. When we look at Mr. Shepherd's cumulative figure for the predicted noise contours, it's my understanding that the 35 dB contour that sets the requirement for doing baseline noise measurements at properties really should be the contour from the cumulative noise impact predictions rather than just the prediction of 35 dB contour from just the wind farm operating on its own. So in figure 2, which is CD 1012, I think it is. I can get it. Yes, so the 35 dB contour extends further out than the 35 dB contour that you would use when looking at figure 1, which is CD 1011. So the criteria for setting the 35 dB limit for the noise sensitive receivers actually encompasses more properties if you use the predicted 35 dB contour for the cumulative predictions. The other thing to note is that I've mentioned earlier that one of the contested issues is the noise modelling, which we'll cover later. So my concern is that the contours that are prepared in these 3 figures are all prepared with an optimistic frame of mind, and that the contours would actually extend further than are presented in those 3 figures. And that has an impact on the cumulative effects for Arnicle, as well as many of the other properties surrounding the proposed development.
Thank you, Mr. Houston. Yeah, we'll return to the cumulative effects under item 9. In terms of, I think you made a point about noise monitoring. Mr. Shepherd, could you just explain what noise monitoring was undertaken to inform the assessments?
So noise monitoring was carried out in 2016 to inform the 2016 environmental impact assessment, and so measurements were carried out from memory, it was 4 properties in the vicinity of the proposed development, as it was back then, and so that was High Crubbersdale and a further 3 properties along the west side of the proposed development. And then in terms of other properties where there was already data available, and so that was the properties at Arnicle, there was already baseline measurements and data available from the Blairy Hill EIA, and so rather than repeating the baseline noise measurements, the data was used from that was already available.
Okay, and you use that same data to inform the current 2022 EIR findings?
That's correct.
In response,
sorry.
Yeah, and could you respond to Mr. Houston's point about the decibel levels around Arnicle and other properties in terms of the monitoring?
Yes, so when selecting baseline noise monitoring locations, there's 2 factors that come into play. There's the predicted noise levels from the proposed development, and then there's predicted cumulative noise levels and what the contribution would be from the proposed development. So there's a cutoff that just because cumulative predicted noise levels are above 35 doesn't mean that you then need to include that as a baseline measurement location for the proposed development if the contribution from the proposed development is negligible or not significant to that location. In this respect, I think if we compare figure 1 and figure 2, there are only 3 locations that come within the 35 dB cumulative contour beyond the contours for in figure 1 for the proposed development acting alone that could then require baseline noise measurements, and so that's High Crubbersdale is just on the 35 dB cumulative noise level, but baseline measurements were carried out there in any case, and limits applied and assessed within the 2022 EIA. And then similarly, at the properties at Arnicle and Garvolt Cottage, they're the other 2 areas that fall then within the cumulative noise contour, within the 35 dB cumulative noise contour. those locations also within the 2022 EIA had baseline derived noise limits assigned to them. And again, that was because there was data available that was used to be applicable for those locations, and therefore additional measurements weren't carried out.
Thank you. Mr. Houston, do you have any comment about the baseline data that was taken? You understand that there was noise monitoring at Arnicle, but it was associated with another wind farm, and this proposal has borrowed that data to inform its environmental impact assessment.
Yes, the way ETSU works with regards to setting a baseline noise target is to have sound levels measured at the particular site and correlate those with, in a scatter chart, with the wind speed. The wind speed is derived from that particular site. So if you use, for instance, the baseline from another wind farm, the x-axis wind speed data is coming from a site on that wind farm, not the one you're considering. So it means that the scatter chart is using the wrong x-axis data to prepare the baseline background noise level charts. So this particular development, for example, if it had an anemometer met mast on it, which measured wind speed at the same time as the baseline was measured at Arnicle, for example, then you would be able to say that that's a reasonable baseline background survey. But if you're using the wind speed from the Blairy Hill wind farm to correlate with the measurements taken at Arnicle, then that's not an appropriate baseline to use.
I'm going to come to yourself, Mr. Shepherd, in reply, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Perkins if what you feel about the existing noise monitoring arrangements and if the council's accepting of them. Mr. Shepherd.
Yeah, I think there's 2 points in relation to potential measurements at Arnicle. One is that there is an existing consented wind farm in the vicinity, Blairy Hill, and that has noise limits set within its planning conditions. And again, where you have noise limits set relative to background for those properties, then they're the limits, and that's the baseline that should be used for another development, because they're the limits that that the existing development can operate up to. The other issue is that we've got difficulty, notwithstanding the conclusion within the 2022 EIA, which I think is appropriate, that predicted noise levels from Clachaig Glen are negligible at Arnicle, with them being below 30 dB LA90, in fact 28 dB LA90 or lower. That's a very low noise level. If we were required to carry out baseline noise measurements or updated baseline noise measurements at Arnicle, it would be very difficult or possibly impossible to remove the existing wind turbine noise from the baseline noise data that's being collected. So one of the premises of the limits that are set within ETSU R97 are that the baseline noise measurements that you carry out mustn't include any noise from any other wind farm developments in the vicinity that could then contribute to background. And then the limits that are derived from those baseline noise measurements apply to noise from all wind farm developments in the area. So it's very important when you're carrying out the baseline noise measurements to make sure that there's not existing turbine noise within those measurements that would elevate the levels and then elevate the derived noise limits. And so I think overall, in terms of the baseline measurements that were carried out in 2016, they were agreed with the council. And then again, those measurements were agreed with the council as being appropriate to use for the 2022 EIA. And as you'll have seen within the statement of agreed matters, the derived limits are agreed that were set relative to the baseline noise measurements that were deemed to be appropriate to be assigned to the properties in the vicinity of the development.
Okay, so other than presumably asking the Blairy Hill wind turbines to stop operating while you took noise monitoring, it would be challenging to take that baseline data now. Right. What are the, Mr. Perkins, I'm going to come to you and ask about the council in terms of you've agreed the baseline monitoring figures, and also what are there any risks inherent in having not perhaps carried out that monitoring correctly? Mr. Perkins, and then I'll come to yourself, Mr. Grosvenor.
So my involvement of the scheme started at just over a year ago. So I wasn't involved for the council at the point where the baseline monitoring was undertaken. I have reviewed the 2016 data. There was nothing that jumped out at me that suggested there was anything untoward in terms of the data that was collected. It all seemed consistent with my experience from the site visit of the levels that I would have expected to see. But to come on to your point or your question in regards to the practical difficulties, yes, at the end of the day, the council wants to be satisfied that in the event of a complaint, they're able to investigate. And in the situation where you have cumulative noise potentially acting on a property, you need to be able to understand which wind farm, if any, is causing the problem. So in an ideal world, we would have noise limits that are all set against one wind speed reference. And that's the nub of the issue here, that we have two wind farms that will be potentially operating against two wind speed references. So when the applicant comes to assess the cumulative situation, what they have done in effect is made the assumption that the wind speed references will actually be the same. Now, we know in practice that won't be the case, but you've got to essentially set out a number to essentially enable the council to undertake that investigation. In the case of Arnicle, you have if you like, there's a dominant turbine noise contribution from Blairy Hill, and there's a very minor, if anything, contribution from Clachaig. So in that situation, certainly the investigation would be undertaken using the Blairy Hill requirements to start with. If they were exceeded, then they would have to look at whether it's Blairy Hill that's exceeding its condition, or whether there's more of a contribution from Clachaig than is necessary. In that instance, usually it's the second operator or by agreement, one or other of the turbines is turned off for a period of time during the investigation. And then it would be very easy to understand or work out which one, if any, was causing the problem, so that enforcement action could be taken. So also bear in mind that the wind farm predictions that are undertaken in front of you assume an optimum downwind contribution from both wind farms at the same time. That wouldn't actually occur in practice. So what you would see is generally you'll get a stronger contribution from the one that the wind turbines that you're downwind of, and a reduced contribution from the ones that you're upwind of. So you're never actually going to see the total cumulative level in practice. So my view in this particular instance is that actually there shouldn't be any difficulty in the council enforcing the conditions as proposed.
See hands up, and I am going to come to you. Just one second. That went that was very useful, Mr. Perkins. It went beyond what I was looking for. But again, it comes into item 9, which we're going to cover. You said Kincaid, and I wasn't sure what you meant there. Did you mean the Clachaig?
Yeah.
Ms. Crosswaite first, and then we'll come to yourself, Mr. Shepherd.
Thank you. I think this comes to part of the problem with ETSU, is that ETSU actually demands that baseline is done without any other turbines operating. It's actually very difficult within Scotland and within the Mull of Kintyre to get any baseline data without switching all the turbines off that are in the area. It's audible sound travels with very short sound waves. The lower the frequencies, the longer the sound waves. So therefore, when you get cumulative wind farms, the sound waves often meet each other coming from the different directions. And although Mr. Perkins says that downwind, you're never going to get all the impact of the acoustic environment at the same time, the winds in the Mull of Kintyre change all the time. The blades are changing direction all the time. So therefore, it's very difficult to get away from the impact of the sound waves. But going back to your question about the baseline, how do we know that the baseline is actually really without any impact from other turbines in the area? And they're not going to switch them off. They don't switch them off when they're doing the baseline. So therefore, that is against what ETSU says, because ETSU says baseline should be the actual sound before there's any turbines there.
Thank you. Just picking up your point there. So you made a point about downwind noise and the two cumulatively together, but you're making a point about low frequency noise and the fact that that noise works in a different way. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. It's the length of the sound, the length of the sound waves. And I'm sure that Professor Marianne Alves Pereira would enlarge on that with her professional expertise.
Okay, we'll return to that later on in the agenda when we talk about low frequency noise, but I've noted that. The second point you made was about the wind frequently changing on the Mull of Kintyre. Now, do you mean at ground level, i.e. where we're walking around, where there's different characteristics of wind, you know, where it's being interfered by landmass and other the fetch of the sea, etc.? Or is that correct at the height that we're looking at for a wind farm?
It's correct at all those different levels. The fact that you have a peninsula with the sea on either side and islands, lots of islands, and you have impact from the valley effect. I've been involved in doing measurements at Arnicle, and I know how the wind can change. And I can watch the turbine blades turning and hear the sound of the turbines turning. I've physically seen the way the weather changes on a minute by minute time sometimes.
Sorry, it's just for my understanding here, Ms. Crosswaite. So are you saying that with the wind changing, it means that the more audible noise from the wind turbines is mixing somehow in this area in the middle? So Arnicle, for example, you're saying that the noise from Blairy Hill and the noise potentially from Clachaig Forest, with the wind moving, it would, the sound would come together. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it's possible that could happen. Yes. But I think also you get the sound level is very different at the ground level as it is on the blades, and the longer the blades. But I think that Mr. Hooson will come back to that when we talk about AM.
Thank you very much. If you don't, once you're done talking, if you just pop your hand down, that would be much appreciated. I'll come to Mr. Shepherd and then to yourself, Mr. Grosvenor. So Mr. Shepherd first. Sorry, you're on mute, Mr. Shepherd.
There we go. Thank you. So I just wanted to respond to 3 points that have come about from Mr. Perkins and Ms. Crosswaite. I'll deal with Ms. Crosswaite's points first, I think, which is the upwind downwind situation. I don't believe we could get into the situation whereby the wind could be blowing from the north towards Arnicle and from the south simultaneously. So you'd get noise from Blairy Hill downwind at Arnicle properties and have the downwind noise from Clachaig Glen at Arnicle. I just don't see that meteorological situation would occur in practice. But even if it did, the predicted noise levels from Clachaig Glen are more than 10 dB below the predicted downwind noise levels from Blairy Hill at Arnicle. And again, with the sound being more than 10 dB below the existing noise level, it wouldn't add significantly onto the cumulative noise impact. The total cumulative noise level would be a negligible increase due to the addition of Clachaig Glen wind farm. In terms of the difficulty of measuring baseline noise data with wind farms already in existence on the Kintyre Peninsula, I think it's worth remembering that the baseline noise measurements for Clachaig Glen specifically were carried out in 2016, which again was before Blairy Hill wind farm was developed. And even if measurements were carried out now at those same properties, there's very unlikely to be any significant contribution from existing wind farm developments that would cause baseline noise levels to be elevated to then result in higher noise limits. But in any case, there was no existing turbine noise included within the original 2016 baseline noise measurements. And similarly, in terms of the data that was used as representative of Arnicle, that was taken from the Blairy Hill environmental impact assessment, which necessarily those baseline noise measurements were carried out prior to the development of the Blairy Hill wind farm. So again, wouldn't have included a contribution from existing turbine noise. And then to come on to my third point, which is something I didn't cover when you came to me earlier in respect of the different wind speed conditions on different wind farm sites. I think you should note, sir, that the noise limits that we've proposed for Arnicle and the properties at Arnicle is essentially a fixed 30 dB LA90 noise limit. It's not a noise limit that varies with wind speed, and therefore the wind speed reference location and the wind speed reference position isn't a material factor in trying to determine whether or not you're meeting that noise limit at that property, because that 30 dB limit applies over all wind speeds, and that takes out any issue with having a limit that varies with wind speed that might be different if you were to measure it at different locations.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. Mr. Grosvenor.
Yeah, there's several issues here. The first question I just want clarification on. Mr. Shepherd, please, can you confirm where the wind speed data was collected in the 2016 assessment, was it taken from a Met mast actually on Clachaig Glen, or was the Met mast elsewhere?
That was taken from a Met mast on Clachaig Glen. I believe there were. I don't know whether there may have been more than one Met mast, but yeah, certainly the baseline noise data was correlated with meteorological data measured on the application site.
Because I haven't checked it through, and because I haven't had time, but there was a suggestion it might have been it was the clean application site that was used for the noise, the wind speed data for Clachaig Glen. Was that true or not?
Not to my understanding. My understanding is that there's a Met mast on, or at least at the time of the measurements, there was a Met mast on the Clachaig Glen site, and that was the Met mast that was used to correlate with the baseline noise measurements.
Now the other issue, which is again a constant concern, is that you're arguing that the wind can't blow in either direction at the same time. Okay, I mean it's a simple principle. So say for instance, if the wind is blowing from the south for 10 hours, and then it suddenly blows from the north for another 10 hours, whereas one might argue that the noise impact from the turbines in the southerly direction would be sufficient to cope with. But then when you've got it blowing, this is very simple. It's you know, there's a lot of scientific basics to it, but it kind of like explains what I'm trying to get to. Then you say, well, it's okay because then the wind shifts that round to the to the north. Problem with that is that in quite rural location, what you're suggesting is it's okay for the residents to have prolonged noise exposure, rather when they might get some relief if the noise is blowing in a different direction. And of course, the problem we have in certain areas of Scotland, including Kintyre, is what you're actually proposing is that areas that are, and I know we're touching on this a little bit later, but I'll come to it now because it's quite important. Areas that are very quiet, you know, there's turbines here and there's turbines there, to the west, to the south, to the east. So in other words, the noise levels are being increased on a permanent basis without any relief whatsoever. So you know that is a concern. So it's almost a misnomer to say, well, you can put up with a bit more because it's coming from a different wind direction. When you're looking at cumulative impacts, what you're actually saying is, well, we're going to expose you with longer periods of time of increased noise levels. And we still come back to the fact that you say that the noise levels, increased noise levels at 30 dB at Arnicle are a single level. It's going to be very difficult to unpick whether, well, we already have significant complaints at Arnicle anyway. It's going to be very difficult to unpick when they're complaining from the noise from Blary Hill or when they're complaining from the noise from Clachaig Glen. Now, I'm not quite sure how we can deal with that. I know the council might say, well, you know, we do whatever, but life isn't that simple, is it? That's the problem we have. So I'll leave it there for the minute. Just leave that point hanging, if you like.
Well, I think we'll return to the enforceability of the planning conditions in item 11 at the end. And Mr. Perkins has already explained one potential method of force shutting turbines while measurements are taken to investigate complaints. And that's something we can explore under item 11. Mr. Shepherd, when you come back to answer Mr. Grosvenor's queries there about the wind and relief to residents, I'd like to understand, one, if we know what's the prevailing wind in the Mull of Kintyre, and secondly, what for a baseline for us, 35 decibels, what is that in everyday life is in a comparison to a sound that we might hear?
So to answer your first question, sir, I think generally in the UK, the prevailing wind direction is southwesterly, and so that's usually what's taken to be the prevailing wind direction. Whether or not that's specifically it's exactly southwesterly at this site, I don't know, because I haven't seen the wind data. But that's yeah, that's usually what would occur. In terms of exposure, increased risk of exposure over a longer duration that Mr. Grosvenor's talking about here, I'm not sure which properties he's referring to as to that being a potential significant impact or potential impact, because the properties along the west side of the proposed development don't have any significant contribution from wind turbine, other wind turbine noise than that from the proposed development. And then similarly at Arnicle, where we're looking at a predicted noise level of 28 dB LA90 from Clachaig Glen and a noise limit of 30, I'd suggest that it's in any quiet rural environment, it would be highly unusual for someone to complain about the noise from a wind farm at those very low levels. But furthermore, when they're already exposed to noise from wind turbines around about the 40 dB level, when the noise from the proposed development is significantly lower, again, it would be very unusual for someone in that location to be disturbed by noise from the proposed development, certainly with predicted noise levels below 30 dB LA90. In terms of what is 35 dB LA90 in real world terms, that's a very quiet noise level. Is generally what you'd expect that to be. When you measure baseline noise levels in rural environments, as soon as you have some wind-induced noise in the immediate vicinity, it's very likely that background noise levels increase above 35 dB. The sort of conversation that we're having now, if we were in a room together, our noise levels would be probably in the range of 50, 60 dB LEQ levels, just to kind of put the kind of perception of sound levels of normal conversation relative to what the permitted noise levels are from turbines. So in terms of that permitted noise level, it is a very low level, but there are situations where background noise levels could be lower than that, and therefore times when it might be audible. But overall, I think it would be very difficult to say anything other than the 35 dB limit level. It is a low limit.
Thank you. Mr. Grosvenor, obviously I visited Arnicle Farm, and there's a hint in its name, it's a farm. And I was aware of other noises that were occurring at that farm. Do you have any comment in terms of the background noises at that particular area and domestically generally? I mean, you've heard from Mr. Shepherd there talking about wind levels. Obviously Arnicle Farm and others have trees around them, and there's noise associated with that. There's farm vehicles, dogs. Any comment in terms of those noise sources in relation to this application?
I'll deal with it in two parts. Yes, Arnicle is a working farm, and at times it can be noisy. They've got sheep, they've got cows, they've also going up and down on their quad bikes. But at the night, during the night, at low wind speeds is when they have most of their problems. When the noise levels are, the baseline noise levels, the ambient noise levels are low, and yet they have significant disturbance, sleep disturbance from the Blary Hill turbines. That's the first issue. So it's never that simple. Well, you can put wind turbines in quiet rural locations, and when the wind wraps up, the wind speed covers all of the audible noise. Obviously, we'll come on to low frequency noise in a separate part. But if you read, which I no doubt you've done, sir, the statements by the people at South Krubersdale, I think it's CD 2425, from memory 13, and then you read the statement at High Clachaig, they specifically mention that Clachaig Glen is extremely quiet and the sound resonates around the glen. And the folks at High Krubersdale Farm, and now I know the applicant will have the opportunity to respond to it, but I need to bring this up. They say that the wind direction can be predominantly in the southwest, but they get a lot of easterly winds. We find at Arnicle specifically, as my colleague Susan Crosswaite mentioned, the wind on Kintyre swings about enormously, almost hour by hour. And so, you know, the turbines, we see it at Arnicle when we're there, and the residents say exactly the same. So because it's in such an isolated location, you know, exposed to sea both sides, you can't argue that the prevailing wind is in the southwest, and the people that are there know their conditions. They know it's exceptionally quiet. Obviously, at Arnicle, it's a noisy environment when they're all up and about, and it's a working farm. But at night in the lower levels, it's not. It's extraordinarily quiet and it's extraordinarily tranquil, as it is at Clachaig Glen. The other question I'm a bit concerned about, Mr. Shepherd says that he hasn't seen the wind speed data. I'm not sure that, you know, perhaps we could have clarification on that. But I think I'll leave it there for the minute, and you know, I hope that answers your query, and maybe Mr. Hewson would like to come in as well.
Yeah, I was just going to say we'll return to quite a few of these issues later on in terms of cumulative impact for Arnicle. Yes, Mr. Shepherd, just clarify your knowledge of the wind speed data.
So in terms of the wind speed data, there's the 2016 EIA included a graph showing the wind speed versus wind direction. And so that's figure 8.2.1 in volume 3. I'm afraid I don't have the core document number immediately to hand. So hopefully I can find it.
Perhaps the team can help you. I'm not sure if the 2016 EIR it should have been submitted, because I think we pulled it over from the original application. I can find it. It's not necessary, Mr. Shepherd, to give me a core document reference just now.
Thank you. In any case, that figure shows the variation of wind speed and wind direction that was measured during the background noise survey. So that gives you an indication of the variability of wind in the vicinity.
You're just going to give me a general answer to whether you're aware of the wind speed data.
So I've been given the wind speed data from the 2016 measurements, and I've reviewed the baseline noise measurements that were correlated with that data. So I'm not sure what further to answer than I know that there were measurements carried out on the Clachaig Glen wind farm site, and that was correlated with the baseline noise measurements that were carried out. As I said at the outset, sir, my company didn't carry out the assessment, so we didn't do the baseline noise data processing at the time of the original EIA, but I have been through the original EIA and the 2022 EIA to review them.
Okay, item 5 was actually on the existing consent. We appear to have gone beyond the bounds of that, but that's absolutely fine. That's what happens in hearings. We'll move on to the baseline data under item 6, and we've covered some of this already. Now I know that we're not, so I'd like to understand why. Why is there disagreement between parties on the baseline conditions? Is there any potential for the underestimation of from that baseline data that we haven't already discussed? And we'll park C for the moment. We'll come back to proxies. I think Mr. Hewson, you might be the best person to come to first in terms of your comments on the baseline data.
I'd like to first comment on wind direction and the cumulative effect that was mentioned just prior. If you take, for example, the Garvat Cottage, which is midway between two wind farms, one to the north, one to the south, you find that easterly or westerly winds will produce an equal contribution from both wind farms that are located to the north and south. It is true to say that in circumstances when you've got a northerly wind, let's say, going across two wind farms that are in the same direction, the cumulative effect would be less upwind than downwind within certain constraints. But my hearing statement in paragraph 54 refers to the noise report that was prepared, and it provides an extract from the GPG with regard to directivity factors in the prediction of cumulative wind turbine noise levels surrounding wind farms. And it states from the GPG that such reductions due to shadow zone refractive effects will in practice only progressively come into play at distances of between 5 and 10 turbine tip heights. Now, that indicates that in applying the GPG, you wouldn't consider directivity effects beyond 5 and 10 tip height distances from any of these wind farms. So that's one issue. The other issue is that it is common for wind directions to change. In fact, Vestas did a presentation that I went to, and one of the problems that they have with their wind turbines is that they explained that the wind direction changes across the rotor swept area. So when the turbine blades are at the bottom end of the sweep, the wind direction might be coming from, let's say, 30 degrees off axis, but when it comes to the top of the sweep, it's actually directly on axis. So the wind direction can change with height by 30 degrees. So the idea of saying, the wind direction is X from a single measurement location, the wind direction could be totally different from another measurement location. And what you find on a practical wind farm is that not all wind turbines point in the same direction when operating. So yes, the wind direction is exceedingly variable. And you can't say that the directivity effects in the way that has been explained sort of means that you can only get noise from one wind farm and not the other. That isn't the case. Sorry, no, I think that was the issue that we, should we go on to the next issue, which you were actually asking me about?
Yeah, we'll come back to that, Mr. Hewson, because you raised points there that I think the applicant would like to come back on. I'm going to come to Ms. Crosswaite first, and then I'll come to yourself, Mr. Shepherd.
Thank you. Yes, with regard to the point that Mr. Hewson has just made, Scotland and where the turbines are built is on lots of different levels of land, because we have very undulating terrain where most of the turbines are built, certainly in southern Scotland and on the Mull of Kintyre. And therefore the turbines are not all on level ground, where most of the testing is done to tell us about sound power levels and the way the blades emit sound. And what's happened is that the bearings in these turbines are wearing out very, very quickly, and it's happened at Kilgalliot wind farm near me, where 90 out of the 96 turbines have to have their bearings replaced, which is causing a real problem. And that is a demonstration of just how much the wind direction changes on the blades and the stress that is put on the blades. And this is part of the problem that in my opinion is causing the noise problems that the people who are living in close proximity are experiencing. Thank you.
Okay, I've noted that, and we can come back to that under the conditions item as well. Mr. Shepherd.
Thank you, sir. Just to respond to Mr. Hewson's point about wind direction effects as they're set out within the IOA GPG, and I think he's misunderstood the upwind attenuation that should be applied in the vicinity of wind turbines and wind farms. He stated that beyond the tip height distance of 10 turbine tip heights, then if you're upwind of the turbine, you wouldn't expect to see an upwind attenuation. And I think he's just misunderstood the wording within the GPG, which explains that within 5 to 10 tip heights away from a turbine, when you're in the upwind position, you progressively see an increased attenuation. It's not all of a sudden you get an upwind attenuation at a fixed distance. There's a progressive distance which is between 5 and 10 tip heights upwind of the turbine that you gradually see an increase in the upwind attenuation, and then beyond 10 tip heights away from the turbine, that's where you see your standard upwind attenuation, which is usually in the region of about 10 dB or more as the wind speed increases. So it's not true to say that when you're upwind of a wind farm and you're more than 10 tip heights away from it, you would experience the same sound level as you would be downwind of the turbine. That just plainly wouldn't happen in acoustics.
Yes, I accept that alternative interpretation of what the GPG says.
Thank you. Well, if we return now to item 6, Mr. Hewson, I think I came to you first, asking you about any disagreements you have over the baseline conditions that we haven't already discussed, and what the potential is for underestimation. You're on mute, Mr. Hewson.
Yes, with regard to the baseline data, are we talking about background noise measurements here?
Yes, if there's anything further to add than that we haven't already discussed, and we're going to come on to noise modelling in a second before lunch.
Yes, the use of proxy locations I don't think are appropriate, and I've itemised the particular proxy locations that I don't agree with in my hearing statement. If I can find the particular section. So, for example, my paragraph 155, it says wind speed data used for the Killeen wind farm application background noise survey was used in preference to wind speed on the Clachaig Glen wind farm site. And this introduces additional uncertainty in addition to the use of a proxy measurement location representing the braids. And the proxy location for the braids was over 1.5 kilometers away. So they're situations where I don't believe that the background baseline survey data was deemed to be appropriate, should be deemed to be appropriate. The issue with regards to having a wind speed measurement at a different location to set the baseline background noise level, I cover in section 156, paragraph 156 of my report, and that is that we know that the wind directions change and the quantum of the wind speed change quite significantly across an undulating topography like this. So using the wind speed data from a remote location to represent the wind speed on an alternative wind farm site, it's highly likely that the wind speed data used in the background evaluations from the EIS from the other wind farms is not accurate to the requirement of the GPG, which is plus or minus 0.2 meters per second in the wind speed range from 4 meters to 12 meters per second. So in summary, I suppose, what I'm concerned about is that the wrong wind speed data has been used in the baseline data. The proxy measurement locations have not been appropriate. And if I can just go to I understand that High Clubbersdale was used as a proxy for High Clachaig, is that right? And if that's the situation, I've explained in my statement that the High Clubbersdale survey, it was noted in the EIS that it was a noisy working farm. However, the High Clachaig location, which is closer to the wind farm, is actually not a noisy, busy working farm, and the noise level there would be much lower, and ergo the baseline is inappropriate for that location.
You just have to excuse me a second. I'm just opening something up. Right. Mr. Shepherd, I'll get you to come in here. There's a few points there. I think we've covered a few already. But if you could respond again to the Killeen data. Just before we do, Mr. Houston, you're aware that the Braids is no longer a receptor based on the fact that it doesn't have planning permission, and it's as far as I'm aware, it's a ruin.
Yes, but the issue is that the Braids was used as a measurement location, as a proxy for another location.
I understand. Okay, Mr. Shepherd, if you could come back on those points, thank you.
Thank you. The Braids used data from Killeen, and as Mr. Houston says, yes, that baseline data was measured at another location and then taken to be representative of the Braids, but no other noise receptors in the vicinity of the proposed development used baseline noise data reference to wind speed measured at Killeen Wind Farm, and the baseline noise measurements that were applied to the Braids weren't applied to any other noise sensitive receptors that are included within the 2022 EIA. So there's no issues of Killeen noise data or Killeen wind speed reference data being applied to other properties that are in the vicinity of the proposed development. And so all of the properties to the west of the development and the three closest ones, so High Clachaig, Low Clachaig, and High Clubbersdale, all have their baseline noise measurement data referenced to measurements on the application site itself. And so there's no potential issues with using wind data from an inappropriate location.
You said High Clachaig there as well, is that correct?
That's correct. So High Clachaig, Low Clachaig, and High Clubbersdale They were all represented by baseline noise measurements at High Grubbersdale, and those baseline noise measurements were correlated with wind speed measured on the Clachaig Glen wind farm site.
Okay, and in terms of High Clachaig, is that property inhabited?
We don't believe it's inhabited, but we don't know conclusively. So at the time of the original baseline noise measurements in 2016, it wasn't inhabited, and we don't believe it's inhabited, but it's possibly inhabitable. Low Clachaig is uninhabited and probably requires extensive renovations to make it habitable, and therefore we've included these properties within the assessment because they're potential residential receptors that don't require planning permission to return them to residential use, as far as we understand. But the baseline noise measurements were carried out at High Grubbersdale, which is inhabited. In terms of the baseline noise measurements that were carried out at High Grubbersdale, as representative of those two other locations, High Clachaig and Low Clachaig, it's important to note that, as set out within the 2016 EIA, that approach was agreed with the council. And again, referring back to my statement of agreed matters, or our statement of agreed matters, that we're content that the noise limits assigned to those properties based on the data available is appropriate.
Okay, so just so I 100% understand this, Mr. Shepherd, you did use High Grubbersdale to inform your findings for High Clachaig and Low Clachaig, but you used the noise data from the application site.
That's correct. The wind speeds were measured on the application site.
Mr. Grosvenor.
Yeah, just additional clarification. We know from the local contacts that we have there that High Clachaig and Low Clachaig are owned properties, not derelict. Oh, sorry, they're not abandoned, and they're currently not occupied. But there is no indication that we have on the information we have locally that they could not be occupied, and they will not be occupied in the future. So they are, we would contest residential assessment locations. And our position is as Mr. Hewson has just said, High Grubbersdale is a working farm, whereas the other two properties are residential properties. But you'll see that on the site visit, and also there is an indication on the statement from High Grubbersdale residents themselves. So that's just clarification, if you like, if you need it.
Thank you. Mr. Shepherd, just that point about High Grubbersdale being a working farm and using that for High and Low Clachaig.
So the baseline noise measurements were carried out in the usual way, according to the Institute of Acoustics Good Practice Guide, to minimise noise levels as much as possible. So you'll see from the 2016 EIA that the equipment was located as far away from working machinery in the barns and kennels as much as possible. So the equipment was located on the western edge of the property. In terms of certainly overnight, you wouldn't expect there to be significant workings at the farm that would significantly affect the baseline noise levels. And again, in terms of the data that goes into deriving the daytime noise limit, the quiet daytime hours are used, which is evening times, Saturday afternoon and all day Sunday. And although there could be activities, outside of it, what would be a typical working day, they're still taken to be assumed to be the quietest periods during the day. When I look at the baseline noise levels measured at High Cribbersdale and reference them to the baseline noise levels that were measured at other noise sensitive receptors across the site, they seem to be fairly consistent with baseline noise levels in the area. They're certainly not the highest levels that were measured across the site, nor are they the lowest, but they are representative of the baseline noise measurements that were carried out. And I think, as Mr. Perkins alluded to earlier, he didn't see anything that jumped out of the baseline noise data that said, well, that doesn't look like it's representative of what it should be. And so I'm content in my review of the EIA that the data that was measured at High Cribbersdale is appropriate and not significantly adversely affected by farm operations in the vicinity. And I know from my site visit that it's clear that Low Clachaig and High Clachaig have a much larger area of forestry in close proximity, and I'd expect that as the wind speed increases, there'd be a lot more wind in the tree generated noise. You get a fairly significant amount of noise from large forestry areas as the wind speed increases, and so I feel like the data that was measured at High Cribbersdale and agreed with the council at the time as being appropriate to be used for High Clachaig and Low Clachaig. Indeed, in 2016, when agreement was sought with the council over the measurement locations, it was agreed that any one of those three could be used as representative of the three. But it seems most appropriate to carry out the measurements at the location that is inhabited. And as I say, I feel from my site visit that as the wind speed increases, you'd be likely to have higher baseline noise levels at High Clachaig and at Low Clachaig than you would at High Cribbersdale that doesn't have that close forestry in the proximity.
Great, Mr. Shepherd, just because you raised it, two very quick points about the forestry. One, it looks like it's evergreen commercial forestry. I've driven into it and around it. And secondly, there is a felling plan that goes along with the application. Do you think those two factors would affect what you've just said about the background noise?
I think even with felling schemes, and there's always a program of regeneration, and different areas of the forestry would be felled at different times, and so I don't think you'd get the situation where you've got a large area that's felled and then not replanted. In any case, if you remove the forestry there, then it would bring the expected baseline noise levels at the higher wind speeds at High and Low Clachaig to be similar to High Cribbersdale. So I don't think that's likely that there would be a significant change that would mean you wouldn't expect there to be wind-induced noise at higher wind speeds at those locations. But I think even if you looked at the worst case of potential all the forestry being felled and not replanted, I don't think that would result in baseline levels at those two locations not being adequately represented by the baseline measurements at High Cribbersdale.
Mr. Perkins, from a council's point of view, you're content with the baseline data. Do you have any further comments?
No, I've also personally visited the site independently of the applicant and formed a similar view to what Mr. Shepherd has just explained. Obviously, I wasn't present. I'm acting for the council back in 2016, but I have to go by my colleagues. They've done the job. On paper, it would appear to have followed the principles in the IOA Good Practice Guide, so I've got no reason to doubt them.
Thank you. If we just return overall to question 6, I asked right at the beginning, if there was any other disagreement over the baseline conditions, and if there was any potential for underestimation. Is there anything else other than the noise modelling which we're going on to that parties would like to highlight to me? No? I'm going to take a sounding at this point. How are parties doing? Would you like to break now? We could break now for an hour's lunch, or we can take item 7 and then break. I'm aware that it's really Mr. Shepherd and Mr. Houston, Mr. Grosvenor that are doing the most interaction at the minute. So how are you doing yourself, Mr. Shepherd?
Not too bad. I'd welcome a break relatively soon, but happy to press on if that's the preferred approach.
Okay, any other comments from anyone else? Are you happy if we take a break now? Mr. Houston?
I'm easy either way.
Okay. Mr. Grosvenor?
I'm fairly flexible, but I'd like to have a break. But whether we carry on for another 20 minutes or so might not be neither here nor there. But I think we don't want to carry on for too long. But it's a question of how long item number 7 is going to take. That's the piece of string that we can't measure.
Well, I think we've already had comments about hub height, blade length, sound power levels that are all going to come into this, so it could take a while. Let's break now, and we'll come back at 1:30. Everybody's content with an hour? Yes. Okay. Well, I'll see you back here at 1:30. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I think if we take a just check that everybody is here before we proceed.
Yes, here.
Just check. Thank you. I'll just check for those that I can't see on my screen at the second. Ms. Crosswaite. Yeah. Brilliant. So I think the only person I can't see at the minute is Ms. Crosswaite. Ah, you're here. Fantastic. Thank you. Right, well, I hope you all had a good lunch. We got up to item 7 on the agenda. So if we proceed from there, and we're talking about noise modeling here. Now, Mr. Houston, I'll get you to come in first. I think we've already heard some of the inputs in terms of the sound power levels, the hub heights, the blade length. If you'd like to make any commentary about that, or any other comments you have in terms of the noise modeling in this case.
Okay, well, if I could start with the noise modelling that Mr. Shepherd has provided in his statement. His CD 10.10 in section 4.11 refers to noise contour plots that were modelled by Mr. Shepherd, and he says that the noise contour plots have been produced using the methodology set out in the EIAR and are submitted alongside this hearing statement. And that relates to figure 1, the noise contour plot for the Clachaig Glen acting alone at standardized 10-meter height wind speed. So if I can refer you to that figure 1, I don't know what the CD number is for that figure, unfortunately.
It's 1011, sir.
1011, okay. So 1011 has a set of noise contours for this particular wind farm acting alone, not in a cumulative sense. Now, if we look at the EIAR volume 2B, which is CD 001084, so in section 8.4.2 of that CD, so that's CD 001.084.
Sorry, Mr. Houston, just so I'm on the right page as you hear, that's the EIR Volume 3 Appendix 5.1 Scoping Report.
No, it should be Volume 2A, Chapter 8, Noise.
I think that probably
Yes.
should be CD 131, sir. I think.
Yeah.
It's chapter 8. Yeah.
That's the one I have before me. Okay, Mr. Houston.
Okay, just in section 8.4.2, it refers to sensitive receptors and refers off to illustrations in figure 8.1 of the EIAR volume 2B. Now, I don't know what the CD is for EIAR volume 2B, but in there are a set of figures. You have figures 8.1, which shows the proposed noise sensitive receivers around this proposed wind farm, and figure 8.2, and again I don't know what the CD is for that, but figure 8.2 shows a 35 dB contour surrounding the wind farm that's been prepared by AECOM. Now, if you can't find that CD, that particular contour map has been reproduced in CD 1307, page 4 as figure 3, and that's the report prepared by Mr. Grosvenor. So CD 1307, page 4, figure 3.
Just my computer's just opening that now, so just 1 second.
Okay. I'd like to give you a CD number for the actual figure 8.2 from the EIAR, but no idea what it is.
Okay, but I mean, Mr. Shepherd, you're in agreement that this figure, I think is it figure 3 that you're referring to, Mr. Hewson? Applicant scoping figure 8.2.
Yes, that's right. It's prepared by AECOM and it's dated June 2020, and it's part of the EIAR Volume 2B.
Okay, so do we all have those particular figures in front of us? Mr. Shepherd, are you?
I don't have figure 8.2. I haven't found that yet, I'm afraid.
Okay,
Well,
do you have?
You might find it in the CD 1307.
Thank you.
Yeah, figure 8.2 doesn't appear as a separate core document. There's a figure 8.1, but I can't find a figure 8.2 on the core document list, sir. I'm not quite sure. Where exactly are you saying you took this from, Mr. Hewson? If you could just help us.
Well, figure 8.1, which I've got a copy of, is referenced to be in the EIAR Volume 2B.
Yeah, figure 8.1 is core document 1.050, but I thought you were talking about figure 8.2, which is the one
Yes,
I can't track. I'm not sure I can track that down.
I think it's in the scoping report. If we've got a core document number for that.
It's titled Scoping Report on the bottom of the figure.
Right, okay, I'll find that for you now. If you give me a moment. Is that actually in Appendix 8? I wonder actually, which is Appendix 8 is.
Yeah, Appendix 8 doesn't have the figures.
Right. Okay. Sorry about this. So it's not there. Right.
Sorry, Mr. Hewson, you said there was a date of June 2020. So that'll be from before the EIA. It'll be a scoping figure rather than a figure associated with the environmental impact assessment report.
Yes, that's right. So this particular figure, it's titled at the bottom Scoping Report, but it does have a 35 dB contour prepared by AECOM, and one would expect that they would have used the same methodology for generating this prediction, because they've used this prediction of this 35 dB contour to assist in identifying noise sensitive receivers that need background measurements.
Okay, so I think what's important just now is that we all find that figure and have it before us. So Mr. Shepherd, do you have that figure from CD 13.7, I think it was? It's page, yeah, it's page, electronic page 5.
In part 1?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, there's two
Thank
parts.
you.
It's in part 1.
Apologies. Could you remind me which page it's on?
Page 4.
5. Yeah, it's 4 in paper, 5 in the electronic version.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so Mr. Hewson, now that we have that before us, you can make points that you'd like to make.
Okay, now if we go to the predicted contours, which are multiple contours prepared by Mr. Shepherd in figure, so that's CD 10.12. Sorry, 10.12, it's 10.11. 10.11.
So we're looking at figure 1, the predicted operational noise levels for Clachaig alone, and you're comparing that to the scoping figure 8.2. Is that correct, Mr. Hewson?
Yes, that's right. So the question here is the 35 dB contour on the scoping chart that was prepared by AECOM doesn't match the 35 dB contour prepared by Mr. Shepherd.
I mean, Mr. Houston, just to point out that it appears to me, looking at this, the scoping figure has got 14 turbines.
2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, they're numbered differently.
Yeah, there's 12 there, but then they retain the original numbers.
Right, Mr. Shepherd, any comments in comparing these two figures?
Yes, so the figure 8.2 from the scoping report isn't a comparable figure with my figure 1. My figure 1 is based on the data presented within the EIAR noise chapter. I don't know what data was used to generate that noise contour plot, but if it was carried out at the scoping stage, it wasn't necessarily, even though the layout may be the same as was assessed in the EIAR, it may have used a different wind turbine, candidate turbine, to generate as the sources for generating the contour plots. So I would assume that the source data is different in those predictions. Therefore, they're not directly comparable, and therefore there would clearly be differences between the two plots. I'd say my figure 1 aligns with the information presented within Chapter 8 of the EIAR, 2022 EIAR, but for which there wasn't a contour plot produced and included within the figures section.
So AECOM in their scoping study used different data that as input to the model than you used.
I would assume that to be the case, yes. It's usual at the scoping stage to either have a different candidate turbine or even a different layout to the one that's assessed at the EIAR. That's just what happens as the site evolves.
Okay, no, it just looks like the layout is the same, but with different numbering for each turbine. And I have to check in the scoping study what turbine they used compared to the one you used.
So in simple terms, Mr. Houston, you're effectively you're questioning the baseline data, the modelling from the scoping to what was actually in the EIAR, and that's something that I can review in the scoping report itself. Is that right?
Yes, I don't know if it's the same data used for both models and there's something different in the modelling. So that's the fundamental query I've got.
Okay, and what's the underlying concern here, that the 35 decibel line is incorrect? Is that what you're worried about?
Yes, the 35 decibel line is further out on the Hayes Mackenzie CD 1011 compared to that figure 8.2 in the scoping study. So the scoping study effectively assumes that the potential emissions are less than those that Mr. Shepherd has used. I presume just goes to show that you can put these contour lines where you like, depending on the type of input that you decide to use, be it a different candidate turbine perhaps, or some other parameter that might have changed in the modelling, like I don't know, ground absorption, for example.
Okay, Mr. Shepherd, on that particular point, then, is that something that can happen in practice, that you're looking at a particular candidate turbine and then you go for one at the end of the day which has different properties and therefore the contour lines will change?
Absolutely. I think what's important is what's presented within the EIAR, and that the assumptions within the EIAR are appropriate, and that the predicted noise levels are calculated on the basis of the agreed method, and that the results are accurate. It's totally normal to have different predictions in the scoping report as to in the EIAR. I think I could go further and say it would be very unusual to have the same predictions in the scoping report as in the EIAR, because things change between scoping and submission of the assessment.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Shepherd. I think my question goes beyond that in terms of what you've assessed in terms of the EIAR and which specific turbine might be used in the construction and operation of the wind farm. Could that change, and in effect that would change the contours?
So that's correct. In all noise assessments, you're assuming sound power levels for a plant that you that could be installed on the site. So in this case, a candidate turbine was used in the assessment, and I could take you to the noise chapter where the where the noise data is set out for the candidate model that was used. I think Mr. Hewson took us to table 8.2 of the EIAR, which sets out the noise sensitive receptors. But if we go down a bit further to table 8.4, you'll see that the candidate turbine used for the assessment was a Siemens Gamesa 5.0-145 with the sound power levels that are stated within that table. And so you will always use a candidate turbine for the EIAR, because the actual turbine that's installed on the site will be the result of a tendering process and will depend on the turbine that's available at the time that it's built. But the critical factor in terms of assessing the site is saying, are there wind turbines available that can achieve the noise limits that have been derived? And then in practice, when it comes to building the site, can the installed turbine meet those noise limits? And so in this case, a candidate turbine was assumed, in which case it's a relatively noisy turbine that was assumed as the candidate sound power level. You'll see again, if we look back at table 8.4, the manufacturer specification is a sound power level of 109.3 dB at 7 meters a second and higher. And 2 dB uncertainty has been added to that to give an overall sound power level input to the model of 111.3 dB. Actually, in my experience of turbines available of that scale, that's at the higher end of the sound power levels that's that are seen. There's a lot of turbines that are similar scale but might have a lower sound power level, maybe 104 to 107.
I comment that equally the installed turbine could be higher than those used in the prediction model.
Yeah, repeat what I just said. And in terms of the candidate model used here, it is a typically noisy turbine in terms of the overall sound power level used. So I think that would be, talking about this site specifically, very unlikely for a noisier turbine to be installed than that assessed within the EIAR. I think it's very much more likely that a quieter turbine would be installed, because the conservative assumption has been made in that source sound power level used for the modelling.
Yeah, in my experience, it's a monetary evaluation of which turbine gets chosen at the end of the day.
Whichever turbine is chosen for the scheme, it will have to meet the noise limits that are set within any planning conditions. And so it would be for the operator to ensure that the turbine they install meets those noise limits. As I say, in this case, with a fairly noisy turbine was assessed, and it can meet the noise limits that have been derived.
Okay, well, so now if we can just go on to the modelling that was implemented.
Sorry, Mr. Houston, I will. I'll come back to you, but Mr. Perkins has had his hand up for quite a while now, so I'll just come to Mr. Perkins first, and then we'll come back to you.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to add that the good practice requires all schemes to assess the likely noise output at the scoping stage, and the main reason for doing that is to ensure that the right assessment locations are identified, and ultimately the risk, if you like, is on the applicant, that if they haven't done that process correctly, then they won't have adequately captured all of the right locations for setting limits, and in all likelihood they probably wouldn't be able to meet the limits as set at what is the closest properties to the wind farm. So I wouldn't have any concerns of there being differences between the scoping stage and what's in front of you now. Ultimately, it is all about the limits that are set as part of this process. That is an important factor here. So I wouldn't say there's nothing in the scoping stage that would unduly concern me at this stage.
Thank you. And back to yourself, Mr. Houston.
Yes, so now what I'd like to just refer to is that methodology for preparing the contours for the wind farm operating on its own. I can see that High Clachaig actually is sitting just outside the 40 dB contour. So just slightly shy of 40 dB. And the background baseline noise level was taken from High Cubbersdale, which is that working farm that we referred to earlier. So if the baseline noise level at High Clachaig is actually lower than the proxy suggests, because it's not a working farm, then the target noise level, could presumably be lower than the predicted noise level at that site. So it's predicting 39. In an area that's got a quiet background, a number of other locations have their targets set at 35. So there could be a clear exceedance based on this model that I can see.
Thank you. Mr. Shepherd, any comment about a particular point?
Only two brief points, I think, sir. One, we've discussed the appropriateness of the baseline noise monitoring and the assigning of the limits, and I think it was, as we've discussed previously, it was agreed with the council that that baseline noise measurements at High Cubbersdale are suitably representative of the three properties there: High Cubbersdale, High Clachaig, and Low Clachaig, and therefore the derived limits are appropriate. Again, I'm happy from my site visit that that's a reasonable assumption, and that it's something that was agreed with the council, and again kind of re-agreed, as it were, in the statement of agreed matters in setting appropriate noise limits. The second point is, in terms of overall levels and limits, irrespective of background noise level to a certain degree, the ETSU R97 daytime noise limit is the greater of 5 dB, or it's the greater of 5 dB above background, or 35 to 40 dB during the daytime. And so even in the absence of baseline data, we're still within that 35 to 40 daytime range. We're predicted noise levels are below 40 at High Clachaig. And similarly at night time, the noise limit is the greater of 43 or 5 dB above background, and therefore, again, irrespective of baseline noise levels, predicted noise levels at High Clachaig are below that nighttime lower limiting value of 43.
Yes, so basically what I'm suggesting is that in the current modelling, High Clachaig predicted level of 39 is the top end of the potential limit that ETSU could allow. And it's my understanding that it's the lower end at 35 that's hoped for target noise level for this development.
Mr. Shepherd, I'll get you to respond, and then I'll come to Mr. Fraser.
Thank you, sir. So just on that point, the target levels are set at 5 dB above background, the greater of, or the lower fixed limits, which I previously discussed in my last answer. And so in this respect, the target level is 35 or 5 above background, and the background derived noise limit is within that plus 5 dB. So we're working within that lower limiting value. So I'm not saying in this case that we're relying on the ETSU R97 daytime upper limit, because background noise levels are sufficiently high that we're within 5 dB of background, rather than having to set the lower limiting value of 40 dB as you would do if baseline noise levels were very low. And the second thing to remember in terms of the assessment carried out here is that again, the limits that we're applying to high Clachaig are lower than the limits that were applied within the consented development noise limit. And so if the consented development was built, then operational noise levels could be similar or higher than those allowed by our proposed conditions for the proposed development.
Thank you. Mr. Fraser.
Thank you, sir. So it may be that this is rather academic, given that I think both Mr. Shepherd and Mr. Perkins have made the point more than once that the important thing is what are the noise conditions, because that's what you're going to have to meet. But this point that's been made about the differences between the 35 dB contour, I think a point you ought to be aware of is it's clearly not simply a question of whether the same turbines were used, but in actual fact, it's quite clear if you look at the plan, the two plans, that different turbine locations are being used. Now, there's quite a paper chase to go through that, Seth, but perhaps if I could just demonstrate it quite quickly. If you look at core document 1307, you'll see that there's a turbine that's numbered 13, which is immediately to what would be the west of the old shielding on the base plan. And then if you go and compare that with core document 10, you'll see that that's been renumbered as effectively turbine 10 T11. But if you look at it where it is in relation to old shielding, it's clearly in a different location. So I do think we have to be very careful about trying to draw any comparisons between the two. The change in what was being put forward, etc., is discussed in some detail throughout the documents. But as I say, it's a bit of a paper chase to go through it all. So I thought perhaps that was just the simplest way of illustrating it to you, sir, if that helps.
Yes, thank you. I can see WTG 13 and T11 are in different positions. Thank you. Mr. Houston, do you have any other comments in terms of the noise modelling?
Yes, in my statement, I've basically queried the use of ground absorption values in the modelling using ISO 9613 part 2. And my preference for a noise model input in that regard is to use a ground absorption value G of 0. I've explained why I believe that's appropriate in my statement, insofar as the use of G equals 0 is acceptable within the Institute of Acoustics GPG, Good Practice Guide. And it's basically referred to as a ground factor of G equals 0 is commonly used, as it will tend to provide robust predictions in most situations. So that's an extract from the GPG, the IOA GPG. Now, the recommended ground factor to use in the GPG is 0.5 with a receiver height at 4 meters, which is what Mr. Shepherd's used in his modelling. the use of G equals naught is commonly used with a predicted receiver height at 1.5 meters. Now, if you compare predicted levels using G equals naught with a receiver height of 1.5 to a G equals 0.5 with a receiver height of 4 meters, the predicted levels differ by about 4 decibels, with the G equals naught with a receiver height of 1.5 being higher by 4 dB. So if you still comply with GPG in that it's allowable to use that particular value of ground absorption of 0, the predicted levels from Mr. Shepherd could be increased by 4 dB just by simply changing those parameters. The end result being that the predicted contours should be increased by 4 decibels.
Yes, no, I understand that. Mr. Shepherd, could you respond to that particular point? Thank you. Sorry, you're on mute, Mr. Shepherd.
Thank you. Before I respond to that point directly, I think I'd like to take you to the good practice guide at paragraph 4.3.4, which is the paragraph that Mr. Hewson referred to. He admitted that.
Sorry, Mr. Shepherd, if you just give me a second to open that.
Of course.
I'll get a CD reference.
So it'll be scroll. CD 008.005. No, sorry, that's Etsuar 97. It's the next one down. It's 008.006. And Mr. Hewson was quoting from paragraph 4.3.4, which is on page 20 of the document.
Yeah, it starts a soft ground factor G equals 1.0.
Should not be used. And then it was the next section that next sentence that Mr. Hewson quoted, but he omitted the beginning and the end of the sentence, which I think are quite important in understanding the context of that quote. And so it says, although a ground factor of G equals 0.0 is commonly used, as it will tend to provide robust predictions in most situations, this can over-predict noise levels. So I think it's important to read that sentence in full to understand the implications of using G equals 0. And then to answer more fully in terms of a 4 dB potential under prediction, I'd like to reiterate that the predictions were carried out in accordance with the IOA GPG. So as Hewson correctly points out, the ground factor of G equals 0.5 and a receiver height of 4 meters was used. And the input sound power levels used for the model, as we touched on earlier, are the manufacturer's sound power levels plus a 2 dB level of uncertainty. And that's important because the IOA GPG requires you to include a reasonable level of uncertainty on top of the source sound power level when using a ground factor of G equals 0.5. However, if you were to use a ground factor of G equals 0, which equates to hard ground, results in higher predicted noise levels, you're not required to add that additional 2 dB or whatever that level of uncertainty might be. And so if we were to carry out noise modeling using G equals 0 rather than G equals 0.5, the result would actually be the same, because where we've added on 2 dB onto the predicted noise, onto the source noise level, that 2 dB would be accounted for in the difference between the G equals 0 and a G equals 0.5 prediction. And I think that brings me on to my main point, that Mr. Hewson's overstating the difference between a G equals 0 and a G equals 0.5 prediction. I know he hasn't produced any results to show us his predicted noise levels at receptor locations. But in actual fact, if you were to change from G equals 0.5 and a receiver height of 4 meters to G equals 0, and a receiver height of either 1.5 or 4 meters, the receiver height doesn't matter when you're using G equals 0, the difference in predicted noise level would be about 2 dB. It certainly wouldn't be the 4 dB that Mr. Hewson's stated within his hearing statement.
Okay, so sorry, before I come to yourself, Mr. Perkins, so just understand that you noted, is it written anywhere in the EIAR or in any of your statements why you chose this G figure, or if you've just articulated why, but is it written down anywhere?
So the IOA Good Practice Guide says that we should use G equals 0.5 for ground assumptions, and so they're the assumptions that were stated within the EIAR, where the assumptions relating to the noise model are set out. If you'd like me to take you to the EIAR, then I can do that. But essentially, it relates back to the Good Practice Guide, which advocates the use of G equals 0.5 for noise modelling.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. Thank you. Mr. Perkins, and then I'll come to Mr. Fraser.
Thanks. I thought I'd just be helpful to point out that when coming up with that set of factors, there was a number of studies that were looked at the time that looked at long-term measurements of existing wind farms to see the range of values that could be obtained, because it wasn't in the interest of the Good Practice Guide to set a measurement standard which would lead to developers routinely over-predicting or under-predicting the noise, and there was a lot of pushback from when we consulted on the document to make sure there was as little conservative elements in that prediction as possible. So what's there, the G equals 0.5 coupled with the correct choice of sound power is that was carefully considered to give reliable predictions in 99.9% of cases, to allow suitable demonstration at the planning stage of level. So I'm satisfied that is what the applicant has done here.
Mr. Fraser.
Thank you, sir. It's just a small point for your notes, sir. It was mentioned that G equals 0.5 is recommended. You'll see that's actually in paragraph 4.3.4 of the Good Practice Guide, the very paragraph that your attention was being drawn to. If it helps also, sir, you'll also see the incorporation of measurement for uncertainties addressed in 4.3.6 of the same document, if that helps you, sir.
Turning to yourself, Mr. Hewson, you've heard the reason why that G factor was used. Do you have any response? You're on mute, sorry.
Turned it off instead of turning it on, sorry. Yes, in section 142 of my hearing statement, I refer to a chap called Sloth, and his work in the dual study is referenced in the Good Practice Guide. And the Good Practice Guide, unfortunately, has misrepresented the dual study in using a factor of G equals 0.5. So unfortunately, it's an error of the authors of the Good Practice Guide that haven't considered the reality of what the authors of the dual study actually discovered. The dual study does not recommend a G equals 0.5 to be used if using the ISO standard 9613 Part 2. And furthermore, Sloth, who's an author of that dual study, also recommends that G equals 0 should be used in any installation evaluation. And also that in my section 143, I describe what he also explains is that an actual wind farm site produces different sound power output from a particular turbine compared to measurements taken using the IEC 61400 Part 11 standard. And it's the IEC 61400 Part 11 standard that the manufacturers tend to refer to when setting their manufacturers' sound power levels. Now, the sloth presentation I've included in an appendix of my statement to explain why he believes that hard terrain should always be used when applying ISO 9613 Part 2. So that tends to conflict with the Good Practice Guide's recommendation. And getting back to what Mr. Shepherd said about the correction of 2 dB for uncertainty, uncertainty is related to the sound power input, regardless of what G value you use. So just because it's not mentioned in the Good Practice Guide that you should apply the 2 dB correction for uncertainty if using G equals 0, it is good practice that you would do that anyway. So the difference that he suggested of a 2 dB difference overall isn't correct. It should be 4 dB as a difference in using the two different parameters. And the reason that I'm bringing this item up is that it's understandable that you can interpret the Good Practice Guide and ETSU and the way you do modeling in different ways and get different results. But my point is quite simply that if you want, if there's a concern over the accuracy and the goodness and the fit for purposeness of the Good Practice Guide and ETSU, which is currently being considered by the government, then at least, and it's also been recognized that there are problems with ETSU and the Good Practice Guide, it might be appropriate to err on the side of caution and use parameters that are allowed within the Good Practice Guide to give you the most conservative output in noise modeling. And that hasn't been done in this situation.
Okay, there's a few points there. Ultimately, though, and I've got a question. It comes right at the end of our hearing session today, conditions. And I think Mr. Shepherd and Mr. Perkins have alluded to this already about risk and risk to the wind farm operator. So if there are conditions for noise, and we'll explore the enforceability of those, why would a wind farm operator agree to those noise limits if it didn't feel that it was going to meet those? Or are those not safeguard enough, Mr. Hewson? So in a sense, there is a safeguarding there. That's almost this process to ensure that there is a safeguard for those noise sensitive receptors.
Well, the way that ETSU is designed is that it takes an average of the wind farm noise emissions when observed at a residence. And it produces a scatter chart and it produces the average noise level. So half of the time, the noise levels are higher than a compliance assessment might suggest, and half the time they're lower than the compliance assessment might suggest. And it's the times when the noise levels from wind farms are in the higher register that are the sources of concern for the neighbours and that keeps them awake at night. What I've referred to in part of my statement is a decision at the Supreme Court in Australia. I refer to it as the Bald Hills case with Uren, was the person involved. And basically that Supreme Court judge decided that it's not an average that causes the nuisance to people, it's the short-term events. So, for example, if high levels occur in one night, then that's sufficient to cause a nuisance. However, the ETSU methodology averages over, say, 10 or 15 days, 20 days or more, and produces this average trend line to determine a compliance. But it's not the average that is the thing that causes the issues that cause the complaints. So it's actually a fault of the ETSU process that doesn't actually capture the short-term events that are noisy. So just to summarize, I suppose, your question, if you've got a condition that says you should meet this noise level, if you apply ETSU R97 to test that noise limit, you could have a situation where you're still causing significant disturbance to people, but 50% of the time, not necessarily, but 50% of the time you could be.
Okay, I want to explore that in more depth under issue 11 in terms of the actual investigation and compliance regime. Just returning to some points you made there, Mr. Hewson, about the Joule study. Could you just explain what is the Joule study? Is that an independent study? And you're talking about sloth. And I see the PowerPoint presentation appended to your report. Is that an individual's professional judgment rather than a working body? Could you just explain a bit more about those two sources?
Okay, well, the Joule study was done, I think, in 1992, 1993, or that sort of time, and it was part of an international collaboration to investigate the accuracy of modelling of wind turbines, and it was funded by an international body that had input in different sections from different countries. I think there was 7 different countries involved. And the UK involvement included an assessment of noise propagation using different models. So that's the Joule study. Now, the Joule study consisted of a loudspeaker on the top of a 30-metre high pole, and the sound level was measured at different distances from a known speaker output, and they tested the results out to a distance of 600 meters with different models. And the Joule study referred to in the Good Practice Guide refers to the study that was done by Mr. Sloth and Jeremy Bass, Dr. Jeremy Bass, and another person. Sloth and Dr. Bass are the acousticians, and they came up with a recommendation that a prediction model that best fits the propagation of noise from an elevated source is a thing called an IEA model, which is effectively the ISO 9613 Part 2 model if you use G equals 0. Sloth, in his subsequent presentation in 2004, who was part of that Joule study, actually reiterated that yes, you should be using G equals 0 if you use ISO 9613 Part 2.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to turn back to Mr. Shepherd. Do you have any comments in terms of, firstly, those two, the Joule study and the presentation that's provided by Mr. Sloth? He may be a doctor, I apologise if he is, and Dr. Bass. There's also a question about the Supreme Court in Australia, but I think we'll come back to that under item 11. Mr. Shepherd.
Yes, so in terms of Mr. Sloth's presentation, it's important to note that his assessment was done on the basis of test measurement results and applying those test measurement input data into the noise modelling and verifying that against measured noise levels at receptor locations. and that's not what's been done here, because as we looked earlier on in the IOA GPG, if you can't just use test measurements and G equals 0.5, because you may underpredict the noise level at the receptor locations. This is where the 2 dB of uncertainty comes in when using source noise, excuse me, when using source noise data within the noise modeling. So in this case, it wasn't even test data, it's manufacturer's specification data for the Siemens Gamesa turbine, which is likely to be levels that they guarantee in practice, which typically would be levels that are higher than the test measurement would be, because their warranty needs to meet the test level measurements. And then there's another 2 dB of uncertainty added on top of that within the G equals 0.5 predictions. So I think fundamentally, I don't disagree that if you were to use an IEC 61400 Part 11, which is the test standard for carrying out a sound power level measurement on a single turbine, if you use that data directly in your propagation model, then you may underestimate the noise level at the receptor location. And that's exactly why within the GPG, there's that uncertainty factor. In this case, was 2 dB added on to the source noise data in ensuring that reasonable estimates of downwind noise levels are predicted at receptors, and we're not under-predicting the noise level. I think to just go a little step further in terms of my involvement with the British Standards Committee that we talked about earlier, I've represented the British Standards on the ISO committee that's updating IEC 61400, IEC 9613 Part 2, and I worked with other acoustic consultants who work in the wind turbine industry, and that included Mr. Sloth. So he was part of the international team that looked at the ISO 9613 standard, which is currently being updated, and it's at the final stages of approval with IEC. And within that standard, there will be an annex that talks about wind turbine noise. So previously, wind turbine noise specifically wasn't included within the ISO 9613 Part 2, but the principles were applied through the IOA GPG to provide reasonable estimates of noise levels at receptor locations. But the latest update will include a section on wind turbine noise, which is broadly in agreement with the methodology that's advocated by the IOA GPG. So it says that a ground factor of G equals 0.5 can be used with the ISO 9613 model.
Can I just interject on that point? I've been a member of Australian standards for the last 23 years, and I'm also on that same IEC review committee for the update of ISO 9613 Part 2. I just remind Mr. Shepherd that as committee members, we're not supposed to discuss what's in any amended standard. And I just won't go further. That we shouldn't be talking about a standard that hasn't been released.
Okay, I think this actually goes back to our discussion near the beginning about a review of ETSU. It's similar in the sense that that's not before us. It's not a core document. Mr. Shepherd, did you have anything to say about the Joule study, or is that you now?
I think that's me now.
Okay. Mr. Perkins, would you like to say anything about Mr. Sloth, Dr. Bass, or the Joule study?
No, I can't add any more than what's already been said, but I'll refer you back to sort of my previous answer, where the GPG set out its stall based on what it understood at the time was a reliable and robust method of predicting noise from wind turbines at typical receiver distances of 500 to a kilometre away, which is where the critical distances are. And that in the 10 years since publication, I've not once had anyone approach the IOA complaining that we've got it wrong.
In terms of the other factors, the hub height, blade length, I assume all of that is contained within the candidate turbine model that was chosen. Is that correct, Mr. Shepherd?
That's correct. So the source data that was used in the modelling is for that turbine of those dimensions.
Okay. Mr. Houston, do you have any other points in terms of the noise modelling, generally speaking?
Yes, the noise model assumes that there are no special audible characteristics from the candidate wind turbine. Now, it's difficult to predict amplitude modulation, for example. Tonality can be indicated for a particular turbine if there are test results for a particular turbine. I understand that the candidate turbine that's been included in this assessment has used specification data, in other words, manufacturer specification data, and not test results. If you do a test of a particular candidate turbine, that could give you a clue as to whether there's potential tonality. And that hasn't been done in this case. So my suggestion with regards to SACs for the prediction is that if test results are not provided to demonstrate that tones are not present in the candidate turbine, that it should be assumed, until proven otherwise, that tonality penalties should be included in the modelling.
Mr. Shepherd, have any tonality penalties been included in the assumptions? And indeed, should they?
So no, they haven't. So the modelling has assumed that there's no correction for tonal penalties. I think it's fair to say that the case is that most large turbines operate without significant tonal content, and it's usually for the operator of that site to have warranty agreements with the turbine supplier to ensure that there wouldn't be tonal characteristics at receptor locations. In the worst case situation that there was audible tonal noise at the receptor locations, well, there's provision within the noise limits to add a tonal penalty to the measured noise level at the receptor location. And therefore the residents are protected if there were to be a tonal characteristic in practice.
Just before I go to yourself, Ms. Crosswaite and Mr. Grosvenor, could you just explain what tonal content is? What is that noise?
So the tonal content is where you've got a spike in the narrowband spectrum, and so you've got a discrete frequency that's that draws your attention to it. So for one, if I was to go do, that would be a tone rather than a broadband noise. And so it's that characteristic within the noise environment at the receptor location that's what we mean by a tone, because if the sound contains that sort of sound within the broadband noise, then it's more noticeable to people and perceived as potentially more annoying, and hence there's a penalty associated with that level of tone. Apologies for my singing.
Sorry, just for my understanding, it's your example there was a constant tone within this broadband spectrum, but it's not an infrequent noise, or it's consistent. Is that correct?
Yes, typically it would be consistent.
Can I just make a comment with regards to tones from wind turbines typically?
Yeah.
If the wind turbine's got a gearbox, then as the gears mesh together, each individual tooth rattles across each other. As the turbine turns the gearbox, these meshing frequencies you get a rattling noise coming out of the gearbox. The vibration from the gearbox then transmits sound through the nacelle cover, and that's what you hear coming out of the nacelle of the wind turbine. Within the nacelle of the wind turbine are also fans. So a fan rotating will have a particular hum to it, or a whine. That can produce a tone. You can also get tones from hydraulic pumps that generally are the high frequency. You can also get tones when a wind turbine turns into the wind by using its yaw gears. So the yaw motors operate a little gear that tracks along a big ring gear underneath the top of the nacelle to turn the turbine. When that operates, it can chatter, and that can produce a tone as well, but that's a short-term tone. Things like fans are constant and are always there, and gearbox tones are obviously only there when the turbine is rotating.
Thank you, Mr. Hewson. Could you just explain that again in terms of I didn't quite catch the motor that's turning the turbine into the wind or with the wind.
Okay. Generally at the bottom of the nacelle, in other words, the top of the tower, you have a ring gear. So that's a big circular plate with teeth on it. And then locked into that set of teeth generally are two hydraulically operated gears that run around the inside of the ring gear, and that turns the whole nacelle into the wind. So when the wind changes direction, this ring gear gets energized and it starts rattling around the nacelle to point it into the wind that's coming from a different direction. And that little clatter can also be tonal.
Okay, and are these particular tonal tones that you've described, are they factors when the turbine's operating efficiently, i.e. everything's been maintained correctly, or are these things that just happen in any case? And I'll ask yourself, Mr. Hewson, and I'll go to Mr. Shepherd.
Things like fans and lots of the hydraulic pumps are continually operating, and they're classed as ancillaries to a wind turbine. The meshing frequencies from gearboxes and the like only operate when the rotor is going round, in other words, when it's generating power. And what you also have is the output shaft of the gearbox that goes into the generator. These shafts are never perfectly balanced, so they have an out of balance issue to them. And as they rotate, they vibrate the whole of the structure, and again that radiates out as another tone.
Mr. Shepherd, do you have any commentary on those particular tones and whether or not, what can affect them?
So no, I agree with the generating mechanisms there that can generate tones. I'd say a lot of work is done by manufacturers to minimize tones because they know that tonal noise makes the sound more prominent to people and more noticeable, and typically turbine warranties will guarantee a certain level of tonal audibility, so they would ensure that the level of tone associated with their turbine is sufficiently low that it wouldn't warrant a penalty at receptor locations. I think if generally if a turbine that's not tonal starts producing a tone, it's an indicative of a mechanical issue, and that's something that would be rectified, and then the turbine would continue to operate without that tone. But like I say, I think an IEC 61400 test measurement includes a tonal characteristic measurement within it, to classify the level of tonal audibility associated with that test turbine. So as Mr. Houston said earlier, if you've got a test measurement report, then you've got that inherent within the measurement as a requirement of the standard.
We'll probably come back to this. This is probably beyond planning, but you keep referring to a warranty provided by a manufacturer, and I'm just wondering what you mean by. I mean, I can buy a warranty for my radio and effectively get a replacement or repaired. Is that what you're talking about in this case?
So in this case, when I talk about a warranty, it's a turbine supply agreement between the manufacturer of the turbine and the operator of the wind farm. And so within that agreement, they will specify the sound power level of the turbine and any tonal noise associated with it, along with all the other power characteristics and other elements that go to the supply of that turbine. So when I talk about a turbine warranty, it's the levels that are set out within that document that the manufacturer guarantees that turbine will operate within those parameters. And so if there was a tone came about, or if the turbine was noisier than set out within that agreement, then there would be a case for the operator of the site to go back to the turbine manufacturer for them to rectify the situation to bring levels within the warranty agreement.
Ms. Crosswaite. Sorry, Mr. Houston. I'll come to Ms. Crosswaite first because she's been waiting a while, and then Mr. Grosvenor, and I'll come back to yourself.
Thank you. I'd just like to go back to the fact that these tests that Mr. Shepherd is talking about are done on a single turbine on a level playing field. And having done a lot of monitoring and having stayed in the area of Blary Hill and been to various locations and monitored in various locations around Arnicle Farm, I have actually experienced many of these different tones that Mr. Houston has described. And they can vary depending on the location and where you are in the Arnicle area. And in some areas, they're much worse than they are in other areas. So the topography obviously has a bearing on this as well, and probably whichever of the turbines within the wind farm is perhaps causing the most problems. I do know that at Blary Hill as well, there's been a lot of work going on to try and reduce these tones, I think, but it doesn't seem to have got any better for the people who live there. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll return to that under item 9. Mr. Grosvenor.
Yeah, I reiterate what my colleagues just said, and quite frankly, this raises huge concerns. Mr. Shepherd seems to think that people, as proved by his evidence, complain because, well, they don't like turbines or whatever. I mean, we will touch on to that later on, but the point of the fact of the matter is, it's of significant concern that we hear that an acoustician say, well, it's down to the operator and the manufacturer to resolve this problem. Meanwhile, as Ms. Crosswaite has said, the Arnicle residents have been, and this is just one example, have been suffering from these tones for the last 2 years. So, you know, we're not happy to hear these statements, quite frankly, and they're deeply concerning. So I'll leave that there just for the moment and refer back to Mr. Houston.
Well, sorry, just before we go to Mr. Houston, I think Mr. Shepherd should be allowed to come back on that. I don't think he's apportioning blame to any particular person. I didn't hear that myself. Mr. Shepherd, do you have any comment?
No, that's absolutely. I haven't raised any kind of particular residential sensitivity of people in their perception of the sound from the turbines. I think I'm merely stating that the noise limits as set out have that tonal penalty within the planning condition noise limits. So if there is a tonal sound within the perceived noise environment, then if it's suitably audible, then it would attract a penalty according to the planning conditions.
Thank you. Mr. Grosvenor, I think your hand's still up.
Yes, that's right, and deliberately so. I don't want to go into this in too much depth at the moment, but sir, I would refer you to Mr. Shepherd's hearing statement to paragraph 720 and 721, and I'll just leave that there for the minute.
We'll return to human health effects under item 10, if you don't mind. We'll park that for now, Mr. Grosvenor. So we've talked about tone. Are there any other noise modelling concerns from yourself, Mr. Hewson? Sorry, you're on mute.
Again, only that the side effects that Mr. Sloth or Dr. Sloth refers to in his appendix that I included in my statement, he explains that side effects produce different inflow angles onto wind turbines. So, for example, if you have test results from a manufacturer or even manufacturer specifications, typically they are for a flat area with the wind turbine stuck on top of the flat region. And the measurements are conducted in that pristine environment. What Mr. Sloth actually explains is that the IEC 61400 test method, part 11, should actually account for different site conditions. So in this situation where you have a wind farm on an elevated location, what happens is the wind approaches the wind farm and then it tends to rise up the hill towards the turbines. That's an example of inflow wind not matching perfectly perpendicular wind coming onto the turbine. So that's one effect. And Mr. Sloth explains that site effects can affect the sound power output of a wind turbine, which generate greater sound power than would be expected from test results using that IEC 61400 part 11. And again, those site effects haven't been considered in the modelling. It's just been the manufacturer's specifications have been assumed.
Okay, I understand your general point, Mr. Hewson, about a test environment compared to an actual site-specific environment and what that does to the sound power levels and noise. Mr. Shepherd, just to confirm, that there are adjustments that can be made, are there not, for certain topography and other elements in the landscape. For example, if it was across water or a valley feature, you may add some decibels to that, to the baseline. Could you just explain that and why in this case none of those, or indeed have any of these penalties been added?
So there's various topographical corrections that are applied to the noise modelling, and the main underlying ground assumption, which we talked about earlier, is the ground factor and the application of a G equals 0 ground factor. If you were to have propagation over a body of water, for example, which would be considered hard ground, then you might use a G equals 0 to represent solid ground and input that within the model. But at this location, the general propagation area is open farmland forestry, which in propagation terms is classed as soft ground, but we apply a ground factor of G equals 0.5 to appropriately account for the ground factors. In terms of other topographical corrections, as you say, sir, if there's a propagation across a concave ground profile, then there's a correction of +3 dB that would be applied according to the IOA GPG to account for enhanced propagation in that circumstance. And similarly, where you've got topographical barriers between the tip of the turbine and the receptor location, there'd be shielding of the turbine, and you'd expect a reduction in the noise level at the receptor location. And in that respect, there's a 2 dB reduction that's applied to the turbine that's not visible. And again, that's a correction that was applied in this case where there were topographical barriers. But in terms of a concave ground profile, there weren't any identified between the sources and the receivers that would warrant a +3 dB correction.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. Just for my note there, you did say that you had added a correction. So I take it you took off 2 decibel for some locations that had the shielding effect. Is that right?
That's correct. It's visible within the noise contour plot at figure 1. I think it's most readily visible in the vicinity of Arnicle. I don't know if you've still got my figure 1 from my hearing statement.
I have that here.
So if you look at where Arnicle is, none of the turbines from Clachaig Glen are visible, and a 2 dB reduction has been applied to each of the turbines, resulting in a 2 dB reduction at that location. But if you travel to the east, you start to head up the hill, and I'm just going in a direct line eastwards from Arnicle. You see there's a point at which the predicted noise contour curves back round to the south, and the 30 dB contour protrudes slightly further to the southeast, and that's an indication as you go up the hill there, that the turbines become visible, and therefore that 2 dB correction for topographical barriers is no longer included within the model.
And on that point, it moves us quite nicely on to my question B here, to do with, is there any adjustment for a quiet Glen or similar baseline situation?
So there's 2 parts to this question, it's one that comes under the modelling section, but obviously it's a comparison between the modelled noise level and the relevant noise limits. I think it's worth pointing out that ETSO R97 itself doesn't say anything about modelling. It purely covers measurements and setting appropriate limits. And so the modelling aspect of the assessment is covered within the IOA GPG that sets out the preferred modelling parameters. But there is a large section within ETSO R97 that discusses valleys, which is in a way similar to a quiet Glen, whereby you might have low wind speeds in a valley and not much wind generated background noise, whereas you might have wind on the top of the hill that's sufficient to cause the turbines to operate. And you wouldn't necessarily get that on a flat area of land where you'd expect similar wind conditions at the receptor location as to on the top of the hill. That's taken into account in terms of the baseline noise modelling, whereby the background noise measurements are carried out at the receptor location, but correlated with wind data measured on the top of the wind farm site. And so if you've got periods where there's high wind speeds on the wind farm site, but not high wind speeds at the receptor location, then your background sound level would be likely to be lower than it would have been if those wind speed situations were comparable. And so in that way, that quiet Glen or valley effect is accounted for within the setting of the noise limits.
Mr. Grosvenor, anybody in your party have any comments about this, as is described in your submissions, the Quiet Glen situation?
But basically, it comes out of residential statements, certainly with both South Krugersdale, Low Krugersdale, and High Krugersdale. I think the two. That's CD 2425 and also CD 28. I think it is. And those particular residents mention how quiet the Glen is. It's got no real activity there. Obviously, High Krugersdale is a working farm, as we note. But apart from that, it's shielded from the traffic noise on the A83, I think it is, because that's a raised beach, so it's on higher elevated ground. And those residential statements basically speak for themselves. Obviously, the predominant noise would be the wind noise, and it's a forestry area, but we do note that, as Mr. Shepherd's alluded to, that there will be clearances of that forest. Now, we've not looked at a forestry management plan, but any clearances, any large-scale clearances, will be for a period of a number of years, because it would take time for the forestry to be replanted. Now, what we don't know, and we haven't looked at, and I don't propose we do, is the amount of clearance there will be for access tracks and general infrastructure on the higher ground as well. So that's our concern, but obviously we'd refer to Mr. Hewson to put issue, technical explanation onto that.
Okay, but I mean, there's 2 points here, so I'm going to ask the first one first. In general terms, is your party content that ETSU does include a factor for thinking about valley features, or in this case, a quiet glen, and that's happened in this case?
Well, certainly in the sense of Arnicle, that the big issue that we see, and again, this is also talked about in their residential statements and also in the experience of the residents at Arnicle, the topography acts as reflectors. The sound bounces around, and again, the residents say about the sound travelling down the glen. So, you've got any sound that's in the local environment, it's amplified, it's reflected. And the problem we see at Arnicle particularly is, although it's not true to Clachaig Glen because it's much more open topography, but we know for a fact that one of the huge problems at Arnicle is that it's in a fairly deep, narrow valley or glen. And the sound does, reverberate around their location, and it's been described as an acoustic bowl. Now, to some extent, that feature or characteristic of the local topography is present at Clachaig Glen. So you've been and seen the topography for yourself, and obviously we'll be looking in terms of visual impacts, but you can understand it, the topography of Clachaig Glen, more so when you've actually been there, and bearing in mind that people live there, they know their topography, they've lived there in some cases for generations. So that's where that comment comes from. They know their current acoustic environment, and the point is that ETSU was derived not to provide deployment of renewable energy generation primarily in quiet rural locations, and so therefore one would argue that that criteria is already counted for in ETSU. But the reality is, when you've got a situation that's extremely quiet, any additional noise levels, 10, 20, 30, 40, whatever dB, is going to be higher than is existing at that location at the moment. And what we do know, again, the residents at High Krubersdale, they say that they can hear the Blairy Hill turbine. So obviously the sound is travelling distances, audible noise is travelling distances. So that is a concern, which we would argue is quite justifiable. It's quite legitimate.
Mr. Shepherd, I'd like to come back on that, particularly in terms of the way that sound will travel through a valley, and the factors that might be encountered. So I think we talked about reflection or bouncing of sound, amplification of sound. I personally am also interested in what the woodland does. Does that absorb sound? Do other factors around an area do something to sound? If you could just explain that in the round, that'd be appreciated.
Okay. So in general terms, woodland and forestry would be expected to absorb some of the sound. And so if you've got industrial propagation through a forest, then by virtue of the nature of the leaf cover and the barriers caused by the trees, then you'd expect a level of absorption, but that's not something that's encountered for within the noise modelling. We don't add any attenuation due to propagation through forests. We assume a 50% hard soft ground condition. So I think it's reasonable to assume the worst case in this situation, that you wouldn't get any absorption from the forest, but you might get something. It's one of those things that if you were to measure within the forest itself, you get some reflection from the tree trunks within the forest, but we're not talking about that situation here, because we've got receptors that are much more distant. In terms of the propagation across a valley or in a bowl and amplification, there's two things I suppose to note in terms of Blairy Hill Wind Farm and Arnicle and the situation there relative to Clachaig Glen, is that that's a fairly specific topographical feature where you've got the Blairy Hill turbines on the top of a ridge, and as Mr. Grosvenor says, Arnicles within a valley with a river running down it. At Clachaig Glen, we don't have that same feature because the turbines aren't as close to the receptors. So any potential effects there that the residents are reporting, I wouldn't expect us to see at properties within the vicinity of Clachaig Glen. And the second point in terms of potential amplification or reflection that might result in noise levels higher than anticipated at receptor locations, I don't believe that that's a specific issue at any of the receptors in the vicinity of the proposed development that raises any significant concern. But in practice, if noise levels were to be higher due to any of these factors, the noise limits still have to be met, and therefore it would be a requirement of the wind farm operator to ensure that those limits are being met, and the residents are protected in that way through the setting of the noise limits.
Yes, Mr. Hewson.
Could I just add that the Good Practice Guide, the Institute of Acoustics Guide, has a little diagram. It's a two-dimensional diagram showing the reflection across a valley, and explains why the addition of 3 dB.
Could you take us to it? Because most of us will have it open as a core document just now anyway.
That's interesting. In fact, I don't have it open. Mr. Shepherd actually referred to the very section earlier.
So yes, I can help you there. It's on page 21 of the Good Practice Guide, and comes at figure 5, which is under paragraph 4.3.10.
So when you look at that diagram, you see that there are a couple of reflections, and the added reflection causes the increase in sound, as explained in the GPG.
Yeah, so this is figure 5, schematic diagram, multiple reflection paths for sound propagation across concave ground.
That's right. Now, the issue with that is that the diagram there is two-dimensional. When you have a quiet glen that might snake around a corner, you'll have a reflection from the sides as well as the top and bottom. So the compensation of 3 dB for a concave valley may not be appropriate, and it may be understated, in fact, and the correction should be higher in certain circumstances for a quiet glen.
I was just looking at my ordnance survey map there to have a look at what features we have in this case. Any comment, Mr. Shepherd, before we move on?
Oh, sorry, I was checking. I thought I was muted, but I'm not. In terms of the concave ground correction, I would expect if there's a concave ground profile between the source and receiver, that would be picked up and the 3 dB would be added on. And then, as Mr. Hewson says, if there's a snaking effect and a 3-dimensional effect that might cause an additional effect, then that would be potentially, as he says, added on top of that 3 dB. I myself haven't seen any research to indicate that you'd get greater than 3 dB propagation across a concave ground profile. But I'd like to draw your attention, sir, to in this case, there are no concave ground profiles identified between any of the turbines and the receptor locations that would add on that 3 dB, where you might then, as Mr. Hewson says, have another additional potential factor on top of that.
Yes, my understanding of being in that area is that there may be access routes to these properties which go through concave features, but the actual properties themselves are not in concave features. Mr. Grosvenor's nodding his head, so yes. Okay, I think we'll move on now. I'd like to ask Mr. Grosvenor and his team about the SAM soundscape system. Could you just explain what that is, what it monitored, where you did monitoring, and what its results mean for this proposal? Thank you, Mr. Grosvenor.
Yeah, I'd like to let Susan Crosswaite speak and then follow on with Professor Mariana Alves Pereira's on this one. I think that they're quite capable of talking to Sam or about Sam.
Thank you. I have conducted a lot of monitoring around Scotland since 2017, and I have done quite a number of long-term monitoring at Arnicle. But before I go into the results of the monitoring and how it could affect this, I think it would be important for Professor Mariana Alves Pereira to describe SAM to you and what it can do, and also some of the results, because she is the expert in the room and I am the researcher, if you like. So, so I'll hand over to Professor Mariana Alves Pereira first.
So, good afternoon to everyone. So I will be answering this question of what is the SAM system and what it monitors. The SAM system emerged scientifically because the machines that are generally on the market to assess noise are the machines that normal acoustics people use. They have been historically designed to measure parameters that are established by legislation. So if, as scientists, we want to measure parameters that are not included or contemplated by the various legislations, we couldn't. And for years and years, this was the case until the SAM system appeared. The SAM system allows scientists to actually quantify what is in an acoustic environment without any restraints by legislation A or recommendation B or guidance C. So it is for the scientists, so this is not for compliance measurements, this is really to quantify how much, and in this case specifically infrasound and low frequency noise, is present in the environment. This cannot be achieved by the machines that are routinely used for environmental assessments and for acoustic research or compliance studies. So that's why the SAM system initially appeared. So I would like, since this is a complex topic in terms of technical stuff, I usually refer to figures to explain what the SAM does. So if I may, I would like to refer you to CD 13.3, and that would be PDF page 8, figure 1. So 13.3. I also have to find it now because I have everything else open. There we go. So just let me know. It's on PDF page 8 and it's figure 1 on CD 13.3.
This is the pink diagram.
Correct.
Spectrogram.
Correct. So what this figure is showing is the old way of assessing an acoustic environment. And what you're seeing are the pink bars and the red bars. So the red bars is what ETSU and ETSU-like documents tell you to measure, and only tell you to measure, while the pink bars show you what is there in the entire landscape or soundscape in this particular case. This is taken in Arnicle in East Cottage. So when we use the SAM system, we are not restricted to only gathering information of these red bars, which, as you can see, represents only a of the entire soundscape. So ETSU and other legislations like it require and demand that you only measure these red bars. Everything else is considered to be irrelevant. On the same document, if you scroll down a bit, so to the next page, which is figure 2 on page 9 of this document, you'll see the screen of the SAM system while it is recording, in this case, again, at Arnicle. And so the red, I don't, if everybody there, it's page 9, just below. So the blue line that you see there corresponds to one of the microphones, and the red line corresponds to the second microphone. The SAM system comes with 2 microphones. So again, this allows for more detailed scientific studies because you can simultaneously measure inside and outside, or on this hill versus the valley. You can simultaneously, so at the same time. So that's another advantage that the SAM system has. On this figure, figure 2 of PDF page 9, what you see on the x-axis is the frequency. So in this particular figure 2, you see the blue microphone and the red microphone reaching down to beyond 1 hertz to measure the soundscape at 1 hertz and 10 hertz. And as you can see, the frequencies is on the x-axis. If you scroll down to the next figure, which is figure 3, and on page 10, PDF page 10, figure 3 now shows, again an Arnicle, the same SAM system measuring in accordance with ETSU recommendations. Now here you see that the blue line and the red line, which correspond to both microphones, they don't go down to 1 hertz and 10 hertz. It's truncated, which is what the DBA does. The A filter truncates. You see, so when as scientists, we are interested in determining what is it that is in the environment that might be causing these complaints. And if we use the ETSU, we won't find anything, because ETSU purposely truncates anything that is below 10 and a little bit before, but at least below 10. So I think that, so that is what the SAM sound system is. I don't know if I've answered completely, but if I continue, I will continue to explain what it does. So if I could, sorry.
I'll just interrupt there just 1 second. Thank you. Professor, is it, I'd want to get this correct. Your name, do I double bar Alves Pereira?
Correct, that's perfect.
Okay, thank you. What is this system? Is it just describe to me? Is it a sound system? Is it say a mobile phone application that comes with 2 microphones, or?
It's a recording system, and it comes with a computer and a little box and 2 microphones. And so you connect the little box to the computer, you connect the little box to the microphones, and so you turn it on and it starts recording. It's not a sound level meter. We're not measuring sound levels. We're recording the soundscape in its entirety, which brings me, if I may, to 2 other very significant differences between the SAM's system and the machines that are routinely used by acousticians. And it has already been mentioned here a bit before, which is the time average. So ETSU and similar documents, they require that noise be measured as an average, oftentimes, but there are, other conditions, but oftentimes in averages of 10 minutes. And as was clearly stated here, if something happens in the first minute and then nothing else during the remaining 9 minutes, the average is not going to be reflective of the physical reality. So the SAM system does not take averages. We measure 600 seconds, second by second. So we can, in post-processing, take an average if we would like, but the data is not captured in averages. For scientists, this is a major difference. So that was, I don't know if you want. The second feature that is significantly different is, of course, the frequency weighting. So the SAM system does not weight any frequency. It is absolutely linear from 0.5 hertz all the way up to 1,000, whenever. But the machines that acousticians normally have to measure, you can now, the past 15 years, you can select a linear measurement, but then again, you'll have the 10-minute averages. It'll spit out the data in 10-minute averages. So this is a constraint for scientists who wish to understand what is it in the acoustic environment that is causing people to complain, because the obvious measurements that are made are not, it's not compatible with what people are complaining about. So if everything is fine, then why would they complain? There's obviously something missing here, and we're trying to find out what that is.
Thank you. So in this case, sorry, are you still there, Professor?
I am.
Yes, good. So you've very eloquently, quickly described that to me. So I understand what the system is. I understand what it's measuring now. You and your colleagues have told me where it's been measuring, so around Scotland, but more particularly, you've done a lot of measurements at Arnicle Farm.
Well, I should say that the SAM system has been used almost all over the world. Scotland is, because we're here at this hearing, we're talking about the Scottish measurements, but there have been measurements with the SAM system in many, many countries now. So, of course, here is the Scottish data that is relevant, but I just don't think it's only in Scotland that this is being used.
And so when did you, how much data is there for this particular wind farm proposal? And what does it tell? If it's only measuring what's currently there, how can you use that to predict what may happen?
Well, you see, when we do the measurements or the recordings, usually the equipment stays in the home or around the location for weeks at a time. This, and oftentimes at different periods of the year. This allows us to, and we get all the weather data from the, I don't know, the National Weather Service, because we don't have the local weather monitoring systems, and that provides other problems as well. So when we marry the data, the acoustic data with the weather data, this weather data includes the pressure, humidity, of course, wind direction and wind speed. But we also marry this with the diaries. And the diaries is what we request people who are in the home where the SAM system is recording to write down when they're feeling good and when they're feeling bad. So we have been able to marry in one specific case, I know it's only one, but in science that's important, we have married the acoustic phenomenon that exists when people complain the most. And that acoustic phenomenon that exists when people complain the most has to do with, it's called the wind turbine acoustic signature. So when this acoustic signature is there, people complain. And when it is not, people sleep fine. May I show you an example of what I'm talking about?
Well, it depends. Is it a submitted example that we have?
Yes.
In our...
No, yes, it's
Yeah.
a submitted, and it's just figures. It's only pictures. I try to only show pictures with these technical explanations.
Of course,
Yes, it is.
you direct us to there.
Okay, so it's CD 1318. And it's PDF page 9, and it's figure 6.
Okay, I have that.
Okay, so what you're looking at is an acoustic assessment, which in ancient times, or it is still, which is normally shown to you as those bar graphs that we first saw. Usually this type of information is shown to you in bar graphs, as we saw. And that bar graph, metaphorically, can be seen as a magnifying glass. So when you're doing the assessment of an acoustic soundscape, or of a soundscape, and you're using the ETSU and other similar legislations, it's like you're looking at the acoustic environment through a magnifying glass. Here in this figure 6, you're looking at the acoustic environment with the SAM system, so it's like we're using a microscope, because we can go in and second by second, I know exactly how many dBs are at each of the frequencies. And again, in the SAM system, the frequencies are in 36th octave bands and not in 3rd octave bands. This allows for an increased resolution. So what you're looking at here is an environment without the presence of wind turbine acoustic signatures. It shows, you can see it's a very below 8 hertz, there's practically nothing. With the black part on top means there's practically nothing to be heard. And the infrasound levels are all that colored part below. The graph below the colored one, you can see it's fairly straight on the left part of the graph, which refers to the infrasound part. It's fairly straight. If you go up one page, so to page 8 of the same document and to figure 5, you'll see the difference. you'll see the straight lines in that colored graph. You'll see those straight lines. And in the bottom graph, you'll see these peaks. That corresponds to a wind turbine signature. The format of these peaks and these lines, from those, we can actually identify the model of the wind turbine. And these two that I just showed you were in Portugal. But if you go to page 10 of this PDF, and that's figure 7, you'll see the same sort of measurement conducted in Scotland, not Arnacle. But what we see in Arnacle is exactly the same. But again, you see these straight lines, and now we're on figure 10, and this is in Scotland. And these straight lines correspond to those peaks at the bottom. This is all in the infrasound range. None of this is captured by a dBA measurement, and it's not even legislated, it's not even contemplated anywhere. So, and of course, you're told that this has no problem to the health of people because basically what you can't hear won't hurt you. That's a whole other discussion, I think, for item 10. But this is what the SAM system does. This is what it captures. It captures the presence or absence, among other things, but it captures the presence or absence of wind turbine acoustic signatures. And we have correlated the adverse health effects occur when this wind turbine acoustic signature is present. And when it's not present, people say they sleep fine. And this comes out of their diaries while the equipment is there measuring. If I may just I have one more figure to show to finalize this explanation.
Yeah, let's go to the last figure, and then I've got a few questions for you about it. We'll open it up, and then I think we'll have a break.
Very good. Very good. So the last one I'd like to show you is CD 1314. And that would be PDF page 61. And it's a figure. It's a composite figure. I promised I would only show figures.
Yes, I have that. Do others have that? Mr. Shepherd?
It's CD 1314.
Sorry, yes, I'm getting there.
Oh, you do have it?
Yes, it took me a little while to open it, I'm afraid.
Oh, thank you. If you'd like to continue, Professor Alvarez Pereira. Yeah.
Okay. So on this figure, on the left, what you see is A and B. These are two distinct environments, which, if you look at the red bars, you really can't see much difference between them. In fact, overall, both of these environments have less than 30 dBAs. Totally acceptable in most legislations of the world to have an environment with less than 30 dBA. So let's take the top line. So environment A corresponds with the SAM system to that figure C, where you see there are none of those lines, compared to figure D below, which shows these lines. But A and B, according to ETSU and other similar legislations, do not identify a difference between these two environments. Traditional analyses does not identify any difference between these two environments. And yet, when you go under the microscope, now you see, oh yes, there is indeed a huge difference. The one on the bottom, so soundscape B, has all these peaks in the infrasonic range, but soundscape A does not. And yet, in traditional analysis, there is no difference. And so people who complain of being in soundscape B, which is the same as soundscape A, they're, crazy or something. They're just imagining things. When in reality, there is, in fact, something in the acoustic environment that physically could physically justify their complaints. So that's the end of my explanation of sound system, what we monitor, what kind of information we gather.
Thank you very much. No, that makes sense in terms of what you're assessing. For my purposes, and I suppose what you've described feeds into the investigation and enforcement and a further understanding of impacts on human health, which we're going to come to. Just a few questions briefly, in particular to Mr. Shepherd. Heard about ETSU in terms of its approach to averaging. And I'm wondering, there must be spikes in these 10-minute monitoring periods. As an acoustician, do you investigate why those spikes occur, and question that? So you heard the example of something happens in the first minute, nothing happens for 9, and that changes the average. I've got a few other questions, but we'll start with that one, Mr. Shepherd.
Yeah. Okay. So to answer that one fully, I suppose, is that in terms of the overall noise assessment of measuring noise at receptor locations and assessing compliance with limits or trying to determine the overall noise level, because the measured noise level is correlated with the wind speed on site, and wind speed on site is typically being measured as a 10-minute average, then the overall average within that period is a 10-minute average that's correlated with the levels on site. So in terms of broadly the average levels that we're looking at, that's what goes into the assessment. But we do look at the lower level and refined time series data as well, if we're looking at specific character of the sound. So amplitude modulation, for example, the IOA amplitude modulation metric uses a 100 millisecond data sampling rate that's reviewed over each 10-minute period to then ascertain the levels of modulation within that wider 10-minute period. So we do look at a finer resolution of data over a 10-minute period, and then use that data to assess, in that example, the level of modulation. And historically, again, with tonal noise, again, you're looking at a series of short samples and determining the level of tonal audibility over short periods within that 10-minute period to assess how audible the tonal sound is. So we're not confined to just looking at a 10-minute average. We do look at data in a finer resolution as well.
Professor Alvarez Pereira, I just wondered, could you explain what a wind turbine signature is?
Yes. If any one of those pictures that I showed you, which had a colored thing on top and a graph on the bottom. So as the wind turbine rotates, the acoustic output has a certain periodicity. So it has a certain cadence, a certain period. And when we count, and that corresponds to a pressure wave, a pulsed pressure wave. So a wind turbine acoustic signature consists of a pulsed pressure wave, and the distance between the peaks of this pulse give us information as to the mechanical specifications of the wind turbine. So, for example, at Arnicle, we have several wind turbine or wind power plants around Arnicle. It's not just Blairy Hill. And during our monitoring, we can see the wind turbine acoustic signatures of Blairy Hill and of other wind power plants in the distance. So that's what a wind turbine acoustic signature is. I should add that all mechanical devices have an acoustical signature. Automobiles, ships, even microwave ovens have their own specific acoustic signature, which can be used to determine different models. I don't know if I completely answered your question, but.
That makes complete sense. So I suppose my wider question, I have questions about thresholds and tolerance to sound, which we'll come to in terms of when we talk about human health. But briefly, for what purposes does the SAM and the SAM data that you've taken, what usefulness does that have in this particular case? How would that be applied to assessing this particular case? It appears to be it's a set of monitoring equipment for after the event rather than predicting something.
Well, you see, because in Arnicle we have many wind turbine acoustic signatures, not just the ones from Blairy Hill, which are the ones closest to Arnicle, there are a wide variety of wind turbine acoustic signatures corresponding to all the different wind power plants at very large distances, more than 3 kilometers. So if the Clachaig forest power plant is installed, it being 3-something kilometers from Arnicle, it will be yet another contaminant of the Arnicle residential area produced by the wind power plant. So as I say, we considering what we are seeing in Arnicle, where the contribution of Blairy Hill wind turbines are merely one contribution of what's going on there, if we now put another one at 3 kilometers or 3-something kilometers, it's going to affect Arnicle properties, whether we like it or not. Of course, it's also going to affect the properties to the east, as we've seen, but in relation specifically to Arnicle, you know, we know it will just appear as another wind turbine acoustic signature, which will perhaps be higher or lower depending on wind direction, wind speed, humidity, and air pressure, atmospheric pressure. So I don't know if that answered your question, and again, when these wind turbine acoustic signatures are present, people seem to feel more adverse in terms of their health. They seem to complain they can't sleep, they need medication, all when the signature is there. And when it's not, they say they're fine. So, of course, the more wind turbine signatures you have from all these different turbines, I suppose the worse it would be, yeah. So this new power plant that is under consideration here will most certainly be affecting Arnicle, which is already very severely affected.
Okay, we'll come back to that. I appreciate what you're saying there in terms of it's a cumulative effect. You've already monitored what's happening at Arnicle, and you're concerned about the addition of, now it appears to be focusing on infrasound and low frequency rather than, we've already talked about audible noise at length today. So we'll come back to that in terms of the distance the infrasound and low frequency sound can also propagate to. Does anybody have any last comments about noise modelling before we have a break? Ms. Crosswaite.
Yes, just to say that in CD 013.22, there are examples. It's the report from the conjoined inquiry in which we participated, and quite a lot of SAM measurements were taken in the vicinity of where the 3 wind power plants were proposed, where we already had Hadyard Hill Wind Farm, Assal Valley Wind Farm, and Trelaw Wind Farm to the west, and then we had Salop Wind Farm to the right. And the monitoring that we did there picked up a lot of the type of acoustic signature which Professor Albers Pereira has just been describing. So one of the things that we were saying was that there is already the presence of quite a lot of wind turbine acoustic signature, which is only picked up by measuring to these lower levels before you add more wind turbines. And it seems to be from the understanding of where people live and the monitoring and when they've come to complain, that if there's just one wind power plant there, as was the case with Arnicle when they had, you know, they've lived for years with Ben and Turk, and people can live, because if they've only got one wind power plant and the acoustic waves can disappear, if you like, because they're not hitting other acoustic waves which make them meet together often, I think. That seems to be one place where I've monitored. She lived quite happily until another 2 wind farms started to surround her. And then she has them on 3 sides of her now, and she has a lot of problems where she lives. But it's not recognised because the wind industry bring in their acousticians at the request of the council. But maybe I should discuss this later when we come on to the complaints rather than more. I just really wanted to reiterate that this isn't just at Arnicle. This is we've got data from around various places in Scotland.
No, that was a useful overview of the SAM equipment and what it measures, and that'll be useful going forward. Now, we've still got quite a bit to get through in the agenda. I think that we can get through it by 5 or just after 5. Are parties comfortable if we go on to 5:30 if necessary? I realise we have a day tomorrow as well, so yes, hopefully we can get done before that. I suggest that if we all take a 13-minute break just now, if we come back at 10 to 4, okay? I'll see you then. Thank you. Right, welcome back, everyone. We'll continue on to item 8 now in terms of receptor locations. Just by a show of, if anybody disagrees, could they please raise their hand? But all correct noise sensitive receptors have been identified, is that right? Everybody's in agreement. Right, turning to item 9, cumulative predictions. We've already discussed some of this today, but are parties in agreement over the cumulative baseline? Mr. Hughes?
I'm not in agreement now.
Okay, could you explain why? Thank you.
Yes, the cumulative assessment has used optimistic noise modelling input parameters, and I think that the actual prediction should be higher than that has been presented. I think I explained the reasoning behind why I think that this is an optimistic prediction scenario in the previous session we had regarding sound power of the chosen turbine, noise modelling parameters, etc. I won't go over them again, but we have aired those issues.
Okay, so obviously I'm not disregarding them. You've said them previously, particularly for the direct impact, but you're also reaffirming them for the cumulative.
Yes, so with the cumulative baseline assessment, what has happened is the predictions from the other wind farms has also been based on manufacturer specifications for the turbines that have been used. So it's not actual measured data from those wind farms that have been corroborated. It's the hope that they're meeting their intended sound power outputs is what's been used in the cumulative assessment. And what I've explained in my statement is that there's a situation where complaints were raised on the Hadyard Hill wind farm in South Ayrshire. And when measurements were taken, it was found that the predictions were out by a factor of 13.4 dB. The sound levels were higher than predicted by 13.4 dB. Subsequently, they recognized that they had the wrong input parameter for the sound power level by a factor of 8 dB, and that left a remaining 5.4 dB, which I would attribute to the likes of the incorrect input assumptions in the modelling, which followed the good practice guide. And those input assumptions were ground effective G equals 0.5, receiver height of 4 meters, no terminal penalties, no side effects considered, using manufacturer specified data rather than actual data. All of those things in that situation showed that they were underestimated greatly.
Okay, Mr. Shepherd, could you just describe the baseline for the cumulative assessment? Did it use just the candidate models, or did it use background sound levels from existing turbines? And is there any risk here that the cumulative assessment's been underplayed?
So the cumulative noise modelling was carried out on the basis of the installed turbines at the wind farms which were built. And so it's known what make and model are at the wind farms that are built, and therefore the turbine data for those turbines were used rather than using a candidate model. And so the expectation is that the predicted noise levels are based on data that's valid for those turbines that are installed. I don't know whether that fully answers your question, but the assessment provided for the 2022 EIA sets out all of the wind farms in the vicinity that were included within the cumulative assessment. And my understanding is that there hasn't been any change since 2022 that would require an update to that cumulative assessment. That means that what's presented in the EIAR isn't valid at this time.
Yeah, so the example raised by Mr. Hewson in South Ayrshire, that risk you don't think is inherent in this particular scheme?
No, and the document that Mr. Hewson refers to isn't a core document before us here, and I couldn't find a copy of the report that he refers to. So it's very difficult for me to comment specifically on that 13.4 dB difference between predicted noise level and measured noise level. What I did manage to find was a hearing statement elsewhere for another appeal that that mentioned this, and it appears that the 13.4 dB comes out of a measured noise level at 12 meters per second during some compliance measurements. And I think the measured noise level at 12 meters a second was 56 dB or something in that region. I think Mr. Hewson will be able to clarify what the actual values were. And that's a very high measured noise level, and it would it's the sort of noise level you'd expect at a receptor location during high wind speeds generated from trees in the local environment. It's not a level of noise that you'd expect from a wind farm at a typical residential distance. If you're on a wind farm site itself and measuring turbine noise within the site, you might get noise levels within the 50 to 60 dB range, but you certainly wouldn't expect to see that at residential distances. And I'm not also aware of what the prediction model input parameters are that were compared with that measured level that was 13.4.
I'll just stop you there, Mr. Shepherd. I'll stop you there. We're really focusing today on the application rather than other examples. So I was just wanting to check that there wasn't a parallel or comparison that could be made between these two, and you confirmed that. Before I move on to Blairy Hill, any further comments, Mr. Hewson? You're muted.
Okay, sorry about that. Only to say that if the predictions are underestimated by, let's say, 4 dB at the proposed wind farm, they will also be underestimated by 4 dB at all the other wind farms. So the difference is reduced by 8 dB overall in a cumulative assessment for 2 wind farms. So, for example, the predicted noise level at point A between, let's say, the Blairy Hill and the proposed development, if the noise level was predicted to be 40, let's say, the actual should have been 44. And likewise, from the existing proposed wind farm, if the prediction was, say, 30, then the actual should have been 34. So the difference between the two predictions would reduce by twice the increase of 4 dB, in other words, 8 dB.
Okay, and what's the risk of that? What would that mean down the line for a wind farm operator?
Well, not necessarily for the operator, but say for the likes of, I think sound levels were mentioned by Mr. Shepherd with regards to Arnicle, and I think there was a difference suggested of 12 dB between the influence of the proposed wind farm on the existing noise environment at Arnicle. That difference of 12 dB is suggested not to be of any significance because the GPG, the Good Practice Guide, suggests that if the influence is less than 10 dB, or more than 10 dB is a difference, that you wouldn't consider any impact. Whereas if you take a corrected prediction model, then your 12 dB difference reduces to only 4, and then it would have an impact on Arnicle.
I'm going to come to you, Mr. Shepherd, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Perkins in terms of the council's response to cumulative. Mr. Shepherd.
Thank you, sir. Forgive me because I'm not following Mr. Hewson's logic for the change in the relative noise level, because if we, as he's saying, have under predicted by 4 dB, we would also have under predicted Blairy Hill by 4 dB, and so that relative difference that was 12 dB would remain to be 12 dB. It's just that the levels of each would increase by 4 dB. So I'm probably misunderstanding something, but that relative difference wouldn't change. So I'm just a bit confused as to how that difference would be different.
Mr. Hewson?
Yes, I'll explain it again. Let's say there's a receiver location exactly between two wind farms, and the wind is blowing across the wind farms so that the receiver in the middle is experiencing crosswind output sounds from both wind farms. If the predicted level in the middle was from one wind farm, say 30 dB, and from the other wind farm it was 30 dB, then you could say, right, the cumulative is perhaps 33 dB. There is no difference. In other words, placing one of those wind farms as a new development would have an equal impact on the existing noise environment for the dwelling in the middle of the two. So one that's existing, one that's been proposed. Now, if the predicted level from the new wind farm is such that it's more than 10 dB below the existing noise level from an if the predicted noise level from a proposed wind farm at this receiver is more than 10 dB below the noise level from the existing one, then the argument in the good practice guide is that it has no meaningful effect. And so you discount it as being a cumulative problem, because when you have a sound level of 10 dB lower than an existing sound level, the culmination of the two is only 30.4 dB if it's starting at 30. However, if the predictions are 4 dB out, then your margin of contribution reduces by twice the error in your predictions, which is 8 dB.
All right, Mr. Shepherd, any response to that?
So in that example where one development's 10 dB below the other, if both are under predicted by 4 dB, the relative difference would still be 10 dB. There'd be no difference in that relative difference. So I don't agree that there'd be a change to the assessment.
Well, I disagree. I mean, to me, it's simple arithmetic in that if you've got two wind farms equidistant and there's a receiver in the middle, if the prediction of A predicts, say, 40 dB, and the prediction from B at that same location predicts 30 dB, then the difference is 10 dB. In other words, wind farm B influences the noise of the receiver 10 dB lower than wind farm A produces. And that's the argument in the good practice guide, that you would say that wind farm B is not having a significant cumulative effect on the output from wind farm A because it's 10 dB lower in its prediction. However, if the predicted level from A is not, say, 40 dB, but it's 44, and the other one predicts a higher level, then the contribution is higher by 4 dB.
Thank you, Mr. Hewson. I have that down. And Mr. Shepherd, do you have any further comment on that? I'm really interested in, rather than a theoretical situation, what exactly you think cumulatively isn't correct about the methodology in this case, And I have your previous points, Mr. Hewson. Mr. Shepherd, any final point before I move on to Mr. Perkins?
No, sir. Just the statement of agreed matter sets out the cumulative agreement with the council, and the assumptions are set out within the EIA as being appropriate. And so I think that's the last word for me to say on the matter.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Hewson, could you just point me to your report? Is there particular paragraph numbers in here that point to this particular issue that you have?
Bear with me while I check. A margin of compliance for the noise sensitive receivers will not be met if the candidate wind turbines produce higher levels, as I've suggested, or if they exhibit SAC.
Thank you. So just a paragraph number there.
Yes, unfortunately, I'm looking at try and find it.
While you're doing that, I'll come to Mr. Perkins. Do you have any comments about the cumulative effects?
So I have similar concerns over the analysis that was just described. From the council's perspective, the applicant obviously is reliant to a degree on the predicted level from the existing turbine, coupled with the existing limits that turbine is allowed to operate under, which, when you look at a cumulative situation, would allow a certain level of headroom that allows developer or operator B to come along and use up that headroom. I'm satisfied that the calculations have been undertaken correctly, that the correct headroom has been established, and the setting of what we would call partial limits in those situations has therefore been applied correctly. The risk is on the operator if they can't comply, if they have got, as Mr. Hewson suggests, their numbers on their predictions wrong, they won't be able to comply with the limits, and they'll have to reduce the noise output of the wind turbines appropriately to meet the limits. So from the council's perspective, I don't see we don't have any concerns from the cumulative aspects.
Okay. Mr. Hewson, when you found any particular paragraph numbers that would be useful to the hearing, you could produce those. In the interim, we'll just move on. We've already discussed the Blairy Hill wind farms, and we're not here today to investigate those or talk about them in any depth. This is really to do with the cumulative effect. And I think we've already discussed quite a bit of this. My question there was about different factors that could influence the cumulative effects. And do parties have any other observations about cumulative effects, particularly with regard to Arnacle Farm? Mr. Grosvenor first, and I'll come to Mr. Shepherd.
I think just going back to the comment that Mr. Perkins made, I mean, what we hear is quite concerning. When we've got predicted noise levels, as Mr. Hewson quite clearly states, up to
Sorry, you've muted.
I muted myself. When the margins of operational compliance are so small, I think it's 0.4 of a dB to compliance, all these other extraneous issues, tonality, warranty, and if the operator finds that they can't meet the limits, then they'll have to go back and make sure they comply with the limits. It's rather concerning that Mr. Perkins and Mr. Shepherd are basically saying, well, we think we know what the levels are. we're pretty sure we know what the levels are. But at the end of the day, the buck stops with the residents, and it's the council's environmental health and planning department that pick up the tab. And this is a real concern when we've got a proposal that's so close to the limits. And of course, the issues that Mr. Hewson raises doesn't allay our concerns that this proposal can be safely consented. And we're just talking about audible noise here within the parameter of ETSU. It sort of concerns us to the contrary. So that's what we would say with that. And again, we repeat the point that the residents at Arnicle have been through absolute torment for the last 2 years. And of course, some of the issues that are coming forward with tonality, compliance testing, and all the rest of it that goes around that, impacts on the residents who are on the firing line. And that must not be underestimated. So, you know, in the terms of what Mr. Hewson says, there should be consideration of this application in terms of noise impacts should really err on the side of caution. And there's nothing that we've heard today, or certainly I've heard today, that gives us a huge amount of confidence that the proposal put forward to us as far as the applicant's concerned adequately safeguards the residential immunity of the residents. So that's just a broad statement in a sense of where we are now.
Okay, Mr. Grosvenor, we'll come back to that under item 11. Particularly your point as well about who picks up the buck for it. I think that's what you said. We can look at the condition in terms of what actually requires. So are there any other issues to do with the cumulative with Blairy Hill?
Could I just mention my paragraph 147 is the only reference to the cumulative noise predictions. I haven't covered the relative contribution issue that I was discussing earlier. So that's not in my statement. But what you can take from my comments on the modelling is that you have to consider the cumulative impact of the increase on all wind farms because they've all been equally assessed using the same model inputs.
It's Crossways.
Yes, I would just like to carry on with my point that I was making about the cumulative impact and the fact that the topography has a huge impact on it and the valleys, and that although the people who live in Clachaig, Glen at the moment, and none of them are particularly affected by the wind farm up the valley, and although they can already, some of them can already hear the Blairy Hill turbines, the working farm, these people work right up to the borders. I mean, their land extends right up to the border of the wind farm, so their animals will be affected as well, and they are out and about in this quiet area a lot. It's not just that they're in their house all the time, and so the fact that as soon as you bring in another wind farm, it's going to add to the cumulative impact. And because this is a peninsula and there's not much population overall. You've got Campbelltown, which is a small town, but the rest of the people live in small villages on the raised beach, mostly, apart from the people who live in the hinterland farming the land. And they're looking at all the applications in the Mull of Kintyre. There's so many that they're almost all joining up together from Tangy and just north of Campbelltown, all the way up to Tarbert.
Sorry, Mr. Crossway, I don't want to cut across you, but we're discussing landscape and visual impacts the next 2 days. I'm right. just going to put it out there that that's not what we're discussing today. So if you've got a cumulative...
No, I realise I'm not talking, I'm talking about the noise, the impact of the cumulative impact of the noise all coming from different directions, because it radiates out to a certain extent. It's not just always downwind. It radiates out to a certain extent. So I just think that the topography is hugely important, as is the wind direction, all the other things that we've discussed.
Thank you. Mr. Shepherd.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to make two very quick points specifically about Arnicle Farm and the impact of Clachaig Glen on that group of properties there. And it's worth noting that the operational noise levels from Blairy Hill at Arnicle Farm are likely to be above background noise levels, and therefore the noise from the Blairy Hill wind turbines is clearly noticeable at Arnicle. That wouldn't be the case for the proposed development, where the predicted noise levels are 28 dB or lower. We know that the existing noise from the Blairy Hill turbines is in the vicinity of 40 dB, and the background noise is within sort of 5 dB of that, so sort of 35-ish. It varies with wind speed to a certain extent, but the noise levels from the proposed development will be below background, and therefore unlikely to be significantly perceived at that receptor. And then the other point specifically related to Blairy Hill and Arnicle, well, not related to Blairy Hill, but just related to Arnicle, is that the consented noise limits that are set for the Clachaig Glen wind farm in the 2019 consent set limits that would apply at Arnicle Farm and the properties at Arnicle. And the lowest limit within the consented limits, because the way in which they're applied to other locations is there's a table of noise limits that apply to properties in the vicinity of the wind farm development. If there's another property that's not listed within those limit tables, you're directed to take the limits that apply at the geographically closest location, unless otherwise agreed with the local authority. But if we look at the values in the noise limits, the lowest limit at night is 43 dB LA90, and they increase with wind speed. And during the daytime, they're 39.5 dB and again increase with wind speed. Those are the limits that would apply at, or currently apply at Arnicle for the consented development. But the limits that we've applied to Arnicle for the proposed development is limiting it to 30 dB. And so we're setting much more stringent limits.
Thank you. Yeah, I was going to check that wasn't a typo, that both the daytime and nighttime is 30. Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, any other comments about cumulative predictions? No, in that case, we'll move on to item 10. Now, in general terms, I just want, and it'll be Grosvenor Group Consultancy to come back on this initially, but if you just explain the following concepts of amplitude modulation, infrasound, low frequency noise, and ground-borne vibrations, and how those affect humans.
Well, as far as amplitude modulation, I'd like to just refer to Mr. Hewson first.
An explanation of amplitude modulation, right? Amplitude modulation is the change in sound level over time. So if you're standing relatively near to a wind turbine, a single wind turbine, as the blades rotate, they tend to produce a swish sound. The swish on a sound level meter increases the sound level. So you see the sound level increasing and decreasing as each swish occurs. So that's a classic aerodynamic amplitude modulation, where you see an increase and a decrease in level every time you hear a swish. When you have more than one wind turbine, that are the same distance away from you, the relative phase of the rotation of the rotors can produce quite complicated amplitude modulation signature. So instead of it being a regular swish, 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 it could be swish, 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 or it could be swish, 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 depending on how the two synchronize. So it can become very complicated when you've got multiple wind turbines that you're observing in terms of observing amplitude modulation. Amplitude modulation not only comes from aerodynamic noise from the swish type sounds, you can also get changes in sound level caused by the modulation of tones. So an example would be when wind is blowing onto a turbine and the turbine is rotating, it's got a force onto the gearbox, which is relatively constant until such time as the blade goes in front of the tower. When it goes in front of the tower, it backs off slightly. So as it's rotating, it's got a constant torque onto the gearbox. When it sees a tower behind it, there's less of a torque, and that goes into the gearbox. So the gearbox sees a varying amount of torque being applied that is corresponding with the blade past frequencies going past the tower. Now, the output shaft of the gearbox might be rotating at, say, the equivalent of 32 hertz, producing a vibration tone at 32 hertz. But that 32 hertz could be modulated by the backing off of the torque on the gearbox. So what happens is when you look at a narrowband frequency spectrum, you see a tone of 32 hertz, let's say, for the rotation of the output shaft. And then you see two side bands, or sometimes three side bands. And the distance between the tone and the side bands is the repetition of the amplitude modulation of the blade pass frequency. So it's another dimension of amplitude modulation where you get a tone that's modulated in level, as well as the modulation of swish.
Okay, and thank you. That was a good explanation. I'll get Mr. Perkins to come in as well, because obviously interested in AM. Mr. Hewson, what's the effect of that on humans then?
Well, in the 32 hertz region, for instance, which is typical of the output shaft from a gearbox going into a generator, the amplitude well, first off, the 32 hertz tone is in the audible frequency range. It's in the low frequency range, because the low frequency range is generally considered to be from 10 hertz to 200 hertz. So 32 hertz is in that lower frequency register, but it's also in the audible frequency range, which generally goes from 20 hertz up to 20 kilohertz, if you're young and you've got really good hearing. So if you're experiencing a tone that's being modulated at low frequency, the loudness perception of the human ear follows things called son or fon curves. And the change in level corresponds to a change in loudness. So at 1 kilohertz, for example, if you double a sound that's predominant in the mid-frequency range at, say, a kilohertz, if you double the loudness, then you generally observe an increase of 10 dB in the middle frequency range. However, in the lower frequency range, a small change in level, as measured, produces a larger response in loudness that you would observe. So a smaller amplitude modulation at lower frequencies is much more noticeable to a person, and ergo more annoying, than it would be if it was in a mid-frequency register around 600, 100 kilohertz, or 1000 kilohertz, and so on. So there's an extra dimension with regards to the perception of the loudness from that amplitude modulation, depending on what frequency it's in.
Okay, and I mean, we can talk about in a minute the factors that might input into annoyance, but you've already made one factor about the youth of an ear, in the sense of who can hear the the amplitude modulation in terms of the frequency. But the main effect is that it's more notable at a lower frequency, and therefore it may be more annoying.
Yes, that's right. And the dominant frequency from aerodynamic swish is around 500 hertz. Gearbox type noise and the like is, 25 hertz, 32 hertz, depending on the machine. Or other, well, yeah, that's amplitude modulated on that thing.
Thank you. Mr. Perkins, does that align with your understanding of AM and the nuisance that it may cause?
To a large extent, yes, sir, I think it does. During the daytime when people are awake, it would sort of factor into annoyance. At night, we'd probably be talking in terms of sleep disturbance. There's been a number of peer-reviewed university studies looking at amplitude modulation and how that and whether that increases the annoyance. And those studies conclude, in my view, quite clearly that it does increase the annoyance of the sound from a wind turbine. I would also recognise that ETSU did identify AM as part of the signal, but I'm of the opinion that where we are now and our understanding of AM is far greater than what we knew back in 96 when ETSU was written, and there needs to be a condition that reflects the fact that it's not a trivial matter to measure AM. It is actually quite difficult. Well, not difficult as such, but it is sort of very process intensive to be able to do that. But at the same time, I think it is a necessary factor. We'll come on to the need later on when we come back to it.
Thank you. Mr. Shepherd, do you have any comments in terms of amplitude modulation? Do you agree with what you've heard so far?
Yes, sir. It's an annoyance factor. So where there's a significant level of modulation in the sound, it makes it more noticeable and therefore more annoying.
We may be talking about different human responses in a second to these different variables, but everybody's using the term nuisance or annoyance. Obviously, nuisance tends to have more of a legalistic interpretation in terms of noise, but annoyance, you all agree that is that a subjective term? Mr. Shepherd, then I'll go to Mr. Perkins and Mr. Hewson.
It's certainly a subjective term. It relates to the way in which the sound is perceived. So it's very much varies by person as to how someone perceives a sound and how annoying they find it, or indeed whether they find it annoying at all, or even noticeable.
Mr. Perkins?
Yeah, I would agree with that, sir. As acousticians, though, we're quite used to seeing a lot of the research studies using the term highly annoyed or moderately annoyed, so linking noise exposure to annoyance as being the primary health effect that sort of encompasses a whole range of indirect effects that sort of sit underneath that. So other noise sources, and indeed for wind turbines, there are dose response relationships on which historically a lot of planning and government policy decisions have been made based on that research.
Professor Alvarez Pereira.
Yes, thank you. I would just like to say a few things about annoyance and nuisance. To my understanding, the substitution of the word nuisance for annoyance started emerging in the 1970s when people started complaining about airport noise. And indeed, there is a legality associated with the word nuisance that is not associated with the word annoyance. In terms of medical sciences, annoyance is not a health effect. It should not be considered a health outcome to be evaluated as to whether a machine is producing health effects, adverse health effects or not on a person, precisely because it's subjective. So I just wanted to add my 2 cents on that.
Sorry, Mr. Grosvenor, before I come to you, that's an interesting point. So if we bring that back around then, if amplitude modulation is creating these sometimes audible sounds that are perhaps annoying to some people, and you're saying that's subjective, is that something that we should take into account when I'm assessing this particular proposal then?
Well, perhaps I spoke out of turn, because what I'm talking about is a stance that is taken worldwide. And generally speaking, annoyance alone cannot be considered as a metric for whether or not a machine, any machine, is bad for the health of a person, because it's subjective. This is in general terms. Now, of course, we know with wind turbines in particular, it has always been annoyance. And again, in terms of medical sciences, it provides a very significant problem, because annoyance is not an objective measure. But it's rampant, and it's even, yeah, it's rampant. Even Dr. Colin Ramsey of a document that has been submitted recognizes that noise annoyance is not generally used in medical sciences, and yet it is accepted. And this Dr. Colin Ramsey is from the what do you call it? The Scottish Health Protection, or Protection Scottish. So he also admits that medically it's not, but it's rampantly used, and it's, oh, they're annoyed or not annoyed, and there you go. So I just wanted to add that. Whether for amplitude modulation or infrasound or low frequency or any other physical agent of disease.
We'll come on to those briefly in a second. Mr. Grosvenor.
I concur with Professor Mariana Alves-Pereira's, and the problem we see is that the term annoyance is almost a sort of a catch-all phrase that generally is used to say, well, in layman's terms, people are annoyed, and they're annoyed because of various reasons. But the fact of the matter is that, you know, the main driver of health impacts, and it goes back to infrasound low frequency amplitude modulation, comes out of if a person is not at peace. Let's put it another way: not at peace, not living in a tranquil environment, not happy, you know, when they're sleeping at night, and that during the day they've got problems with their ears, or etc. Then you could argue that they would be annoyed. But of course, the real crunch comes when they can't sleep at night. Now, I know for a fact that the people at Arnicle have got very annoyed because they can't sleep at night, and a lot of people do get annoyed because they can't sleep at night. So I think the issue is here a question of terminology, and so what one must do is look beyond the term of annoyance and look at the pathways and the causes that derive from that. And then I'll pass back to Professor Alves-Pereira's, because she probably could explain that better if you're happy for her to do so.
No, that makes sense. I suppose in this particular section, I just want to, I think we've done quite briefly explain what the factor is, and then what effect it might have. And then I'm going to go on and ask where the guidance is or the advice to whether or not we apply that in this case. So very briefly again, we could just talk about infrasound. So we've already talked a wee bit about infrasound and low frequency noise. Could someone just explain that? I think it must be below a certain hertz level, what its characteristics are and what its effect on human health is. Who would be best placed for that? Would it be Mr. Grosvenor? You can help me.
Well, I think let Professor Marianne Alves explain it first, and then we'll come back to this, Mr. Hewson. I think that might be the best way to put it forward. And bearing in mind that I would refer you to Mr. Hewson's evidence on this, because there's quite a lot of studies in there and references to it. So, I mean, I know we're coming short of time now, but if we can go back to Mariana Alves Pereira's, that would be helpful.
Should I proceed? Okay, right. So infrasound is the X-rays of sound. So just like we don't see X-rays, our vision doesn't see it, infrasound is that in the acoustics area. I will pick up, and please, Mr. Shepherd, this is nothing against you. I've seen this time and time again in many, many acoustician reports. One of the statements made by, which is erroneous, but one of the statements made by Mr. Shepherd in his hearing statement was that there was no mechanical explanation. I can give you the CDs, but since we're running on time, I can tell you it is the paragraph 720 and 721 of Mr. Shepherd's submission. Again, Mr. Shepherd, please, all acousticians say this. This is not against you personally, but it says here, or I'll go then to, I didn't have it right here in front of me. One moment, please. Right. It says here, and it's paragraph 720. There is, however, no mechanism whereby the sound, audible or inaudible, can cause direct health effects. This is simply not true. This is simply not true. Now, I can give you, a 2-minute speech on cellular function and how cells communicate biochemically, but they also communicate mechanically. And pressure waves in the air are mechanical events. And it's so not true that in other already submitted documents, we see recent studies of what is being analyzed at the cellular level in brains exposed to infrasound. And we're talking about damage to the glial cells in the brain. And we're talking about the communication between cells, which is mediated biomechanically, is affected. Those particular channels are affected specifically by infrasound. So I'm not going to go on a huge spiel about this, but this is an example of how misinformed people are regarding the health effects caused by infrasound exposure. So I just wanted to give you the context where you have half of the world saying that infrasound has no mechanical explanation for health effects, and the other half of the world is actually studying them. So you see, there's sorry, go ahead.
I'm going to come in there, Professor Alves Pereira. Just from the outset, in simple layman's terms for me, infrasound. So I can't hear it, and I think you used the word pulse there. So what is it in simple terms? Is it a series of pulses that the barriers prevent them? What happens to them? And then what I've taken from the human health factor is that you're saying that they can affect you on a cellular level and a biomechanical level.
Correct.
Whether or not parties agree with that, that's a different question. But
so the infrasound is technically qualified or internationally identified as non-ionizing radiation. So it's a pressure wave that travels through the air and can impact your body. This is infrasound. The Germans in 2017 demonstrated that while this infrasonic wave, pressure wave, is not registered by the ear, it is registered by the brain. So while the brain acknowledges its presence, the ear may not. So that is infrasound. We don't necessarily process that acoustic information through our ear or through our auditory system. Okay, that was actually shown back in 1978 with mice that were genetically deaf. But okay, so infrasound, one of the characteristics of infrasound, so if you imagine a wave, one of the ways that we study waves is we define the distance between the peaks of a wave. And when we come to infrasound at the exact 20 hertz limit, below which we can't hear in classical terms, so at 20 hertz, the distance between peaks is 17 meters. Rule of thumb in acoustics is that the barrier, the thickness of a barrier should be of the order of magnitude of the distance between the peaks. Yes, so the thickness of the barrier must be in the order of magnitude of the distance between the peaks of the waves. Let me take an example of your triple glazed windows, right? Centimeters, right? That's thick centimeters. We hear waves in centimeters. The distance between the peaks of the waves that we hear are in centimeters. Infrasound at 20 hertz is 17 meters. So you would have to get a pretty thick barrier to stop something at 20 hertz. Moreover, at 1 hertz, which is a common frequency for one of those in the wind turbine acoustic signature, at 1 hertz, the distance between peaks is 343 meters. So if you want a barrier against infrasound, it has until today been quite inefficient. I mean, the most I know are the US Navy down in Florida and Pensacola. They were developing materials to stop 80 hertz by 30 dB. But that's, you know, that's the military, and it's 80 hertz, well above this infrasound level. So it's not easy. If infrasound is present, it's not easy to protect against it.
Okay, so two follow-up questions before I invite Mr. Shepherd to come back on this. First point is what's causing the infrasound within a turbine, and secondly, at what distance does the infrasound travel? So is it indefinite, or does it ease off?
Well, as to the first question, I think I'm going to leave that to Mr. Hewson, because there are different theories about how this pulsed infrasound is being generated by wind turbines. And there are different theories. I'm not in that area specifically. As to the distance of infrasound, the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty includes 60 infrasound monitoring stations around the world. So if, for example, if China decides to explode a nuclear weapon, which produces a lot of infrasound, monitoring stations in Germany can pick it up. So how far can it travel? It can travel very far. It will depend, of course, on temperature gradients within the atmosphere. Obviously, as has been discussed here numerous times already, the topology of the land underneath. It will depend on a variety of factors. Humidity, atmospheric pressure at each location, because then it travels, so it can vary. Those conditions vary along its traveling path. I don't know if that
Thank
answers.
you. No, that's very helpful. So, Mr. Hewson, I'm going to come to you. I suppose the wider question for everybody here is whether everyone accepts that infrasound it exists, and then we're going to come to the question of where it comes from a turbine point of view. So, just does anybody not agree that infrasound exists? Right. So in your evidence, Mr. Shepherd, you're effectively, you acknowledge that infrasound does occur, and are you disputing that it occurs from a wind turbine?
No, not at all. I completely agree with Professor Alves Pereira in that it is possible to measure infrasound from wind turbines, and there's no disputing that at all. Where our disagreement diverges is the relative levels of infrasound from wind turbines to the levels of perception, and also relative to other sound sources that may generate higher levels of infrasound where we don't see health effects. And so it must always be borne in mind that the levels of infrasound that we're seeing from wind turbines are significantly below the level of human perception. And also when you look at other sound sources like the sea, living in a city, high wind speeds, those factors can cause high levels of infrasound, which are higher than levels associated with that you'd get from wind turbines. The other area of agreement is the wavelengths of sound that we're talking about is, and as shown by the evidence, there's no, you would have to have a very big barrier to reduce levels of infrasound. So as Professor Alves Pereira's charts that she showed us earlier showed similar levels of infrasound inside a house as to outside a house. But again, those levels of infrasound are below the levels of perception. And in terms of the charts that we were specifically shown, as you'll have seen from my previous submissions, they related to periods of very high wind speeds at Arnacle. And it's my opinion that it's very likely that the high levels of infrasound that are measured there are generated simply by the wind and effects around the buildings in the vicinity, and it's not infrasound from turbines that is what's measuring there. We don't have a comparison of infrasonic levels with and without the turbines operating. But as I say, that the chart that we have is very high wind speeds, and as I say, high levels of wind on any structure cause infrasound, and that's what they were measuring inside and outside the property.
Okay, no, that's useful. Professor Alves Pereira, yourself, and then I'll come to Ms. Crosswaite.
Yes, there were just 2 points. The first is I neglected to mention that we have planetary infrasound. So infrasound doesn't only come from our man-made or human-made machines, but the major difference between planetary, natural, the ocean, and even city urban infrasound is the time character. So for example, if we look at the infrasound caused by wind, and we look at the infrasound caused by a wind turbine, we will see that the time pattern of the acoustic events is entirely different. If you recall seeing those straight lines across those colored pictures, those straight lines are like continuous tones at infrasonic levels. They continuously exist over the 600 seconds, so 10 minutes, of the x-axis. When you have wind, it's a whoosh. So in terms of time, you will have an increase of infrasound and then a decrease of infrasound, not a continuous, and not only one, but several lines of continuous indicating the pulse, which immediately excludes wind. That's what the SAM can bring us, and the normally used acoustic machines cannot. So yeah, so that was the 2 points.
Thank you. And yourself, Ms. Crothwaite?
I would just like to follow up on Mr. Shepherd's point about the infrasound being greater in the measurements that we have taken relating to noise and strong winds. In actual fact, we find with all our measurements, the greatest infrasound tends to be when the wind levels are not so high, because it allows the sound waves to travel at greater distances without being dissipated by the wind. And often the wind, actually, when it's windier, people are less affected. So, and again, it's the mechanical beat of the pulse. It's as though it's bombarding the body, which it seems to do, but you can't hear it, but the body is perceiving it, and it's dose responsive, and it seems to affect people greater and greater, that the body is almost, I think, Professor Mariana Alves Pereira often relates it to like a boxer being in a boxing ring. If the boxer is just being bombarded by being the boxing all the time and has no reprieve for the body just to rest, he can't come back to it. And this is what we're finding with people who live in rural places, who are farmers, who are working on the land all the time, and they never really leave the land. We know, for instance, that when they do go away, perhaps to a farm sale, or they go away for a few days, they suddenly start to feel better and they start to sleep again at night. And it's the same with children who live in areas where they especially young children and babies, where they never leave their environment. Same with retired people who often live in these places. They never leave the environment. So it's always there when the conditions allow it to be there, and it's not there all the time, but it is still responsive.
So sorry. So in that sense, you're effectively saying that it's, in your opinion, it's not other factors that are creating these responses, because when they're not in that environment, they're feeling better. And in young people who wouldn't have a preperception, say, of a particular development, are also being affected in the same way. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
When people go away from their environment, we also have instances of people when they go away from their environment, but they find themselves in another environment where there are wind turbines, their symptoms come back. So it is that, again, is proof that it is the turbines that are causing the problem and not other things in the environment.
Right, yeah, and I understand that we've got other forms of infrasound, planetary infrasound, natural infrasound, and that's possibly more consistent, and so the body's used to it compared to this, which may be inconsistent. Is that effectively what you're saying?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Grosvenor, and then I'd like to move on to low frequency noise, which I think is probably very similar. And Mr. Hewson, yes, your hand up as well. So we'll go to Mr. Grosvenor first.
Well, what I was going to do actually is refer to Mr. Hewson, because he actually covers it in his hearing statement from paragraph 103 right the way down to 106. So I'll hand over to Mr. Hewson.
Can I just refer you to my statement, paragraph 32, which is the decision of a court in South Australia, where they took submissions from a number of acoustic experts and medical practitioners, and their summary is quite useful because it covers infrasound, low frequency and ground-borne vibrations and has a link to health. And the way they refer to annoyance in the second bullet point of my paragraph 32, there are numerous recorded instances of wind turbine noise exceeding 40 dBA, and in brackets, which is a recognized threshold for annoyance, stroke, sleep disturbance. So in this instance, what they're saying annoyance is you're disturbed in sleep, and that causes you to be annoyed. You're not annoyed when you're asleep. So what Mariana was actually mentioning was the inverse of that, why there's often confusion between annoyance and nuisance. Right, that section on the summary from the judge there gives you a good example of, examples of infrasound and low frequency noise, and the best way to analyze it. But going to the point that we are talking about now, and that's infrasound, the question was, where does it come from? In a wind turbine, I did a paper in 2015, which is referenced at the end of my submission, and it's basically noise from stationary wind turbines. And what that paper looks at is the methods that are generating infrasound from a particular wind farm. And what was found was that a wind turbine is actually a flexible device. So if it's just sitting there with no wind on it, and you were to go up to the pedestal base, and if you were able to shake it, the whole wind turbine, it would tend to flop because the blades are very flexible. Now, when a wind turbine is not rotating, if the wind is going across the turbines when they're feathered, when the blades are feathered, you get a turbulence behind the blades. Turbulent airflow is a random vibration. It's it's not a particular frequency, it's just a random vibration. So it's shaking the blades. It's shaking the blades, and it's also shaking the whole pivoting of the turbine. Now, the surface area of a turbine blade is something like 400 square meters. So if you imagine a loudspeaker with a surface area the size of these turbine blades, and it's vibrating in the wind, the pressure that is generated by this huge speaker can easily generate infrasound pressure. So basically the flapping of the blades can generate infrasound in itself. The nodding of the whole wind turbine backwards and forwards in a wind will push the whole rotor backwards and forwards, and that generates infrasound as well. Then you've got another issue, and that is when the blades go past the tower, there tends to be a pulse of air pressure produced. That pulse then gets repeated every time a blade goes past the tower. Now, when you do a frequency domain analysis of these repetitive pulses, the characteristic of the pulse is normally at blade pass frequency, and then at multiples of that frequency in terms of harmonics. So let's say the blades produce a pass frequency pulse every 1 second. You'll see a tone peak at 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds, and 6 seconds. And those harmonics describe the shape of the pulse that is being generated, which is an infrasonic pulse. Now, when you have more than one wind turbine, they're all producing these pulses can accumulate if they all synchronize. So what you see and observe in the environment near a wind farm is infrasound levels that are not constant in terms of pulse amplitudes, but you see pulse amplitudes that vary greatly depending on the synchronicity of the different turbines. So it's extremely complicated, but the propagation effect of infrasound in the low frequency region, Mariana mentioned the Nuclear Test Ban Treaty. When you observe infrasound from a nuclear explosion somewhere halfway around the world, or even an earthquake, or a volcano going bang, what happens is the pressure pulse gets trapped in a layer, which is a waveguide of the atmosphere around the Earth. So when these these stations actually observe infrasound pulses coming from natural events like an earthquake, they see a pulse as it goes around the measurement location, and then it goes all the way around the world, and they see a second pulse, and it goes around the world again, and they see a third pulse. So infrasound gets trapped in the atmospheric layer around the Earth.
Thank you, Mr. Hewson. We're perhaps going off piste here slightly. I understand that concept, but I think you've very quickly described to me where the infrasound might be coming from. And I think we've already established that no one here is disputing that the infrasound does exist. It's just what effect that has on human health. I'm quite keen to move on. So is low frequency noise the same as infrasound?
Okay, infrasound generally covers the range up to 20 hertz, and low frequency encompasses part of that from 10 hertz up to 200. So in the 10 hertz to 20 hertz, the low frequency region delves into the infrasound region. And also what you have with propagation of infrasound is that normal audio sound generally attenuates with distance at 6 dB per doubling of distance, whereas infrasound doesn't. It attenuates at about 3 dB per doubling of distance. So it propagates much further and easier than higher frequency sound. The other thing to remember with infrasound is that when you have a wind farm that's, let's say, let's say half a kilometre wide, you're actually in the near field of these pulses out to, basically 5 times the dimension of your sound source is the near field. So if your wind farm has turbines, let's say, stretching over half a kilometre, then 5 times that gives you 2.5 kilometres away, you're in the near field. And the attenuation is negligible in the near field of a wind farm with regards to infrasound.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Grofner. I'm just going to ask Professor Alvarez Pereira to come in, just because her hand's been up for quite a while, and then I'm keen to move on with the agenda.
I just wanted to add regarding the conversation about people going away from their wind turbine home and then feeling better. That also happens with pets and cattle. So, not cattle, just sheep and horses. So if you remove a horse from a home that is in the vicinity of wind turbine and the horse is getting sick, you remove the horse and the horse also gets better. This is true for other animals, chickens. I mean, it's all reported. So I just wanted to say it's not just the humans that feel better away from the contaminated area. You also see that in pets and cattle, livestock. That's it.
Thank you, noted. In terms of ground-borne vibrations, Mr. Hewson, you've already described the fact that the turbines are flexible, and therefore, even when they're not operating, there's some movement. Is that what you're talking about? Is it vibration through the ground that's creating something? If you could describe that.
No, it's actually airborne infrasound transmissions, not ground-borne. So all the measurements around wind farms of ground vibrations have not been generated by the foundation of the wind farm shaking. So what happens, and that's explained in what the judge decided in that section 32 of my hearing. It was acknowledged that airborne sound can do things like rattle windows, and that re-radiates into the home as a sound. So it's airborne issues, not ground-borne vibrations. But vibrations can be generated by sound, and that's the issue.
So is that more to do with an annoyance factor again, rather than an effect on the human body?
Well, the human body has different resonances. So your chest, for example, resonates at about 7.5 hertz. You've got the your pharynx, the gap in your throat will have a resonant frequency. The vibration of your head bouncing on the top of your neck has a resonant frequency, and it all tends to be in the infrasound region.
Yes, so all I was going to point you to is exactly that this evidence in Mr. Hewson's hearing statement from paragraph 102 down to 106. It's in there. And of course, that includes body resonances as well.
What I'm going to do, I'm going to move through the agenda, and then at the end of the item, I'll open it up to everybody else if you want to come back, particularly the applicant, Mr. Shepherd, and then we'll move on to item 11, which I think we can get through in decent shift. So I don't think we need to talk about this too much, but I assume that, is anyone here medically qualified, and does it actually matter when we're talking about these particular issues? Professor Alvarez Pereira, or are you you're a scientist, but is that medical background?
No, I worked with a team of medical doctors for 30 years in the Portuguese Air Force, but I personally am not a medical doctor. I am a biomedical engineer.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll move on from that question.
Yeah, I'm not medically qualified either, but I refer to research from medically qualified people.
I can see from the submissions that we do have research papers that have been submitted and corroborated. So I don't feel like we need to question, go into any depth in that particular question unless anybody has anything else they'd like to say about research papers. Now, the matters that we've discussed, and this is pertinent to the application we have before us, are any of them covered in the EIA's noise assessment, referred to in ETSU, or the IOA Good Practice Guide? And is there anything in the advice or guidance that directs that those matters should be addressed when reviewing a wind energy development? I'll go to Mr. Shepherd first.
Thank you, sir. In terms of infrasound, ground-borne vibration, and low-frequency sound, the Scottish Government advice on that is clear within CD 008.003, which is the technical advice note on the assessment of noise, which refers back to the IOA acoustics bulletin article that was referenced within the 2022 EIA, citing that agreement was reached that those three factors could be scoped out of the noise assessment, as they generally don't have any adverse effects on neighbours. I think the update to that might be worth referencing as it's before us is the WSP report that we spoke about earlier, which is CD 008.007, because that's a report from May 2023 that it includes a comprehensive literature review of all aspects of wind turbine noise. It includes infrasound and concludes within the recommendation section. If I point you to page 229, I'm not saying you need to go there now, sir, but just for your notes, there's a bullet point which sums up the review of the available evidence that says the evidence review indicates that infrasound from wind turbines at typical exposure levels has no direct adverse effects on health. And so that's the summary within the WSP guidance. And the other point that goes alongside it is that there's a desire for there to be a clear position statement on wind turbine infrasound, be it from government or within any update to ETSU. But the state of the art current knowledge is, and I think this is where I disagree with Professor Alvarez Pereira, who earlier on alluded to there being a 50-50 split between acoustics professionals that are concerned about infrasound and ones that assume it doesn't exist, is that actually the general consensus in the UK amongst acoustics experts is that there's no significant direct health effects from infrasound on humans, and specifically relating to noise from wind turbines. There's not a 50-50 split between people who think that it should be included within an assessment and those that aren't. It's that there is clear consensus that it's something that there isn't the evidence base for there being a direct result. And as I said earlier, I do not disagree that it's possible to measure infrasound from wind turbines, and I've obviously spoken about the levels relative to perception and other sources. But we need to be careful not to confuse correlation with causation. And because it's measurable doesn't mean that it's causing those effects. And that's an important distinction that needs to be made when researching these effects.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. I'm going to invite Mr. Grosvenor to come in and many of your team. But just to confirm, I mean, I'm quite clear that parties disagree on this and that we're not going to come to a form of agreement through this hearing on these matters. So that's something that I will have to contain within my report and for ministers to consider in making their decision. So Mr. Grosvenor first.
Yeah, I think this goes to the nub of the issue, and of course it's clearly set out in our evidence the reasons why we fundamentally agree with the position of the WSP, and especially that statement to government, which is clearly responded to in the INWG report or analysis, which is I think is CD14. And you know, that would set a very dangerous precedent for you know, the government to suggest that a statement should be that that there are no health impacts associated with wind turbines. I mean, that flies in the face of developing science, further research. So we are deeply concerned that is in there. So we just raise that now and pass on to my colleagues.
Okay, Professor Alvarez Piero.
It was, I just want to correct, I guess I gave the wrong impression, Mr. Shepherd. I didn't mean half of the acousticians and the other half of the, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. I meant scientists in general. You see, because we have, for example, ear, nose, and throat doctors who have been conditioned, it's only the audible, and they'll reject anything that has to do with infrasound. But then you get the occupational physicians, and they know about occupations, and they'll accept, and they know that infrasound exposure can cause health effects, adverse health effects. So I wasn't talking about, I'm sorry, the acousticians. And, you know, we don't need a consensus from the acousticians on health effects. We need a consensus from the public health officials on this. So while I think it's great that you all came to a consensus regarding the health effects, it's not your consensus that we should be validating. You see, it's the medical professionals, but they're elsewhere now, so they're not even present. They weren't present during the writing of ETSU. So you see, and so I'm sorry, I didn't mean the acousticians. That's what I wanted to say. Sorry.
I suppose that raises a wider question about many of these points are generic to any wind farm development. Where do I stand in terms of making a recommendation to ministers on these points? Is there any other guidance or advice that suggests that I should take these factors into account, and indeed, could they have an influence over my recommendation? Yes, Mr. Houston.
Can I simply say that the jury's out on the impact of infrasound and its harm on humans. It's not decided one way or the other, but research is ongoing. And if it's possible to coin a condition whereby if future research demonstrates that infrasound does cause harm, then is it possible to have a condition which allows any subsequently determined and approved condition by the Scottish Government to be referred to within the condition? if such evidence becomes available.
Mr. Shepherd.
Thank you. I think the evidence base is that there isn't a necessity for a condition on infrasound, and even if there is one, even if there would have been a need for one, there isn't an agreed condition that could be applied to the site for wind turbine infrasound. But much like any other aspect of sound that affects people, if people are having health effects or are annoyed by sound from a wind turbine or any other development, there's always a statutory noise nuisance route that would protect people. And if there is a direct health effect that's proven, then that would obviously get built into any sort of nuisance investigation.
I would like to come in on this.
Yes.
I think that part of the planning is to protect the amenity and the health and well-being of the people who live in the area. That is the purpose of this inquiry, basically, and what we're discussing. The evidence is out there. Why, after all this time, has ETSU not been? These are questions, rhetorical questions that need answering by the wind industry and by government policy. Why is the research not being done with all the wind turbines and all the problems with turbines and the cumulative numbers that are going up and up and up? Why has the recommendations of the 2018 World Health Organization not been acted upon? Why is Public Health Scotland, who are well aware of this and have been since the Hunterston inquiry, when Dr. Colin Ramsey was brought in? Research should have followed all these different situations that have arisen. And if the wind industry are so sure that their wind turbine infrasound and low frequency noise is of so little insignificance, why will they not have compliance testing down to those levels? That we should have conditions for all wind turbine and wind farms that compliance testing is regularly done, and that the results are seen by people outside the wind industry and their acousticians.
Okay, noted. We're about to go on to conditions. It's probably a good moment to do that. Are there any other comments? I mean, in terms of my final question, has any other wind farm decision, report, advice cited these potential human health effects as being a disbenefit against the scheme? Yes, Ms. Crosswaite.
Well, I know that the Mockram Fell has been the inquiry at Mockram Fell has been cited by both the applicants and by Grosvenor Consultancy. And at that inquiry, the reporter, it's on both audio record and we have transcribed what she said, and she was very much in favour of referring all the discussions to the Scottish Government. That was not reflected in her report, and one would ask why it wasn't reflected in her report. And again, it goes back to we have complaints that are ongoing in the CD 01322 at paragraph, just give me a moment. paragraph. Sorry, that's not the right one. Paragraph 3.2, complaints both audible and infrasound and low frequency noise ILFN remain unresolved as wind turbine operators almost always can demonstrate compliance. There is currently no guidance or mechanism to deal with ILFN. In South Ayrshire, homes have been abandoned due to unbearable health impacts. And the paragraph goes on about turbines being bought out, properties sold, etc., etc. Surely this is evidence that is just being buried all the time. And the article is 2 years since they made their complaint. There should have been a noise nuisance case. In South Ayrshire, there is evidence of noise nuisance cases being buried. That the information.
Sorry, Ms. Crossway, we're not here to discuss those particular cases, and obviously these, you know, Argyll and Bute are here in terms of Arnicle Farm, and my understanding from the written submissions in this matter was that that had been investigated and or is under investigation. I can't say more than that from my own perspective. I don't know if Mr. Perkins or Mr. O'Carroll want to clarify that, and then we'll move on to conditions.
I'm afraid I'm not involved in that case, so I can't comment.
Sorry, I have no further information on that.
Right, we're going to move on to conditions now. Does everybody have a copy of the proposed condition in front of them? So if not, it's at the latter end of the agreed statement on noise. I'll just confirm with parties that that is still the correct wording that that is being proposed. Might also be useful to open up the conditions that have been proposed, as those provide the council's outline of what it would like as well. So if you want to open those, just one second. Okay, does everybody have that? I think it's CD 1014. Yep. Okay, so we have the proposed condition, which is 29. And then there's an alternative 29, as well as I think a standalone 30. Okay, so we're all looking at the same conditions. Firstly, could I just confirm the condition proposed by the applicant, would it be sufficient to control noise emissions and investigate complaints? I'll put that to Mr. Perkins to begin with.
Yes, in the view of the council, yes, it would, sir. We should caveat that with from audible noise, not obviously not the amplitude modulation element.
Sorry, it's maybe a bit late in the day for me, but I thought that some forms of amplitude modulation were audible.
So yeah, what I mean by that is that the current 29 as written doesn't include the amplitude modulation control that the council would seek to have. So whilst I agree 29 would control the other elements, not including the other characters that we've discussed today, we would like to see the amplitude modulation one included.
And in terms of investigation of any complaints, Is there any risk that there wouldn't be investigation in this case? Because we've had Grosvenor Consultancy explain a situation with the Blairy Hill wind farm to do with operational noise. Does the condition provide a safeguard that it could be investigated satisfactorily and that any action, if required, could be taken? And Mr. Perkins, and if Mr. O'Carroll wants to come in there as well.
So at it's bullet 4, which follows, it's on the second page of the condition. You have within 21 days from the receipt of a written request from the planning authority and so on. This essentially is complaint led. In the event of a complaint, the request goes to the operator, who shall employ a suitably qualified independent consultant approved by the council to undertake the necessary work of an investigation. So, to my view, that's a satisfactory investigation, and it's a standard practice. There's a timeline provided in section 5 for the information to be provided.
Thank you. That's useful. And so, in theory, in Argyll and Bute, my understanding is that they use so the onus here would be a complaint comes to the planning authority. The planning authority decide that it should be investigated. The operator is then on them to hire someone. It's under their cost to investigate the complaint, report back to the planning authority, and then the planning authority would determine what action, if any, is required. Now, at that point, who assesses whether the monitoring that was carried out is satisfactory?
It would be for the council to form a view as to whether they're happy with the investigation. And then if they were to take enforcement action or not, that would be then determined.
Yes, so this inquiry is a case in point. Argyll and Bute don't, as far as I'm aware, have an environmental health officer to deal with this, and have hired yourself, Mr. Perkins, for this hearing. So is there would that be the case in the future, that there was an environmental health officer with the planning authority, they would hire an external consultant to review any monitoring undertaken?
The question is probably better put to Arlene, but I would expect any local authority, they have a duty to obviously look after their area from an environmental health point of view. If they're unable to do that from within their own expertise within the authority, then yes, I would expect them to subcontract that responsibility out to a third party, such as myself.
Sir, that's correct.
And ultimately, sorry, I'll come to yourself, Mr. Hewson. Ultimately, then, the decision whether or not to take action is with the planning authority. It wouldn't be with a contractor. It would be with the planning authority as the publicly responsible body.
That's correct, sir.
Mr. Hewson.
Can I just say that part of the complaints investigation process, let's say, to determine compliance with permit levels and so on, allows in the conditions for the local council to actually request information from the SCADA data of the wind farm to assist in the evaluation of the compliance and the noise measurements. Unfortunately, what tends to happen is that that's the only avenue that is available. It's a shift of data from the wind farm operator to the council for their purposes of employing someone like Mr. Perkins. I've seen more often than not where a complainant wants to have an independent assessment done, irrespective of the consultants employed by the local council, and they've found it really difficult to obtain the SCADA data to enable them to have an independent assessment. So part of the conditions I would like to have changed is that the SCADA information that possibly is available on request from the local council should also be made available to any independent consultant that may be commissioned by the complainant. This is effectively a double check, and it would obviously assist any complainant to make sure that there's no bias involved, which they may or may not perceive.
Okay, I couldn't answer that myself, so I'll ask Mr. Perkins and Mr. O'Carroll in terms of whether that, because I suppose it's a form of data, whether that could or not be released and whether a condition could encompass that. Mr. Perkins.
Yeah, that's a good question. My understanding, and Morris will correct me if I'm wrong, but during the period of investigation, I would imagine that the local authority would consider that's material although it's environmental information, it'll be part of a planning determination and therefore would be withheld. Once the decision has been reached, I would imagine that data under the environmental information regulations could be requested by a third party, so they could investigate whether that investigation had been done correctly. From the council's point of view, I see no reason why a condition could not be added, but I think the applicant may have concerns of their own that they might wish to articulate.
Mr. O'Carroll?
Well, it strikes me as I can see obviously the reason behind such a suggestion, but it strikes me as being a very unusual way in which to deal with a condition, and must always have regard to the conditions that are set out for validity of a condition in the relevant circular for 1998, and the lawfulness of that is obviously foremost amongst that. I think you've quite correctly highlighted the question of data. So I don't know if that's something that could be done primarily. But again, as Mr. Perkins has pointed out, then of course certain data is available to third parties by means that he's set out. I don't think I can take it any further. I think perhaps that might be as Mr. Perkins said, might be a point of contention with the applicants.
Mr. Fraser, do you have any comment about altering the condition in that way?
Well, I have to say, sir, I have no instructions on it at the moment. But first of all, I share Mr. Carroll's concern as to whether it's appropriate to put in a condition in any event, full stop, so to speak. I have to say I'm not aware of that sort of approach having been taken before. And given it's something that's just been bounced off us, so to speak, I think I'd want to go away and have a think about that. But I do have grave concerns about the appropriateness of the approach that's being suggested at the moment. So,
Mr. Hewson, we're discussing conditions on Friday morning in more depth. You've made a suggestion, one which the advocate and case here would like to look at in more depth. Are you content for us to discuss that on Friday?
Yes.
Okay. 2 p.m., sir.
Yes, it's at 2 p.m. on Friday. I mean, obviously, Mr. Hewson, you're more than welcome to attend that. But in your absence, we could discuss this particular suggestion of yours if you're amenable to that.
Well, just before Mr. Hewson answers that, I think, sir, the arrangements have been made for the condition session on Friday afternoon, and you've made it quite clear already that it's starting at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I simply interjected before because you said in the morning to Mr. Hewson earlier. And the reason, though, I say that is because then time will be quite short for that session also. And obviously, we've clearly run over time considerably now with this level of discussion we've had. My main concern is, however, that we indicated to you that on the basis that noise in toto would be completed today, that Mr. Perkins has been excused from Friday's session on conditions. And so it's on that basis that we've proceeded. So I think that if there were legalities to be concerned about a prospective condition, I think that's a matter for submissions rather than it being thrashed out again on Friday afternoon.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that it's a good alternative. Could you put it in your closing submissions if there's any points required? Or are you saying that you'd like a further written submission on this particular matter?
Again, as Mr. Fraser has pointed out, this has been very much bounced on us at a very late hour at the end of the session. And not even the AM issue, which was actually, I thought, in dispute, to be discussed. And in fact, another point about a third party being made available for an extra layer of enforcement possibility by a complainant following a noise issue. That's not been foreshadowed in any way, and it's not something I'd anticipated either. So I think if there were to be further written submissions about that for you to consider, then obviously then if we felt appropriate to put into our closing submissions, over myself or obviously Mr. Fraser, if felt appropriate, we could do that. But that's not something I'd anticipated thus far.
Okay, Mr. Fraser, any comment?
I'm not sure I can take it much further. It seems to me, so as I say, that it is a novel idea which has just emerged at a late time this afternoon. I think I will have to take some instruction on it. I think it may well be the case that it would be appropriate for, I don't know if it needs to be in my closing submissions. I think it may be appropriate for my instructing solicitors to submit some paper on it at some point. But again, I think we need a little time to think about that matter. So if I might put it that way.
Okay, well, what we'll do is I'll put it in a further written submission. It seems like a very narrow matter, so I think 7-day return between parties would be more than sufficient to deal with it. That'll come out this week. I'll try and issue that and give parties. I'll give you a week after this week and then a week to reply. Mr. Grosvenor, your hand's up.
Yeah, I just want to. I don't want to sort of interrupt the proceedings because obviously we are where we are. But just to give you a little bit of background, I mean, we weren't involved in the statement of agreed matters. They've come forward. We haven't had an opportunity to respond to them prior to now. So we were under the impression that we would be able to have some input into agreeing the conditions and suggesting revised conditions. And Mr. Hewson is quite right to raise this issue, because this also goes to the heart of the complaints procedure that we're engaged with, particularly with Arnicle and other areas as well, whereby there is a restricted access to information. And in the context of Arnicle, I know we're not specifically discussing Arnicle, and I don't want to go there because it's an ongoing case for our own client's sake, as well as the council. But the issue here is that the primary function of certainly noise conditions is to protect the amenity of residents and to safeguard their health and well-being. Now that should be the priority, and that should be the overriding objective. And we would hope that both the council and the applicant would certainly bear that in mind. And anything that is perceived by complainants to be making their complaints extended or uninformed as to what is going on should be borne in mind. So that's where we are with this position. But of course, I know that you've got your procedures to follow. So I just wanted to put that on the table. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Grosvenor. Right, well, as I said, we'll have a further written submission with all the parties, 7 days apiece. Mr. Fraser?
Thank you. So it's just a small point. It does seem, particularly from the way it's now been put by Mr. Grosvenor, but I think also by what's been said before, that a lot of this really seems to come from a concern that for whatever reason the council won't enforce conditions properly. And so you'll know full well that really the decision maker on a matter such as this proceeds on the basis that the council will be expected to and can be trusted to enforce conditions. And I think that's quite important for you to keep in mind in the light of the way the matter's now being put by the third party, sir.
Okay, yes, thank you. That's why I asked the first question about the process. In terms of the actual noise limits set, our parties agreed that those are correct, other than obviously the discussions we've had about the baseline and modelling. Mr. Perkins?
Yes, I'm happy with the noise limits that have been set are in accordance with the good practice guide principles, sir.
Mr. Houston, I can see your hand up. Yes.
Yes, I've got an issue with tables 1 and 2 in condition 29. Given that there are concerns over the accuracy of the baseline background noise levels, especially at high Cribbersdale, which you can see is quite elevated compared to other sites, I would like to see table 1 and table 2 revisited and proper measurements taken at the actual properties.
Mr. Shepherd.
Thank you, sir. It might just be helpful, just a point of clarification in terms of the limit values within tables 1 and 2. Those limit values aren't directly related to the background noise levels, and so comparing the differences between limits at different locations isn't a factor of different assumed baselines at different locations. For example, at a large number of properties, we've got a fixed noise limit of 35 dB, and the other properties at High Cribbersdale, High and Low Clachaig, the limits are set relative to baseline noise measurements, but also the existing wind turbine sound contribution from other wind farms is subtracted from that overall ETSU noise limit. As we spoke earlier, the ETSU limits apply to the total noise, and therefore these are adjusted noise limits taking into account other wind farm sites. So though they're, as I say, they're not numbers that can be directly compared between one location and another as being representative of differences in baseline noise levels.
Thank you. Could you just pick up on, in terms of receptors, I'm assuming that all receptors have been covered by this condition. Are there any missing? No, Mr. Perkins?
None that I'm aware of, sir.
This would cover the holiday properties that we mentioned earlier as well.
That's correct, sir.
And turning to yourself, Mr. Perkins, amplitude multiplication, why should that component be part of the condition, or indeed a separate condition in this case?
You heard earlier the applicant's assertion that statutory nuisance would deal with this eventuality. I think I sort of go through sort of my points here would be that the potential to predict AM on any site, we can't predict that reliably in advance in the same way as we can't predict the tonality at the receiver positions, for which there is an agreed condition to investigate and limit. The ETSU WIN-130-7 principles are that the wind farm operator should bear the burden of the complaint-driven noise investigations, as they have the necessary expertise. AM is another element of that acoustic character in the same way as tonality is. If we were to leave it under statutory nuisance, then the burden of investigating falls onto the local authority and the cost then borne by the local authority. Statutory nuisance isn't there to be used as a backstop to the planning system. In any event, the experience of councils to date suggests that statutory nuisance is not a satisfactory means of dealing with this issue, as the tests for statutory nuisance are different to planning enforcement, and there are few, if any, successful cases taken against wind farm developers where there is a justified need to take action. You heard earlier that the potential properties where AM might be an issue in terms of their audibility and where they're close to the limits is only a few. We're talking about a handful of properties around this wind farm. That's exactly the kind of situation where I know a number of local authorities looking at statutory nuisance would apply, and they've described it to me as the public interest test. Or can we afford it as a local authority to actually take on a big developer and try and enforce statutory nuisance, which of course goes through into the courts to be adjudicated? And in all those instances, the answer has been no. We can't afford to do it. We therefore don't think it's in the public interest for us to fight this one. So the reality is that local authorities aren't actually then able, and then the residences are left only with private nuisance action as their only sort of means of redress. So we think that's an unfair situation, and therefore that an AM condition should be included as part of this investigation, as part of any complaint investigation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Perkins. I mean, I can see that set out in the statement of agreed matters and your hearing statement. I just wonder about this issue of duplication and whether or not the planning system should be undertaking the statutory functions elsewhere in a local authority. So in case of the statutory nuisance issue that you've raised, any comments about that?
Yeah, I think we just need to separate out that, you know, there's planning, there's the 6 tests for a planning condition, and do we feel it's necessary that there is something there to control AM in the same way that there is for tonality? I think the strength of the evidence now and the recommendation in the WSP report is strong enough to say that there should be an AM condition. I would concede that there is disagreement on what that condition should look like and whether it should be a penalty-based system, which is why I've offered you clause 30, which would be an alternative that sort of gets round the current problems, but at least puts some level of control under planning enforcement in if the need ever arose. Of course, in an ideal world, that may not be necessary, but we believe it needs to be there. Otherwise, the backstop, if you like, of planning of statutory nuisance provisions isn't sufficient to actually deal with the problem.
Okay, Mr. Shepherd, in response, please.
Thank you. I'll try not to go over things that are in my hearing statement, because I think I've set out within the statement there as to my area of disagreement and the underlying consideration has to be the necessity of such a condition. And you know, within my hearing statement, I set out what's the likelihood of there being an amplitude modulation issue at this site, and again it relates to operational noise levels relative to background noise, and whether the sound from the wind turbine would be masked and how close it is to the limit and how audible the sound is above background. And I think in this case there's the vast majority of locations are surrounding areas where predicted levels and the limit values are very low. And so there's unlikely to be a significant number of properties in the vicinity where the sound is significantly above background, where should AM at higher than expected levels occur, be a significant issue. I think Mr. Perkins alluded to my concern over the limit values or the penalty values that are assigned to any AM that's detected in the vicinity of the site. And as I said earlier, the WSP report does look at an available condition on AM, but very much says that should be the starting point for any discussions, rather than that's the penalty system that should be applied, because it does require additional research to determine whether those penalty values relative to the amplitude modulation rating level are appropriate, because it's not just a simple factor. And I think Mr. Hewson touched on this earlier. It's not a simple factor of a level of modulation produces a certain level of additional annoyance in terms of a penalty. There's other factors in the AM in terms of the frequency of that AM and other factors that would change what the penalty value is. So in terms of the research that's ongoing at the moment is very much trying to refine penalty values to make it accord with human perception. And I think just to touch on the other, I suppose that what's the potential issue of not having an AM condition, aside from the necessity that I touched on earlier, is that you know, I've worked on wind farm sites where there's been a complaint and compliance measurements have been required, but there's no condition on AM. And if the council has raised amplitude modulation as a potential issue, because that's something that the resident has raised as a potential issue, then the operator of the site has included that within their assessment and to evaluate the levels of amplitude modulation. And so it's something that can be done out with of the planning conditions in any case.
Mr. Hewson.
I just mentioned, of course, Grosvenor Consultancy wasn't party to these agreed matters. Yet in my submission, I have suggested some conditions, one relating to amplitude modulation. So it would be nice if those were considered.
Sorry, Mr. Hewson, is that beyond the condition that you referred to, which we're going to discuss just now at Denbrook Wind Farm?
Well, one issue was the tonality aspect, where if there's no test results demonstrating tonality, then perhaps a condition should be put in to say that any prediction for an actual wind turbine model that's chosen, which is normally assessed prior to construction, would have a penalty added to the prediction if no tonal analysis has been provided from test results. That's over and above the Denbrook.
Okay, Mr. Shepherd, could you just come back on that point, please?
I'd point you towards guidance note 3 that's within the condition 29, which sets out a tonal penalty related to the measured noise level at the receptor location. And so there is a tonal penalty within the agreed set of conditions that applies at this site.
Disagree, that's for compliance checking. It's not for the prediction process prior to construction for the council to be happy that what is going to be built is going to be appropriate.
Okay, so that's a separate matter which we discussed in terms of measurement rather than assessment, investigation. Mr. Perkins.
Yeah, I just wanted to pick up on that tonality point and just make the point that the tonality that's measured as part of certification testing is done in the near field, hub height distance from the turbine, and it is not the tonality that we're talking about is the tonality as measured at the receptor distances. And I don't know anyone that will tell you that they can, satisfactorily predict or not predict whether we get a tonality at the receptor distances based on the information from the 61400 test that the manufacturer will provide as part of the data acquisition at the purchasing point of the turbine. So I don't think it's realistic that we can expect a tonal assessment to be made, and that's why there's a retrospective tonal penalty that deals with it in the eventuality that it actually occurs.
Can I correct Mr. Perkins with regards to the distance from the turbine that tonality is measured in IC 61400? It's the tip height, not the hub height.
So yeah, irrespective, it's still in the near, or it's a lot closer to the wind farm than the receptors that where we're worried about the tonality condition.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other comments in terms of amplitude modulation? In that case, we'll just move on to this. Mr. Houston, you mentioned this imposition of a condition. I don't know where that wind farm is. Could you just explain that and what circumstances it was applied and whether it's comparable to this particular proposal? You're on mute, sorry.
Yes, it's a condition that's applicable to any wind turbine installation, a wind farm. It was the Denbrook installation is in Dorset, I think, and it was approved and deemed appropriate by the High Court. So when you go onto the website for Denbrook, you'll see that the permit was granted by the High Court, not by an inspectorate. So it has some significantly greater weight, I would suspect, than an inspector approving such a condition.
And are there any other examples in Scotland or elsewhere where an AM penalty or an AM part to a condition's been imposed? Mr. Shepherd, are you aware of any?
In terms of a wider AM condition, not the Denbrook condition. I think concentrating on the Denbrook condition for a start, I think it's a wind farm in Devon, and it's not an AM condition that has been applied at any other wind farm, and not at any other certainly not at any wind farm in Scotland. I'm not sure I need necessarily to go into the detail as to why the Denbrook AM condition doesn't work in practice and why it hasn't been applied elsewhere. But since the Denbrook AM condition, and I can't remember the date of that decision, but it was it predates the IOA amplitude modulation metric, which is the agreed method of determining the rating level of modulation. So we've come on quite a long way since the original Denbrook condition. It was something that was applied at the time with a guidance note that went alongside it, which helps to apply it. It can't be just input into the conditions in the format that Mr. Houston's put forward without additional guidance. And to go back to your other questions of has amplitude modulation conditions been applied at other wind farms? In terms of other wind farms in Scotland that have been consented this year, there's no agreed consensus within the decision notices as to whether an AM condition is or isn't applied, or what format that what format that condition meets. So there has been an AM condition that has an AM penalty. There's one that's a scheme based, which is Mr. Perkins' alternative condition, and there are wind farms that have been consented this year with no AM condition whatsoever. And I think just to note that the existing consent doesn't include a condition on AM.
Yes, no, I know I'll come to you, Mr. Houston. Yes, I appreciate that the consented scheme doesn't have an AM condition, but does that mean if there's no consensus in current decision making this year, that application of one could be reasonable?
If there's the necessity for a condition to cover AM, then it could be covered within the conditions. I think if I refer back to my earlier comments about the likelihood of it being a significant issue at this site, and the necessity there is where I'd look at it in terms of the tests of needing a condition.
Mr. Houston, and then I'll come to yourself, Ms. Crosswaite.
Yes, just with regards to the Denbrook condition, it has been demonstrated that it's easy to apply. It's not a difficult condition. The condition also includes a penalty aspect to it, whereas there's no penalty aspect to the Institute of Acoustics AM method. It just comes up with a method, and there's no penalty associated with it. It's been agreed by the government.
Ms. Crosswaite?
Yes, I am aware of another wind farm with an AM penalty. I think it's the Institute of Acoustics one, though, without penalty. So therefore, we don't know whether it will work or not. But there is another one with an AM. But it seems to me that going back to what Mr. Grosvenor said, conditions are about protecting people and their well-being, and the wind industry is very defensive to allow new conditions to come in that might challenge the the authenticity of the environmental impact assessments and what they say. I think we need stronger conditions all round for wind farms, especially the more wind farms we have, because we've got wind farms getting closer and closer and closer to people.
Okay, thank you. I mean, that's a wider point. We've used standard conditions as the basis for the conditions that are before this inquiry. I've noted that. You said that you knew there about a case that had the penalty, sorry, that didn't have the penalty but had AM. Could you tell me the wind farm, please, Ms. Crosswaite?
Can I look that one up and ask Mr. Grosvenor to send it to you?
Yes, I mean, if it's on our core document list, that would be helpful.
Okay.
Thank you. Right, are there any other comments regarding the conditions or any other matters in terms of noise that anybody would like to raise today? Ms. Crosswaite, your hand, oh, there we are, brilliant.
Sorry.
Well, yes, someone started speaking. Mr. Hewson.
Yes, I did suggest that a low frequency condition using DEFRA NAN R45 might be appropriate to include, because there's no condition relating to low frequency noise in ETSU R97.
Okay, what paragraph was that in your report that you mentioned that?
Bear with me and I'll search for it. I refer to it in paragraph 96 and in 97, in that they are observable with real wind farms. And here we go. 101, I'm recommending a condition requiring compliance with NAN R45. So that's my paragraph 101.
Okay, what I'm going to do for that condition suggestion and the others is I'll put them in that further written submission request, because I feel that it'd be important for everybody to have a clear mind while looking at those going forward. Is that acceptable with everybody? Yeah. Okay. Are there any other matters? In that case, I'd like to thank you all for participating today and this evening. We've got through a lot, which is appreciated. And I appreciate that some of you have taken up your own private time to participate today. In terms of proceedings going forward, I've helpfully received an email with a list of all the core documents that Mr. O'Carroll will be referring to tomorrow. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir. I'm glad you've received it. Thank you.
And Mr. Fraser, in advance of tomorrow, well, not in advance of tomorrow, but as you go through your tomorrow with your witness, if you wouldn't mind, you could just refer me to any core documents that you're going to be referring to as well as you go along.
Yes, I'm about to prepare a list for you, but it may be first thing tomorrow morning before you get it, sir. But I'm happy to do that for you, sir.
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you,
are there any questions? Sorry, Mr. O'Carroll.
Just and for me too, please.
It goes without saying, sir. That
Of course, thank you very
if
much.
it gets sent to you, sir, it will also get sent to Mr. O'Carroll.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, what remains? Are there any questions from anybody about process? No, in that case, I thank you very much for your time. And to Grosvenor Consultant Senior Party, that's your last attendance during the inquiry. So thank you for your time. After the inquiry has completed, there'll be the exchange of closing submissions and summaries of case, which we've already described, and the opening remarks and the dates for those. So Mr. Grosvenor, for your party, I'd expect a closing submission and your summary of case on noise. Okay, and if you need any help with that, it is in the pre-examination meeting with an example and our schedule. But if you need a hand with that, just get in contact with the case officer. Beyond that, we've got the accompanied site visit in January. And then beyond that, I'll obviously be putting my report to ministers for them to make a determination. Okay, so I'll see the rest of you tomorrow morning at 9:30. And for those of you that attended today, thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.